Okay. I think we're live on all the streams now. We should be live on the Vert, the Whores, and on the TikTok. We're at rock and roll. Welcome in, friends. I do believe it's Friday. I'll apologize if I lose track of some stuff today. I've been up since 4 in the morning. Welcome in, everybody, from the Ian raid. I don't know how long I'll last tonight. I don't know if I'll be able to make it to midnight tonight, even though it's Friday. We'll see. I will do my best, friends. But I think we're gonna have fun either way. It's the Friday night streams are always jam packed with excitement and people with incredulous claims about their supposed divinity. So I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. While we're waiting for the guest box to populate, or the guest queues to populate, welcome in from the Ian raid, everybody. Thank you for being here. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can request up using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguess. And also, if you're watching on TikTok, you can request up by using the guest request button. So to hit that guest request if you want in the queue. I'll say the same thing I say every stream. Cyber, thank you for the level ship. Don't wait for the end of the stream to request up. What a lot of people are slow to request at the beginning of the stream, and then they request up towards the end of the stream, and then they don't get a chance to debate me. So if you if you got a good argument for your god, go ahead and request up. You'll get placed in the queue, and we grab them roughly in the order that they come in. It's hard to keep exact track of the order they come in, but I try. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, friend. Good to see you. It says Sizzle and Fry Captain. Attending a classics lecture at my local university this afternoon. Sore throat, so zooming it. Sad face. I totally get that. I hope that you maybe can have maybe some tea and honey and get some comfort for your throat there. Sore throat kind of stinks, especially if you have to talk a lot or if you're going to class. That's a no fun. But I hope you're having fun at the classics lecture. I think classics is a lot of fun. And there's actually a surprising amount of maybe we call them biblical scholars who have a background in classics. They just also happen to study the Bible. And Jerry, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says to Justin's secret lucid fund. Go Bills. Well, thank you very much, Gary. And I will not be spending that kind of money on a vehicle. Although I can't lie, as an electrical engineer, that is it's hard not to love like the Lucid, the Tesla, maybe even the Mustang Mach-E. Although they're like really shitty in the winter time. I mean, the Mustang is because they don't have efficient battery heating. It's a whole problem. Welcome in on the Ian raid. Actually, GM's got the same problem. GM's wintertime range on their EVs are terrible because they don't have good heat pumps. The Ioniq 5, that's a good one. Yeah. The Kia and the Hyundai, they do implement pretty decent heat pumps. Tesla's got really good heat pumps. There's quite a few car makers that do good heat pumps to keep the batteries at temperature for the winter time. And GM is not among them, unfortunately. Their heat pumps are terrible. Viking Chef, thank you for the super chat. It says, you know what they say, wherever there is 4 Catholics, there's a 5th. That is true. That is true. In fact, when I was in Catholic school as a youngster, we had a priest named Father Mike, and this would have been early 90s, or early 90s, so maybe mid 90s as well. So he's probably passed by now. He won't care if I tell the story, but he used to do some imbibing, and he was a really fun priest because he would go and visit people for dinner in the parish. And everyone knew he liked to drink wine, and Catholics don't care. They love drinking. So he would go and he'd get intoxicated with members of the parish, and everybody had funny stories of Mike. But I remember the first time, the first one I ever heard was I saw him on a mass, and he had a big red dot on his forehead, and I was like, "Why? What's on your forehead, brah?" And I got the story from the dinner he went to. Apparently, they had, I forget what it was. Something had a suction cup on the end of it. and he stuck it to his forehead because he was intoxicated, just messing around, seeing if it would actually stick because he was bald, and it stuck really good. And they had to yank it off, and it created a big red mark. Anyways, long and short of it is, some priests know how to get down and have a good time. Father Mike was one of them. And as far as I'm aware, he didn't touch any little boys. So, I mean, cool dude. Cool dude. Dr. Wasambla says, cookout, rock hard for Doug and simply what for Sharon. Oh, glad you're here, Doctor. FYI, I attend church some Sundays. Oh. And the best part is listening to DZ debates via earbuds keeps me from rolling my eyes. That's my one of my favorite ironies is when I hear about people going to like Bible class or Sunday school or church with me in their earbuds. I keep hoping that somebody's gonna make a mistake and not charge the earbuds, and like the battery's gonna die on the earbuds, and I'm gonna be on the speakerphone cooking somebody during the Sunday sermon. We'll see. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe it won't. I'm not telling you that you should go to church and blast my debates in church and pretend like it was an accident. I'm not saying you should do that. In fact, definitely don't do that. Still a tax debate. Good to see it. Says Fridays, high probability of major crash outs. I think that's the case. In fact, the weekend's here. People are already starting to take back some of the holiday spirit. And so, you know, Evan Rock says, may Doug give you strength. Hail Kitty Cam. Hail Kitty Cam indeed. Maybe my favorite addition to the stream this year. We'll have to wait and see. And we've got one from Garba Gaming. Good to see you, my friends. As P.S., if you're going to want to trim kitty claws, you have to get them used to it while they're young. Adult cats will unalive you before allowing you. This is the case, Garba Gaming. So I know this because once upon a time, I volunteered at the Humane Society, and I had to clip nails. And I had to give medicine to cats. And both of those will fuck you up. Nevertheless, I thank goodness the first thing I did with these cats when I got them was start playing around with their paws and let them get used to me tinkering with their paws. And then I started clipping them. Now, they don't like it, but as long as they're calm and in a relaxed mood, they'll let me do it. They don't fight it too much. But you're right. Get them used to it while they're young, because if you wait till they're older, it's horrible. McDubbin says, there's some whores in this house. Whap for Doug! Whap for Doug's got to catch on. Let's make that a thing, friends. We need Whap for Doug. Whap for Doug, y'all. And Dexter, thank you for sending out 5 DC Debate gifted memberships. Good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Great to see you. It's the end of the week. Let's party, friends. Nocturnal says, thanks, Justin, for what you do. Hail Doug and the old pagan gods. Make Europe pagan again. Yes. Drive out the dead carcass cult. You don't need any of that nonsense. Make it pagan. Yuletide. Hank says, self-appointed anti-schism pope here. Love it. The only schism is the false one between verts and whores. It is perpetrated by heretics. That is indeed the case. I agree. This is a message from Doug. And Michael says, normal $10. Enjoy the barbecues. Well, thank you, Michael. I appreciate you coming and paying tithes and offerings to the stream. And Carlos, our good friend, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Says, come in with Ian's raid, ready for today's cooking. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for Sharon. Well, thank you, Carlos. I appreciate that, my friend. And our friend David Burke's in the house tonight as well. David, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, next time Josh type apologist says, nothing in the Bible that women stoned for not being a virgin, I'd respond, if not, God is stupid, handing down useless laws, or it was happening, you prick. Yeah, that is the case. I agree with you. If God gave this law and then couldn't give them at least one other piece of evidence to work with, then he was being careless with them. And nailed it like the Romans. Thank you for the 666. Hill Nero says, theology, Jeopardy time, Christians. Jesus is the answer. Atheists, who was the greatest con man ever? That is the correct answer. Satanists, that's our guy. Listen, it certainly wasn't Satan. Satan didn't trick anybody. That was certainly Jesus. And last super chat for now from our friend Zelda says, for ex-Catholics, do not dump out the holy water near the doors. Do not put your phone in there to amplify it. Whatever you do, friends, do not dump out the water in the dish of holy water to tap on your forehead and do the sign of the cross when you come in and genuflect. Whatever you do, don't dump that water out and then set your phone in that dish to amplify my live stream as I cook Christians during the Sunday stream. Whatever you do, don't ever do that. Okay, let's get our first guest in here, and we're going to get our friend, Godless Engineer, as well.
Hey, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to or I didn't want to like crowd your stream tonight or anything. I wasn't gonna request up or anything, but you mentioned about somebody playing your videos in church, and I
Mm-mm-mm.
have to say it was the most surreal thing that I found one time when I was because I randomly will search like just Godless Engineer on YouTube, and I will try to find like somebody that's done a response to me. I shit you not, Justin. I found a pastor that played one of my videos to his congregation on a Sunday as a demonstration of like how depraved atheists are or something like that. And it was the most surreal thing to see like my face up on the screen and them talking so shittily about me, and I'm like, I had no idea that I offended a pastor at a local church somewhere, and they decided to put me up on the screen in front of the whole congregation. I'm like, that's really weird.
I mean, he should have called in.
Yeah, he should have, shouldn't he? Well, I
Yeah.
mean, so this was years ago, before the line started and before I was on any of the call-in shows, and so it was just one of my normal like response videos that he had
Right.
put up there, and yeah, I don't know. I thought it was kind of surreal, and I don't know. I figured it could fill some time before theists start requesting it.
Well, you're welcome to hang out with me. I'm gonna grab Golden Butterfly. I assume they don't produce as good as music as Golden Earring, but we'll see what they got to say. How you doing, Golden Butterfly? 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 Anything? Are you up here by accident? Are you in the metamorphosis phase? Nothing? Okay. Well, I guess we'll just just take care of that. We'll move on to the next one. Hey, friends, welcome in. If you're on YouTube, the way to get into the debate is tiny.cc/dzguest. And if you're watching on TikTok, all you got to do is hit that guest request button and you'll be into the conversation. We can take you on YouTube or on TikTok. Although, if you're on YouTube, you don't actually have to have an account anywhere to join the discussion. If you're on TikTok, I mean, you do have to have an account typically. That's how that works. But let's get Mitch into the conversation, and we'll keep going. Welcome in, Mitch.
Hey,
Are you at least
what's going
18?
on,
And
Justin? How are you?
not too bad. Hold on, there's a little 1 second. I got to fix something real quick. All right. I think now I had a little echo on my end. I don't think anyone else could hear. I think it was just me. Mitch, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
I am at least 18. I do not believe in God. I just have one thing to say to you before you kick me off.
Hell, Doug?
Hail Doug is fine, but also I want to apologize. I was on your show a while ago and I didn't understand the purpose of it, and you rightfully were criticizing me for going after you for what I thought was a debate that didn't need to be had. But
Oh,
I've seen a lot of things going on in the world recently. I think that what you're doing is important, and I respect this community. I think it's doing a good thing for everyone. So just want to apologize and say I appreciate it.
fuck
Happy
yeah.
holidays.
W accountability, Mitch. We appreciate that. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye.
It takes some balls. Wow.
Yeah, I remember I had a guy request up, or not request up, but it was on the line recently with Paulogia. I actually just started editing up my clip of it, and he came up there and was like, "John, I have to give you props because the last time I called in, you made this ridiculous claim about how God grabbed Jacob's member, his chain." And he was like, I said that you were wrong, and then I went and I looked, and it turns out you're right.
So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of really X-rated stuff in the Hebrew Bible that it's hard to catch in English. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, and I've taken Dr. Josh Bowen's Hebrew class. I
Mhm.
was a really poor student, but I'm attempting to learn how to like learn Hebrew.
Hell
Um,
yeah.
yeah, so I'm attempting to learn it. It's just you know, with work and everything like that, it's just kind of slow going.
It takes time. I assume you at least got through the alphabet, and then you're probably doing like declining nouns.
Well, I don't know about the declining nouns, but
Okay.
yeah, I got through the alphabet. Like, I still need to like memorize the alphabet and like all the
Okay.
rules around like how they transform and everything like that. But I do have a rudimentary thing where I could like I know what all the little symbols and everything mean. I would still have to look it up,
Nice.
but like I have a pretty good understanding of it.
I've only found one good Hebrew alphabet song ever. Most of them aren't that memorable. Send me a message later. I'll remember to send you that song. I think you'll like it. And it, that to me was the easiest way to learn the alphabet when I was first learning Hebrew, was to have that song in my head forever, and it would be there for the day I die.
Yeah, I'll definitely message you later for that because, like I said, I really
Mhm.
do want to like understand the Hebrew and be able to like because I can
Mhm.
already like do a decent
Mhm.
translation whenever something comes up. Like today, somebody was in my live earlier trying to tell me that in Deuteronomy 22 or what was it is whichever one's about the grape laws. It
Mhm.
was
Yeah,
Deuteronomy
22.
yeah, 22. And they were trying to say that in verse 25, it was forceful grape. And then in 28, the one about paying 50 shekels is like consensual. And it's
Oh
like,
yeah.
it's totally not like I literally on stream I went through and I was like, look, here's the word, here's what it means, here's what this means, and like I was like, this is a distinction without a difference because they mention them in different ways, but they're effectively communicating the exact same action,
Right.
and he couldn't get it.
Yeah, it's hard for some people. Like they think that in order to describe a situation, they have to use the same words every time, or else it's not the same thing. But the reality is, in the Hebrew Bible, they describe the same event or the same type of event all the time using a whole array of different descriptions. And so it's just one of those weird. It's almost akin to like the exact word fallacy, even though it's not quite the exact word fallacy. You know.
Yeah, and he was like, if he used that exact same argument too. He was like, well, if they meant the same thing, then they would just say the same thing again. I'm like, what kind of author do you know like does that? If they're going to be repetitive like that, like it, like I get
Yeah.
sometimes rhetorically that can be convincing, like if you're trying to repeat something, but like if you're telling a story, or in this case, like giving out all these like laws and everything, um, it wouldn't be beneficial to be monotonous like that, I wouldn't think.
Right. Yeah. No, you're 100% right. They typically don't do that. Well, I think we might have one opposition. Let me grab the opposition, and then if you're watching, friends, you can join via TikTok or a third party link, which is on the screen, tiny.cc/DJ guest. If you don't want to type that in your browser, you can click it in the description of the YouTube video. You don't have to type it into your browser. But let's grab. It looks like maybe the text is too small to read. And it doesn't look like they're fully connected. It looks like it might say fart holes. Fart holes, it looks like when you came into the guest box, you didn't have a good enough connection because it's only half connected. Your hardware never actually connected. It just says that your browser is connected. So refresh your browser and try to come back, and we'll see if we can get you in here. While we're doing that, while we're waiting for him to refresh his browser, or her, or I'm not sure actually, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. Gretchen, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, hear the good news. I actually haven't heard the good news. Joel Reads Bible released all his jingles for us. Are you serious? It's finally on an album. All on platforms album. Wait, all on platforms? I don't know what oh, on all music platforms, you mean? Album is Joel Sings Christianese. Okay, now that I'm going to get. I'm getting that today. I mean, guys, if you don't get Joel's album, I mean, what are you doing with your life? I need to talk to him. Maybe I can pay him some royalties to play some of his music from time to time.
I'm looking that up right
Former,
now.
yeah. Let me know the easiest way to get it. Former prophet says, take my tithes, Justin. Just for you, friend, I will. Thank you for the wealth of knowledge. I just want to thank you, Rock Hard, for Doug. Well, thank you, former prophet Nathan. I appreciate that. And as always, hey, beautiful kitty. Beautiful kitty. Yoda St. Cloud, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, whoa, 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 Hank. As the Pope of the Schism. Oh no, Yoda. Was Priestess Gretchen by my side. I will not stand for this heresy in the house of Doug. Be gone, you vile vert. Well, listen now. He's not a vile vert. He's a member of the the front of Doug's people, and he is for all streams, TikTok, vertical and horizontal. And Randy, my friend, thank you so much for the 20, count them, 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is huge, my friend. Thank you so much. Big W. And last one for now from our friend Duke. Good to see you tonight, Duke. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hi, Justin. Looking good tonight. Well, thank you. Will I manage to stay all night writing code and smelling offerings of barbecue, beer, and you've got some Egyptian hieroglyphs there. It says, all things good and pure, which gods live on. Only Doug can tell. Rock hard for that. Well, perhaps. And if you know Egyptian hieroglyphs, we need to talk. I'm hoping to learn them here in the near future. I got to get through my modern Hebrew. I'm taking modern conversational Hebrew, and then I'm retaking Akkadian. And then after that, I'm hoping to get through some Egyptian before I start my PhD work. It's going to be a good time. And we had a guest. They dropped out. Fart holes still never reconnected. So I'm just going to disconnect them, and maybe they'll connect up. Corbin, not Korban, like Mark chapter 7. Corbin says, in Psalms 22:16, lion verse pierced, am I wrong in finding it hypocritical that Protestants will affirm the Septuagint over the Masoretic text? Wasn't a major point of the Reformation that the Masoretic texts are more reliable? That kind of is. So one of the big things with the making of the English Bible and the King James Bible, in fact, in the 1611 or any of the ones that followed that, if you have a preface in yours from the translators, what they'll say is that one of the reasons why they needed to translate rather not from the Latin, not from the Greek, is because they needed to go all the way back to the originals. And they point out that, listen, even the Latin manuscripts were a translation of the Greek, which was already a translation of the Hebrew. So they're like, listen, this is preposterous. We should be translating from the original Greek and Hebrew. And that's why even Jerome, when Jerome did his Latin revisions, Jerome went back and learned Hebrew so that he can use a little bit of Hebrew in his Latin translation. So prior to Jerome, they didn't care what was in the Hebrew manuscripts. Jerome took all the old Latin and reformed it into a new Latin unified text called the Vulgate, and he did kind of dabble a bit in the Hebrew, but he still, most of his is just a slight revision of the prior Old Greek, which means it still follows the Septuagint. But yeah, I mean, you're right, 100%. If you want to get rid of the Apocrypha, then you have to get rid of the Septuagint. Like, the Catholics solved this a long time ago. The Catholics never had a problem with the Septuagint, and one of the reasons why they admired the Apocrypha so much, and it was part of the canon even from the early times, is in fact because they're part of the Septuagint text. So Kimball, request up. I hear some people chirping in the comments down there. Smack. Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask you, Justin. Wouldn't that Psalm 22 from that super chat just a second ago? Wouldn't that be like a case of a pesherim? Like the Christians interpreting it that way?
Okay, so this is actually a really good question, and we could have gone deeper into this. So here's the funny thing: is in Psalm 22:16, we've got at least 4 different recensions in the Greek Septuagint about what it says in that verse. Some of them say dig, some say pierce, some say bind, and then there's a 4th one, I forget what it is. So even, like, there's no such thing as the Greek Septuagint. We've got multiple strains of the Greek. And so we don't fully know even like what they were working with when they made their Greek translation, because the Greek translations don't all agree, and obviously the Hebrew didn't agree. Now, when it comes to Pesherim, are you asking, were the New Testament authors engaging in Pesherim? I kind of think that they were. I think the New Testament authors were doing exactly what the Dead Sea Pesher was doing, which is taking verses from the Old Testament and repurposing them for their time period, which was a common practice. But if you notice, it was kind of a massive failure. It led to all kinds of failed messianic movements. It led to all kinds of contradictory theological positions that like contradict the Hebrew Bible. And so it just happens to be that the New Testament's Pesherim movement just happened to get legs and stuck for a while.
Yeah. So I mean, because I know that Philo, he speaks very highly of the practice of doing it, and he even engages in it a lot
Oh yeah,
to come
he
to a
does.
lot of the same conclusions about his logos. So I kind of figured that they did, but I was just like, my understanding was that the pierced part, like that people say, are like, oh, the Old Testament says he'll be pierced and everything. It's like, well, that is read like by the group that eventually became the Christians as like a pesherim, where they change the original meaning of it to be something about the Messiah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the Christians didn't have the idea that Jesus was fulfilling the prophecies in the primary context, only in a secondary context. But let me read this last super chat. I think we've got some guests waiting to get in. RW, thank you for the super chat. It says, at our last Atheist United booth at Farmers Market last night, a Jewish atheist told us she went into the Catholic confessional. I love her guts. She said he was kind, but didn't like that she was lesbian. Well, you're going to have some of that. Although I've met some Catholic priests that don't care so much about that kind of stuff. But you're right. I mean, traditionally, the Catholic Church hasn't looked too kindly on the LGBT community. But that takes some guts. It takes some guts to be a Jewish atheist lesbian in a confessional with a priest. I would have loved to kind of hear that conversation. You know what I mean? All right, we'll grab our first guest. It's going to be Mitch and then Ashley. Welcome in, Mitch. Mitch, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 39. I believe in God.
Cool. And
I can give you some.
are you driving?
No,
Why do I hear cars on the road?
because I am outside.
Okay, fair enough. So which God do you believe in?
I believe in Christian God.
Okay, so you're a Christian. What do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
I can give you sound argument with using tag argument.
Well, you can give me tag. It certainly won't be sound, but go for it.
Okay, first starting with objective morality. If you look at Asia, they are homogeneous people. Poo kaka ching chong $5 egg roll. Hiya, kung fu egg roll. $5 kung fu Bruce Lee. What?
So you're here to do Jesus's work by denigrating Asian people, of which there are none on this performing this live stream. Listen, I don't know which one of your Asian girlfriends broke your heart and now you're mad at the Asian people, but you're in the wrong place and you're certainly not doing Jesus's work right now. In fact, you're embarrassing. If there's another Christian in here, you've just embarrassed all of them. That wasn't even, and if you're not a Christian, you're not even a good troll. If you're an atheist and you're trolling, then fuck you. Get on my live stream. You're not the type of atheist we want around here. Jeez, Pete's. Okay.
I was just sitting here like, is this some kind of like weird speaking in tongues that's happening here, but for like racists?
For a half a second, I was like, I didn't know exactly what he was doing. It took me a second to realize that he was trying to make really bad like Asian slang, and then I was like, what the who's he mad at? I'm so confused. Apparently he hates Asians. I don't know why he came here to spread his Asian hate, but we don't listen, guys. We don't really do anti-Semitism here. We don't do Asian hate. We don't do gay lesbian hate. We don't do any hate stuff in this live stream other than like dead carcasses and fake gods. So that's just kind of how things go. All right, let's bring in Ashley. Let me make sure Ashley's got hardware hooked up. And fart holes. I don't know what's going on with your internet, but it looks like it might be better this time. We'll try it after Ashley. Ashley, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I'm over 18, and I would say I'm more like agnostic. I don't necessarily believe wholeheartedly that there is a God, but there's something that I wanted to ask for your advice. I've been like watching you for a while, and I wanted to ask for your advice about something.
Okay.
Do you think that there's a way to believe in the possibility of God, but not necessarily believe the Bible is 100% true?
Yeah,
Like,
like it
do you think
logically there could be a God and it's just not the Bible God. Like I don't see a reason to believe in a God, but the Bible not being true isn't an argument against a generic God existing. But I do think if there is one generic God, there's got to be more than one. It'd be preposterous for there only be one.
Yeah, I'm pretty like open-minded to also other gods, and not also like just heaven and hell, but also other spiritual dimensions. So I wasn't sure if it would be kind of like you couldn't separate the two, like the being itself in the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you could. Yeah, I think you can separate the Bible God from a generic God.
And also, I also wanted to ask, um, you talk about like a lot of stuff about like uh, if God could um create the world without natural disasters, if he's all powerful, he could. And I thought about this recently. If God was all powerful and good, why wouldn't he like create us without sin?
Yeah, he could. Yeah, we've made that argument before too. I think you're right on because in Revelation 21, there's theoretically no sin, and we presume people still have free will. So God could have done it. He just chose not to. Ashley, thanks for being here, friend. I appreciate the question, and good luck on your journey.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Cheers. Friends, thank you for being here. We are looking for opposition, though. As much as I do love questions from friends, we are looking for opposition. Please, that would be the best case scenario. We do have some opposition. I'm going to bring in Fart Holes and then Yessie, and we'll see if we can get some conversation rolling. But right now, Fart Holes, I don't think you're still fully connected. I'm trying to bring you in, and it shows you have no audio, you have no microphone, so. I don't know what's going on with your connection, buddy. Maybe try a different browser. I don't know what to tell you. Try a different phone.
It's so weird to hear you use the fart holes as if it's like a normal thing.
I know.
But
I'm just reading people's names. You know what I mean? Like it's weird how people select their names sometimes. You know. I was about to say welcome in Yessie, but Yessie just Yessie, you waited in the guest box for like 15 minutes and now you're gone. What? But such a waste of your time.
yeah.
Oh well.
I just it kind of reminds me of uncomfortable Xbox names, like when people create them when they're like 14 years old, and then it's like they have a problem, they get a call in. It's like, yes, my name is X, little X, big X, little X, no, big man, 30,
Yeah.
64, 20, whatever.
Yeah, 100%. A big man 42069. Oh God, you can't. Yeah, you got to be careful with your email addresses, friends. Let me grab 2 super chats, and we're going to get user bling bling in here. Nightman says, last week I thought I saw the light of the horizontal, but after reflection, I realized those whores deceived me. Vert is the only way. The whores are heretics. There he goes. I tried to tell you, friends, there's no schism. I'm really trying. And German Chew says, why do some Christians think that God can only ask for things he already commanded before? Because they have to make excuses for why he doesn't answer prayer. What if people in the Old Testament just said he wouldn't ask that using the same logic? I mean, they could. People, when God asked things in the Old Testament, they could have just been like, that can't be from God. I mean, that's what I would have done. Like, God, that's preposterous. And last one from our friend Tallybeck. Good to see you, my friend. Says, I think University of Chicago has a distance or online hieroglyph course. Since you already have Hebrew, you'll likely find it easy and fun. It also ups your doodling game. It really does, Tally. I didn't know about that. I love the Oriental University or the Oriental School at the Chicago University. It's probably the top school in this field of learning. Maybe Chicago University is a toss-up between Chicago, London, and maybe second place goes to Toronto. I mean, Harvard's up there too, but Johns Hopkins is pretty good. But yeah, man, if I was able to take that through Chicago, I would definitely do it. I'll look into that, friend. All right. Let's bring in user Bling Bling. Welcome in, user.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. How you doing?
Good, man. It's my first time here. First time seeing you. It's
Welcome in.
by.
Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I guess Christian, Catholic.
Okay. What do you think is the best evidence or reason to believe that the Catholic God is real?
I guess probably the best one is Jesus.
What?
And the evidence of him being a real person in history.
Sure. Do you think Muhammad was a real person, though?
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
believe that Muhammad split the moon in two?
Shoot, I don't even know his story much really, but
Yeah.
actually,
Well,
I was sorry, but I
there's
have
a
I believe that like I believe in my God, but I also believe like all gods are real. That's kind of like probably a
you
minority,
believe
but
you believe all gods are real, or you believe that the other gods are like demons.
um, that probably. But like they still have power, and they could have power
Okay,
like God. You know.
so you still only believe in one God. You just believe in demonic spirits.
Yeah, yeah. But it's probably like I don't know, probably thousands of gods. But I'm not sure how many. But yeah, there would be any other
How
God
do
in
you
the
know
Bible.
that your God is the real God and the other ones are demons? How can you be sure that your God isn't the demon and that the Hindu gods aren't the real gods?
I guess Jesus again. So like his story is kind of like he's just a good person. He wants to spread love and peace.
Good person. He wouldn't even let a guy bury his dead father. He wanted to give his father a proper burial. He said, "Let the dead bury the dead. Come and follow me." I mean, Jesus advocated for stoning children that cursed their mother and father.
You're
You
gonna
don't
have
think
to
that
Hey,
like,
children should be
hey,
stoned, do you?
yeah, no, you're gonna have to like maybe tell me like the verse and I could let me find
Yeah.
it.
he also made a woman beg for help and compared her to
Yeah.
a dog.
Yeah,
Do you
let
know
me
what a
hear one.
female dog is called?
Like the B word.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Jesus called her the B word.
Basically.
Why would I go out of my way to help some bitch? Is essentially what he said.
Yeah, you gotta remind me of that one on the what verse that is.
Well, luckily, both of them are going to show up in the same chapter that I'm about to put on the board. Give me a second. I forgot to select my browser before the stream started. There we go. So Jesus is talking to the scribes and Pharisees and whatnot. And it says, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. He's referring to the oral law. And Jesus was a fan of the law of Moses, but not a fan of the oral law that was passed down aside from Moses' law. Because for Moses said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that if anyone tells father or mother whatever support you might have had from me as Corban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit doing anything for father or mother. So Jesus is saying, listen, there's this rule in the law of Moses that if you speak evil of your mother or father, you got to die. And you're not following that law. You've made an additional law, a tradition that allows you to skirt that law. And that's a problem, which means Jesus, every time we see him, advocates for the law of Moses, and the law of Moses advocates for, in this case, the stoning of children.
I don't know. This is like kind of a stretch, but is the stoning of children mean? Oh, like so, like you should die if you don't honor your father and mother. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
If in Exodus 21, verses 15 and 17, there's two laws. One says you can't strike your mother or father, and one says you can't curse your mother and father. He's referring to the cursing. So he's saying, listen, there's a law in the law of Moses that you guys aren't following, and this is emblematic of your problem. Your problem is that you're not following Moses' law because you've invented your own law to follow. He wants you to follow Moses' law, which is why he instructs people over and over again to follow Moses' law. Moses' law includes stoning children.
I gotcha. So I kind of would see it as different. That's basically like that's like they kind of like that's not like you're dead to me. I'm not sure if it would mean like literal dead to me.
I may not understand what you're
And
referring to.
like the whoever speaks ill of father mother must surely die.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't take that as like literal die. I would take that as like you're dead to me.
Oh, you mean the original law of Moses doesn't mean die?
Yeah, unless you're gonna school me right now.
I don't know why you would think that. There's lots of passages. Whoever strikes father or mother shall be put to death. There's a bunch of punishments in the law of Moses that require capital punishment. This is just one of many.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So if
Yeah.
you know, there's a bunch. If you beat your slave so severely that your slave dies while you're beating them, well, then you also most likely will get put to death. It says you'll be punished, but the actual underlying Hebrew word means avenged, and typically to be avenged, it means like avenged for a death, an eye for an eye. So if you purposely kill your own Hebrew slave, I mean, they'll kill you back. So yeah, I mean, I there's no reason to not read that as Jesus saying, "Hey, listen, the law of Moses says you're supposed to kill your kids, and you guys aren't doing it. This is a problem."
I think yeah. So like when he's like, what is it? He's talking to Pharisees or something, or whatever the
Yeah.
name is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he's kind of like scolding them about, like not keeping, like making their own rules, basically.
Yes, he is.
Instead
He's
of like,
scolding them.
yeah,
Yeah, for
yeah,
bypassing Moses's rules, right? His
yeah,
problem with what the Pharisees are doing is that they're not following Moses's law. And the example that he pulls out is the law to stone the children. And so he's criticizing them literally for not stoning children.
yeah. But I wouldn't take that as literal. But
What's not
again, like you
literal?
said, the stoning of the children.
What do you mean? How is it not literal?
I don't know. Did they stone children back then?
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, they did it quite frequently. In fact, there's a
Did
whole
what?
paragraph dedicated to it in Deuteronomy 21. So in Deuteronomy 21, they can, even if they're older children, it says if someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father and mother, who does not heed them when they discipline him, then his father and mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of the town at the gate of the place, and they shall say to the elders of his town, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the town shall stone him to death. So you shall purge the evil from your midst.
And all the Israels will hear and be afraid. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mhm. Pretty tough stuff, eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I would also want to point out that like you've got passages like First Samuel 15 that specifically list children amongst those that you are to unalive whenever you go to war. So that's not Israelite children; it's like other people's children. But I mean, it's still God commanding the unalivement of children. And then you got Numbers 31, where God again specifically says, "I want you to unalive like whole children."
Yeah.
Okay. I see. I see. I would
To
still say like
oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I would still see as Jesus still being, spreading peace.
Sure, yeah. So let's talk about John's point next. So, when the woman calls for help, it says a woman whose little daughter had an unclean spirit immediately heard about him, and she came and bowed down at his feet. Now the woman was a Gentile of Syrophoenician origin. She begged him to cast the demon out of her daughter. So she's there begging at his feet, right? He said to her, "Let the children be fed first, for it is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." He just insults her right to her face. She's there begging for the life of her dying daughter, and Jesus calls her a bitch.
That's funny, actually. But yeah, did he heal her at the end? I don't know.
He did, but I don't know if that matters. Like, do you think the insult is warranted? Like, can you make up for being an asshole by doing something good? Like, he was still an asshole. Like, if John came over and smacked me and then took me out to dinner, listen, I'm glad we went to dinner, but like, what the fuck? Why do you smack me, bro?
Yeah, but he took you to dinner.
I'm sensitive.
So like I guess your thought process on this is as long as you do something like I guess good in some kind of way for the person, you can treat another person any way you want to. Is that what you're stating?
No, that's not what I'm stating. No.
Okay, I mean it kind of seems like that's what you were stating because you're sitting there like, well, but he ended up healing her, so it's okay that he made her beg for it first. Like that I didn't, as far as like a role model goes, or like trying to portray Jesus as being this like peaceful, peace loving, kind of person. Doesn't it seem kind of out of character for that kind of person? Like, would you expect if I told you like, oh yeah, that guy's really cool, he's real chill, he's peaceful, he likes to like help people and heal people, but then he's sitting there making a poor woman beg? Like, that seems out of character, right?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe the dogs could be the evil spirit and not the
What
woman.
the
What?
I
No,
don't.
no, no. So the
demon,
insult of being a dog is typically what you would refer to somebody who's unclean. It's a derogatory term for somebody unclean. So in the ancient world, there were basically two animals, sometimes three, depending on where you lived, but there were two animals that were almost always considered unclean to eat. One was the dog, and the other was the pig. And so you'll find in the ancient Near East lots of prohibitions against allowing dogs around the food, allowing dogs in temples, and allowing dogs in palaces and shrines because they're unclean, dirty, filthy animals. So when he and even the prostitutes, the shrine prostitutes, they used to refer to as dogs. So like it's just an insult. He just insulted her.
Yeah, maybe he meant he's insulting the demon
But
as the
there's
dog.
there's no dog demon, is what I'm saying. He called her a dog. He didn't call her a demon.
But she's possessed by a demon.
No, she's not. Her daughter
I
is.
thought so. Oh, her daughter. Okay, that's what I meant. Like the demon has her daughter.
I don't understand how this applies to Jesus's behavior in this situation.
I meant that like he's insulting the demon.
He's not
How?
insulting the demon.
I agree with John. He's not insulting the demon. He says that it's not proper to take the food from the table and give it to the dog. So he's saying we shouldn't be giving the good stuff for the right people, namely the children, and giving it to somebody unworthy, namely the Gentiles.
It could be, but like, how can it not be interpreted as that? Or it could be like the
Do you
children
think
are always come first.
do you think he's feeding the demon? So
No,
to be
because
sure,
he
the
wants.
food is a good thing, right? In the
Yeah,
analogy,
yeah.
the food is symbolizing the thing that she wants. It's good, right? So he's not calling the demon a dog because he's giving food to the dog, right? So he's not doing anything good for the demon. He's doing something good for the Gentile woman.
Okay. So like, sometimes I'm not sure. Like he wants people to um like pray harder or beg more or like don't give up on whatever they
That,
wanted.
So
that's some
what?
abusive bullshit right there, John. John, do you ever make your wife beg for you to do your basic duties?
No, I don't make anybody beg for it. Like if a woman came to me and is like, "Oh, I need help. My daughter is like sick or whatever kind of affliction. What can I do to help?" It's not. Well, maybe if you beg a little bit more, I might
I
consider
might
it.
pray more, but yeah.
No,
Jesus
why
didn't say
should?
you've been a dirty girl. He called her a dog. He wasn't being that kind of Jesus. He does like getting whipped, but listen, I don't think that's what he was going for here.
I probably, you know what I mean. He probably healed her, but when she was already speaking.
Well, no, that's not the point. The point isn't that he ended up healing her. Like the point is that if you're portraying Jesus as this, good person that's spreading peace and doing all these good things and whatnot, has this good image, right?
Hmm.
It's not very good of him to sit there and make a woman beg to be helped, right? If it's true the way that you're portraying Jesus, then there should be no question. He should just help, right?
Yeah, and he did.
Why is more begging or more praying or anything like that, why is that necessary?
It's not we. It's something we all go through, right? Or the people who do pray.
No,
No,
I'm
but why
sorry,
is it
that's not an answer
necessary?
to my question.
He asked
Why
why
is it
was it
necessary
necessary?
for them to like pray or wait and to pray more?
No.
Or was that
Why was it
necessary?
necessary for her to beg? To be sure, she was already there begging already. It says she was begging at his
Hmm.
feet. How much more groveling does she need to do?
Um. So I guess it would say it's more for like in general. Like sometimes when you like pray or beg for something and then you don't get it right away, sometimes you have to keep going and keep praying.
No. The question is
Or
why would he make her continue to beg and insult her when he could just heal the daughter? What good does it do basically forcing her to abase herself and insult her? Like what is she getting out of it?
like a lesson, like
L-
and
What
to
what
like
what's the lesson?
to don't give up.
But
Don't give up, don't give in.
why do you need
Yeah,
that?
don't.
Why do you need that?
I don't know. He was busy with the kids.
He's busy
He
with the
didn't have.
No,
kids.
no, so the kids, no, so the kids there are Israel, right? He's being metaphorical
Mhm.
about the food and the table and everything like that. He's basically saying, why should I help you before I help the Israelites or the Jews in this particular situation? That's what he's saying there. So I mean, that part right there is metaphorical, but still, it doesn't really answer either question that we posed. One, why is begging necessary in order to convince Jesus to help, when your portrayal of Jesus seems to indicate that he should just help to help? And then shit, I forgot what the other question was. But that one's still like, unanswered. I don't know why the begging
Yeah,
is
but in
necessary.
my head, he helped. So it's not like he didn't.
No, that's not the point.
I'm still waiting for an answer to John's question.
So why is it like important to insult? Like, is that what it is? Like, why did he have to insult her?
Why was it necessary?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know.
It doesn't
But
seem to be.
Yeah, I guess not.
Do you understand like how toxically abusive that is to be like, well, I could help if you begged more. Like
But
if
he
you
did.
Right.
if you licked my boot clean right now, yeah, I'd totally help you. So if you want to do that, then that's up to you. You can make that decision.
Yeah, but he helped though. That's the point, though, right?
Yeah, after she licked the boot.
Yeah,
A
so we're not.
metaphorical book.
Listen, no one's denying that he helped her. The problem is what he did
the dog.
before he helped her. Like, so if there's a woman on the side of the road, a car broke down, and I pull over because I just happen, to have my toolbox on me, and I'm like, listen, I could probably change this starter out right here on the side of the road, but I'm gonna fucking need you to bag me real good. I'm gonna need you to grovel at my feet before I do this for you. Am I an asshat or am I a good person?
No, you're not a good person.
Exactly. So the fact that I was willing to change out her starter is irrelevant to the fact that I also wanted her to beg at my feet, right? So Jesus, despite the fact that he did help the poor woman, making her beg at his feet and insulting her in the process makes it a jerk move.
Yeah, but he's doing something first.
So what? No,
Like,
he didn't do
there's
something first.
He insulted her and called her a bitch first. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but he's talking about the children, taking. He shouldn't take away from the children first, right?
Who are the children? In the analogy, who are the children?
What is it? You said Israelites or something?
It's the Israelites.
the
Okay,
Jews.
and so then is the dog the woman?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So he calls her a dog, he insults her, forces her to grovel, and then he heals the child. He didn't have to do any of that. He could have just healed her.
Yeah, but I guess that's just his order.
I know his order is to be an asshole.
No, I meant like an order of like, this is what I have to help the kids first. Then you.
They're not
I
real
can do
kids, user. They don't exist. There's no children in this story.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. But he's doing like the people or whatever, the Israelites.
They're not there. This passage went entirely over your head.
So is this only the woman there?
There's no dog or children in this story.
Yeah,
The
so it's just
children
woman
and the
there.
dog are metaphorical entities in this discussion. They're using dogs and children as a comparison. It's just like if I said I shouldn't cast my pearls before swine, I'm not saying there's literally pearls and swine in the room with me.
I got you.
Well, let's talk about, I think, maybe the last thing on our docket for Jesus right now, which is what does a heathen like me have to do to get into heaven?
I guess just believe in God, on Jesus. I guess that's the thing.
But what if I
And
don't?
I really don't know. That's up to God, but
Well, what's the Bible saying?
yeah, you have to. He says he's the way. Like you have to go through to get to heaven. You have to go through
That's
him.
right. No man comes to the Father except through me, right? Unless you're born of the water and the Spirit.
You know,
Revelation,
the Bible.
the water and the Spirit.
That's what
We're
it
talking
says.
about the Book of John. It says, unless you're born of the
Yeah,
water and the Spirit. In the
no, I was just
passage with Nicodemus. So Revelation 21 says the same thing. The non-believers go to the lake of fire. So the reality is, if I don't believe in this sky zombie, I get to be lit on fire for the rest of eternity. Do you think that's just to light people on fire for eternity for not
Also,
believing in something?
like, there's also like purgatory,
Oh,
which is
did
I
you say
don't
you're
know.
Catholic?
Yeah,
Actually, if you're Catholic, I think there is a path forward for purgatory. But unfortunately, with purgatory, the Catholic Church never really did clearly define how it works.
okay, that's
What's your
true.
what's that?
Sorry,
Oh yeah,
the
cat
cat
is
is cute.
cute. So what's
Yeah.
your view on purgatory? Who goes there, and how long do they go there for?
Well, first of all, you know more than the Bible to me, but that my view on it is because I haven't like read into it, but I'm guessing people who are like, I guess, in a way of saying lukewarm in their spirit, faith, or whatever, will go to purgatory.
Okay, so who goes to hell then?
People like terrible people, like far away from God or goodness.
I would imagine the non-believers, because Revelation 21 says exactly that. It says the non-believers go to the lake of fire. So it might be that there are some believers that live very sinful lives, and then they have to go to purgatory, right? Whereas the non-believers, like myself, like we're done, we're
I
dead,
think
we're toast.
believers could still go to hell. Yeah, believers can still go to hell.
Well, I don't know if that's the case, but my point is, as a non-believer, even in Catholic doctrine, I don't really get a chance at going to heaven.
I wouldn't know because I don't know who goes. Like that's up to God. But my guess would be like you would have other chances. That would be my guess, which is
Uh,
probably purgatory or maybe not. But
well,
there are
let's
people you could put people in purgatory to help them. I don't know if
let,
they really if we get reincarnated or not, or like that's it. But
let's imagine for a minute then that there was such a thing as purgatory and people could go there that didn't believe. So why would
mhm.
Jesus need to die then? Why at all should this guy be killed?
Why does he have to die for all of us?
Yeah, if we can just go to purgatory and pay for our sins there, why is Jesus dying for anyone? In fact, it sounds like your view of the afterlife is solely based on whether or not you're like a real good person or a shitty person or somewhere in between, which is why that's going to determine if you end up in hell, purgatory, or heaven. If that's how you end up in the afterlife, then I fail to see what Jesus' death did for anyone.
So I guess it's basically no one was going to heaven until Jesus died.
You sure about that one?
Yeah, or like a small thin minority.
Oh,
Like it's probably still a small number too. You know what I
where
mean?
did Elijah go when he ascended?
I don't know. Is from the Bible? If he's a
Second
good person,
Kings,
probably heaven.
Second Kings chapter 2 goes to heaven,
Okay.
right? So that like I don't know if that really holds up. Now, Paul seemed to be of the opinion that the people that are died are like asleep in the ground, and then they'll be awoken at Jesus' return. That's First Thessalonians chapter 4. But the reality is, Jesus' death is meaningless if you can get into heaven or even purgatory without believing in Jesus.
Well, I'm not sure. I really don't know if who's going to heaven or not. That's what I mean. But like, yeah, if you have to, it still have to go through him, and like
Mm.
this it was a small number of people before Jesus, and now like anyone's invited because of Jesus.
Yeah, but could God have done that without Jesus? Why does he need to kill Jesus? Jesus' death still isn't explained.
No, there's a lot of stuff not explained, and my guess is also these are guesses, but like my guess is probably like rules and more yeah, like type of rules that we're not aware of that God follows. in whatever spiritual
Those
realm
were
you're in.
words, but I don't know what they have to do with the topic. So, to be
Oh,
sure,
okay.
in your worldview, that you have no answer for why Jesus had to die.
He died for, basically it's the ticket or token for our sins is because of all of our sins, and he
Why?
died as like sacrifice of it. He sacrificed himself for all of our sins, so we can get into heaven.
Okay, so then I don't have to believe in Jesus, and nobody has to believe in Jesus.
To get into heaven?
Yeah.
No, you still do, I think.
Okay, well then
But
if I have to
actually, there
believe
might be
in
people who
Jesus
don't.
to get into heaven, that means I'm not getting into heaven. See what just happened there? We just came all the way around the bend back at the beginning, which is I get
Yeah,
lit on
but I
fire forever if I don't
no,
believe in Jesus.
I got
You
you,
find,
but I
you did
still
it.
want. I don't know the rules though. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm not the one at the judgment day giving
Uh,
people like saying you're going to hell or you're going to hell. I wouldn't
Well,
know.
so
There
so
could be
you
Muslims who are in heaven. You know, I don't think all Muslims are bad people personally,
right.
or like other religions or Buddhists, and they probably still have a way or chance that I'm not aware of.
So I mean, you said that a couple of times that
Yeah,
only God makes that decision as to who gets into heaven. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna feel incredibly like Ray Comfort right now. Do you know where you're going? Are you going to heaven or are you going to hell?
Me? Oh, I don't know. I have no. Yeah, I don't even know where I'm going. If I had to guess, I'm guessing not heaven, just because I'm not like following all the complete rules. So I have
Okay,
to
so
keep striving to make it to heaven. You know,
you
it's a
believe in a faith that you've just resigned yourself to burning in hell
yeah,
or being
actually,
in purgatory?
yeah, actually, in my personal belief, it would be easier to not believe in God because like the chances of like
oh,
the stakes are higher.
that's not true.
Like
The
if
stakes are
like
not higher. I don't know what you're talking about because, like, for me,
yeah,
I don't
eternal
believe in God.
damnation.
No, I don't believe in God, and therefore I don't believe in hell. Right? I don't believe in the afterlife. So
No,
it
I
makes it
mean
incredibly easy because this life right now is the most important. Like me doing what I can to better my
no, yeah,
life and the lives of people around
that's
me.
what I mean. Like so like if I didn't believe in God, it would be easier to live my life. But now I'm always thinking about my where am I going after I die, and there's a slim chance like heaven is real, but I might not make it, and I have to keep striving to try to make it there. That you know.
Yeah. Well, listen, User Bling, we had a good time talking to you. We want to get on to some other guests, but thanks for coming
Yeah,
up
yeah,
and
go.
chatting.
Yeah, appreciate the conversation. It
Yeah,
was
sure
cool.
thing. Cheers,
All right,
man.
man.
He was nice enough. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and then we're gonna get Yaju Serial Giver into the chat. Bryce Aroni, my friend, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, in 1 Chronicles 21, Satan incites David to do the census, angering God, and while in 2 Samuel 24, God does the inciting, angering himself. But in 2 Samuel, God is angry with Israel before David did the census. Why? The text doesn't say. So, Bryce Aroni, you found more than one contradiction in this chapter. That's the first of the contradictions in these two chapters. But here's the problem with the text. We're not told why God was upset with Israel. We're not even told why it was a sin for David to take the census. So the reality is, it's kind of a baffling turn of events. The whole nonsense about the census, and then God turns around and kills 74,000 Israelites for David taking the census. Like, listen, if you're going to go kill these Israelites, don't use David as the pretext for murdering the Israelites. Just kill them. Just be done with it. You want what? You don't need a pretext. If you want to be an asshole, God, just go do the asshole stuff. You know, you don't have to make up an excuse. And Drew, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Big W, my friend. Thank you so much. Says tithe and offering for cat gods. Indeed. A fur. And Smack, good to see you. It says, chess like callers talk. Caller, F3, Justin. E6, caller, oh my god, how? You don't even believe these are real pawns. G4, Justin. QH4 checkmate. Caller, no, in context, my king didn't get captured. Is winning. That's exactly the situation. If these debates were a chess match, that's exactly what you'd be witnessing right now. And Adam, thank you for the SEK27 says, made you something, DM from Matadoran on Disco Peace. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, friend. And I apologize. This has been a crazy week, so I got a bunch of Discord messages hanging, but I promise I'll get to them. Beard of Empathy says, if a triune God is unable to change its mind, does that also mean that it cannot make decisions since they already know what they're going to do? Indeed, that is the case. An omniscient God cannot change its mind. It also means it can't think, which means Exodus 33, where God says that he has to, he's going to decide later what he's going to do with the people. He actually, at that point, admitted that he's not omniscient because he doesn't know it. Herbie, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, you don't do bigotry to ethnic groups, people of different sexualities or genders. You'll be telling me you're nice to animals next. I'm out of here with all that wokeism. Indeed, in fact, I am kind to animals. And Gay for Justin and Rock Hard for Doug. Well, big W, Herbie. Good to see you. And beautiful, beautiful Parakitten. Beautiful. And Rock Hard for Doug's with us. Good to see you, my friends. His irony, a carpenter dies by being nailed to a wooden cross after stating, whoever lives by the sword, die by the sword. That is one of my favorite ironies in all of the Bible. Good to see you, Rock Hard for Doug. And Wraith, good to see you. Rocking the lumberjack look. Now I have Monty Python jokes, and now you have to look that up to get it. Worth the $10 to make you do it. What? Rocking lumberjack? Are there lumberjacks in?
Is it Holy Grail? Or it's either Holy Grail or Life of Brian, I bet.
Oh, there's a lumberjack song done by the Monty Python. I've never heard of it before. I just looked it up now. Okay, I'm going to mark it for later so I don't forget. I can't play it right now because, in fact, I'll get my live stream taken down. But thank you for the reference, Wraith. I'll definitely listen to that as soon as the stream is over. And Jules saying, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, you can call me Julia. Well, Julia, welcome in. Big fan. First super chat. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm learning so much and appreciate everything you do. Rock hard for Dog. Gay for Justin, except straight. Hey, you can be straight for Justin. Thank you, Jules. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, and welcome to the community. And I've got 3 more super chats, and we're going to get Yaju in here. Jeff says, what up, Jay? Good to hear you. Godless, I'm behind enemy lines down here in Missouri. Oof. Being mixed doesn't help. No, it doesn't. LOL for all others in the Bible Belt. You are not alone. Justin, don't ever cook the meat.
Yeah, I think that's Mississippi, maybe?
Oh, Mississippi, not Missouri. What's Missouri? What's that one?
I
MO?
think that's MO.
Yeah, you're right. MS has got to be Mississippi. They're both super Bible Belt though, or Bible-ish, Bible-y, maybe. Ichabod.
Yeah,
so
sorry, I was just gonna say, in Mississippi you fuck your sister, in Alabama you fuck your cousin. Just everybody knows that the difference there.
Got to keep them straight. Ichabod, thank you for the $10 super chat. And guys, if you're not following Ichabod, make sure you do. In fact, if you're an ex-Christian from my generation, you probably bought albums with this man's voice on them. Yo, on December 13th, I'll be having a live convo with apologist who goes by the name of Christian Road Warrior. LOL, I hope you get a chance to pop in. Love DZ Debates. Well, thanks for letting me know. I'm going to plug it in. Let me write that down. December 13th. And now we know. Thanks for letting us know, Ichabod. I really appreciate that. And last super chat from our friend Verillion says, user, you're making your own Mosaic law. Jesus would not approve of you just as he did the Pharisees. That's actually a really good point. That is a really good point. He would not enjoy that. He wants you to follow those laws of Moses. All right, we're going to get our next guest in here. You might have seen this guest popping around TikTok before. Welcome in, Yaju.
What's going on, fellas? Peace, peace.
Yeah, Gio, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Yaju. Yaju Judah, which is the visible image of God.
Sure, Yajuju. Would it be okay to call him another name? Do we have to respect the name by saying like Adoniju, or can we just say Yaju?
No, you can just say Yaju.
Sure. Okay, and who is Yaju?
So Yaju is the one that's referred to in all prophecies pertaining to the Son of Man that's going to come in the last days and speak to us.
Oh, sure,
Basically showing us
yeah.
how to live.
When did Yaju live?
Well, he's alive now.
Where?
He lives in Atlanta. Originally, he was born in Baton Rouge, but now he lives in Atlanta, Georgia.
Sure, yeah. Can you get him to call in?
I don't have I can't get a hold of him right now. He's kind of busy, but I can most definitely. I sent you a follow, so I'll definitely refer him to your page next time if you want to talk to him directly.
Sure. So you think Yaju is both the Messiah and God?
Well, yes, and let me explain. The Messiah is the visible image of the invisible God because God is spirit. You can't see spirits. So in order for the Most High to manifest,
where did you get that idea
you
from?
have to be in a person.
Where did you get the idea from that it's written in what?
In Scripture, that Christ is the visible image of God.
In what part of the Scripture?
Hang on, I'll pull it up for you.
It's in the New Testament, the part that says Jesus is the Messiah. So am I to believe that you believe that Jesus came another time in the form of Yaju?
No.
Okay, was Jesus the guy in the Bible that lived in the 1st century? Was he the Messiah?
No.
Okay, so then Jesus was wrong. When he says, no man comes to the Father except through me, he was wrong on that.
No, it's just our understanding of how we read the Bible. Everyone reads it backwards. We read it like it's a history story.
Well, I didn't read it backwards. I asked you specifically, when Jesus says, no man comes to the Father except through me, who's me?
That's Yaju.
Me is Yaju? So Jesus is speaking for Yaju?
So prophecy is speaking for a future
Well, I asked you a yes or no
called
question. When Jesus says me, how do I know that it's about Yaju and not actually Jesus? Talking about reading it backwards. This is crazy.
Well,
I'm asking you from the text.
I can address both parts.
If I'm reading a text where some guy talks about himself in the first person using the word me, what indicator in the text would lead me to believe that me means somebody 2,000 years later and not the person speaking?
The same way you can read later on in Revelation how it's written, he had a name written that no one knew but he himself. And we know that that's talking about the King of Kings.
So that didn't actually address my question. My question is, if I'm reading a text and in the text the person says me, what in that text would lead a person to believe that me is anyone other than the speaker?
Your own imagination.
Yeah, we got it. You're right. Your own imagination, which means you're imagining something into the text that's not actually there.
Well, no, what I mean by that is we all have been imagining this Christ or this Jesus, even though no one has seen him and no one has heard from him, which is a graven image. Exactly what.
Yeah, because he's a liar and a fraud. There is no Messiah because the God of the Hebrews doesn't exist.
Well, not until the last days. This is just written in Hebrews chapter 1:1.
There is no last days. The Bible says the last days were when Jesus was alive. So the last days were supposed to be when Jesus was alive. Everybody in the New Testament stated that they were in the last days then, not the last days now. They weren't in the last days then, And we're still not in the last days now. Our universe is going to go on for trillions and, well, literally forever. There's no end to our universe.
So you don't believe the last days ever happened?
No, and they never will happen.
Okay, so we both can agree on that part in the sense that it didn't happen in the past, but you simply choosing to believe that it will never happen. You're basically saying you don't believe that we would ever have a righteous earth or a righteous world. The meek will never inherit the earth according to your beliefs.
No, they certainly won't. In fact, the sun will inherit the earth in about 1 billion years when it destroys it.
So then, my question I really want to ask you, because I speak to atheists all the time, and they obviously don't believe in God. For someone not to believe in God or not to believe that the scriptures are true, why is it that people are still so compelled to talk about it? Why can't you just move on?
Because we have to live in a society with people like you with crazy ass beliefs. And then you, like, not you specifically, but believers think that they should legislate it from the government. They should force it on our children. They should come knocking door to door and try to convert people into their cult. That's why we do this. If you live in a society where 70% of people in society believed in vampires and wanted you to follow vampire laws and wanted to teach your children about vampires, do you think maybe you might be compelled to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be fucking worshiping vampires?
If I knew the truth, yes.
Exactly. Yeah. There you go. And we do know the truth. The truth is that the sky carcass Jesus has been dead for 2,000 years. He wasn't the Messiah. There is no Messiah. The messianic prophecies will never come true. In fact, most of the so-called messianic prophecies of the Hebrew Bible, a lot of them are dated. The most keen of them from Ezekiel. Ezekiel talks specifically about the reign of the Messiah. And just prior to that mentions that these prophecies are all imminently about to take place. And then they don't take place because the God of the Old Testament doesn't exist. They were inventing a God the same way you're inventing a Messiah.
So, do you know the origins of these prophecies in terms of what
Nobody
land they came from?
nobody knows for sure because we don't have any texts that are even remotely as old as the prophets themselves. So Ezekiel would have been one of the exilic prophets. We don't really have a text that would indicate that he could write pre-exilic Hebrew. But as for some of the pre-exilic prophets, it's even worse. When you go to like Hosea, you go to Isaiah, at least first Isaiah, we have no indication that these texts were actually penned during that, specifically during that time period, or at least that they remained unaltered between the date of authorship and the date that we actually have the written text. They're all written in post-Babylonian exilic Hebrew.
Would you agree with me that the Vatican Empire is primarily responsible for issuing these Bibles as well as our understanding of their doctrine?
No, not even remotely true.
So would you okay, if that's not remotely true, would you say that the Roman Empire, which is the Pope, is the head of Christianity and Catholicism? Would you say that?
He's the head of Catholicism, not Christianity.
So who would you say the head of Christianity is?
There isn't one.
Okay, so let's go with this for a second. We have a guy, a Pope,
Jesus says he's
who is
the
the head
head.
of the well, you don't believe in Jesus, so it doesn't matter. We
No,
have a
in
guy,
your
the Pope, who
worldview, in my worldview, it doesn't matter because none of this is real. In your worldview, you must believe that Jesus is the head of the church. That's what he says, or that's what Paul says.
no, 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 no. That's not where I'm getting at. I'm having a more real conversation on, because
Is
that's
it?
really why I want to come up. Yeah. Well, a real life conversation is looking at the world around us. So the Pope is the head of the Catholic Church. And if you didn't know, Christianity ultimately adheres to all the standards and practice and doctrines that come from Catholicism. For instance, Christmas or the Sabbath being on Sunday. So it's clear that these things come from this person who people call Father. Now, we know that this man and these doctrines are lies because no one can
Wait.
confirm Jesus'
What
birthday.
what are you talking about? Are you not aware that these traditions developed like some of them prior to Constantine's councils? if you read the letters of Constantine, he clearly indicates that one of the reasons why he wants to do some of his reforms is because they're already practicing a lot of these things, and he wants to codify them as being official so that people won't be confused in the kingdom. He can unify his kingdom under a particular practice. One of those practices was to unify the practice of Easter, because they were already doing Passover, but they had a special version of Passover, and he didn't want it to get confused with the Jewish version of Passover. So he said, listen, for now on, we're going to make a distinction between the Christian version and the Jewish version. That way people actually know. He did a lot of stuff to clean up what they were already doing. He didn't like impose on Christians like new things that they have never heard of.
So, and this is making my point. Mankind has been doing what mankind thinks they need to do in the sight of what they feel is God. But this is exactly what the prophecy warned us would happen. We would go and take
What prophecy?
knowledge.
Show me the prophecy.
Let me. Well, it's all throughout the book, even starting with the beginning in the garden. How
Well, show me it.
information was made available.
Show me the prophecy.
Well, I can't show you, but I can tell you.
Well, I don't want you to tell
I
me. I
can
want
tell
you
you
to.
now.
I want you to show me, because just saying there's a prophecy is meaningless until you can show me the prophecy. Like if you think fulfilled prophecy is special, you got to start with which prophecy got fulfilled.
Well, let me first. I'm making my point.
I don't think it's a very good point. So you can't show me a prophecy then. Is what you're saying.
How I can show you the prophecy, but if
You said
allow
you
me to make
can
my
or
point,
can't?
it'll make a. I can.
Okay, because I don't want you to tell me about it. I want you to show it to me. Where is it?
So what do you want me to show you?
The prophecy. You said you had a prophecy. I'd love to see it. Listen, if your special Messiah from Atlanta, Georgia, fulfilled some prophecies, I'd love to see which prophecy he fulfilled.
So I didn't say that. When I mentioned as it's written in prophecy, we would go into information prematurely and make our own determination of what is right and what was wrong. This is illustrated in the Garden of Eden. If you listen, I'm basically telling you where it is. It's in the story of the Garden of Eden.
Why would I think that the Garden of Eden is a prophecy?
Well, that's up to you to decide. But ultimately, all the scriptures are
Well,
prophecies.
no,
They're
that's not an answer to the question. Why would I think that stories are prophecies?
Why would you think that God isn't real?
That doesn't answer the question. Try again. Why would I think that a story is a prophecy?
I cannot think for you. I mean, it's up for you to make your
I didn't ask you to think for me. I asked you, why would a rational human being think that a story is a prophecy?
Because all throughout the Bible is written, it's prophecy. These are dreams and visions that were given to mankind concerning
they're not.
The last days.
No, they're not. Prophecies are a specific genre. You're saying they're all prophecies. I want you to demonstrate that is the case. Is the Epic of Gilgamesh a prophecy?
I've never read it. I don't know what that is.
Is the Iliad a prophecy?
I don't know. I came up here to talk about the Bible and God. I don't know about those things, bro.
Is the Quran a prophecy?
I don't know. I don't know about the Quran. Oh, well, actually, let me take that back. Let me take that back. I haven't read the Quran, but according to Yaju, yes, the Quran is also an end-day prophecy.
It's not.
Okay.
The Quran does contain some prophecies for the end times, specifically ones that fail, but the Quran itself is not a prophecy. A prophecy is a specific form of speech. So you can't just take any book a prophecy is, in such and such number of years, this will happen. That's a prophecy. When you specifically talk about events that are going to happen in the future, that's called prophecy. If I said 77 years ago, that's not a prophecy, that's a story.
So is it not written in the book multiple times, it shall come to pass? Is that a yes or a no?
If you talk specifically about the future, that statement can be prophetic, but that doesn't make the entire book a prophecy. So
again, my question is it not written in the book that it shall come to pass?
Yes, and the book contains some prophecies, but that doesn't mean that the entire book is a prophecy. There are multiple genres within the book. Some of them are prophetic. Some of them are not prophetic. Some of them are songs. Some of them are lamentations. Some of them are proverbs. Some of them are wisdom. Some of them are just histories.
So how do you know which ones are prophecy?
It's not even hard. A prophecy is a prediction for the future. So that is a specific type of speaking. When I say this will happen in the future, you know I'm giving you a prophecy. If I said 10 years ago this happened, that is not a prophecy. That's a history.
So in Hebrews chapter 1, verses 1 and 2, I want you to tell me is this prophecy? I mean, if you feel like it.
Go
So
for
in
it.
the past, God spoke to our ancestors through the prophet, but in these last days, he has spoken to us through the Son of Man. Is that a prophecy or not?
Nope.
Okay. Why isn't it?
Because it's a statement. It's a statement of fact. Statements
But
of
you said that
fact
the
are
last
not
days
prophetic.
but you did, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you say
I
the
think
last days
you're
never
confused
occurred?
about how prophecies work.
Well, let's just take one statement at a
So
time.
so the author of
Didn't you say
Hebrews
earlier
thinks
that the
that
last
he's
days
in
hasn't?
the author of Hebrews thinks that he's in the last days. And he says such later on in the book. As did Paul, as did everybody else in the New Testament. They all thought they were in the very last days. So he's talking about the last days because he thinks he's in them and he's not. So he's saying long ago, that's not prophecy, that's history. Long ago, God spoke to our ancestors in many and various ways by the prophets. But in these last days, he has spoken to us by a son. Again, this is a statement of fact. This is not a prediction for the future. Whom he appointed heir of all things, through whom he also created the worlds. He didn't say anything about future events in here.
Previously, did you state that the last days have never occurred?
He can't follow. Is
Oh,
it
I know. I very much so can.
either
You know
you're
I can.
disingenuous, or you're being like purposely obtuse, or you literally can't follow. So again,
but you
the
see what I'm- but
author
you
of
see
the
what
book
I'm
of
saying is, so I have
Hebrews,
to-
no, I see what you're saying, and I know that you're wrong. So the author of the book of Hebrews thinks that he is in the last days. He thinks it is soon about to end. Chapter 10, have you read it?
No. Did you state earlier that the last days have not
It
occurred
says,
yet?
you see the day drawing near.
I don't know.
The author of
That's
Hebrews was wrong. That's the problem. So because the author of Hebrew was wrong about being in the last days, that doesn't mean that the author of Hebrews is making a prophecy for the future. So your logic is flawed. You don't know how prophecy
believe that
works.
the-
And rather than admitting that the author of Hebrews was a numbskull, you're like, no, he can't be a numbskull. It must be a secret coded prophecy for the future. But that's not how prophecies work.
Do you believe that the last days have already happened?
I already told you no. There will be no last days ever.
Okay. Great. You don't believe the last days have happened, but you're reading a book that says the last days have already occurred, and you're telling me with certainty that this is a fact.
We know this.
Now,
yeah,
why
because
does that not sound right?
Because we know that the universe isn't going to cease to exist. There is no last day. The book that you're reading that you don't even know how to read is full of failed predictions. There's no evidence for the God. The God in the book is a contradiction, and contradictions don't exist. So the fact that I don't believe this book has nothing to do with whether or not I can interpret words. I know how words work, and I know how prophecies work. You don't just go into a book and say it's a prophecy because you want it to be a prophecy. That's childish and infantile.
So how did you go into a book that is written in Revelation that no man in heaven, nor in earth, nor under the earth could open the book? How were you able to open the book?
That's not the Bible. Revelation is not referring to the Bible. The Bible didn't exist when Revelation was written.
So what book is it referring to?
It's not a book, it's a scroll.
So what scroll is it referring to?
It's certainly not the Bible because no one knows it.
But you don't know the answer, but you know it's not the Bible.
No, we know it's not the
I have
Bible
no further
because
questions.
only
I
Jesus
have
can
no
open
further
the
questions.
scroll. I don't know if you bothered to read Revelation, but this is an end time vision, which means it's not opened until Jesus opens it. The only one who's ever seen
Well,
what's
you
in
said,
that
hey,
scroll is in fact Jesus. So
well, you
saying
hit the
it's
nail on
about
the
the
head with that
Bible
one.
is preposterous. John couldn't be writing about the Bible. The Bible didn't exist yet, not for another 300 years. Well, 200 years.
Well, hey, like I said, you hit the nail on the head with that one. I think that's enough for now. I appreciate you having me up. Maybe next time we can have a more in-depth conversation.
I want to know what your Messiah did to become the Messiah.
He laid down his life. He laid down his ambitions.
No, so he didn't die.
Nope.
Okay, so he just became a cult leader.
At least not according to your understanding. I mean,
Did he
I would like to
Did he
explain it.
fulfill this actual prophecy? It says, "My servant David shall be king over them. They shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever." Did he do any of that?
It's being done right now, yes.
Oh, is he in Israel right now as we speak?
No, Israel is not a literal place.
It
Israel
is.
a people.
No, it's a literal place.
Well, if you know the answers,
it's actually
then you shouldn't
specifically,
really
it says,
have
"They
to.
shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob." Where's the land that God gave to Jacob? What do we call it?
Well, I think so
It sounds like you don't
it'll
know.
probably.
So we'll try again. You can take your
Well,
time. You can chat GPT it if you need to, or you can pray to your Messiah. Where is the land that God gave to Jacob? Where do we find it?
it's a mystery,
It is a mystery. Is lying a sin in your
and
cult?
it's not something that you can go into a book and read and determine.
It
for yourself.
is. Yeah. Where in the Bible do you think we can find God promising land to Jacob?
You can't go in the Bible and find anything but deception.
Do you think the Bible's true?
The Bible is true, but the
whole Bible is deception. So the Bible's true, except it's nothing but deception. Unless you follow my favorite cult leader. If you follow my favorite Yaju cult leader, then you get this new interpretation that only us true believers have, and everybody else, you just missed out on the special knowledge. But we're special. Do you feel good about yourself that you're the only one on earth right now, you and your little cult that follow the true Messiah? Does that make you feel good at night?
Well,
Does it make you feel like your mom told you were special and now it's coming true?
Don't let my words offend you. I can tell you're getting a little offended, but
They don't.
like I said,
they don't offend me.
We spend enough time.
What I'm doing is I'm helping you to understand that what's happening in your life. That what's happening in your life is you're choosing a stupid path because it makes you feel good. See, you think that being in this cult makes you smarter than others. It makes you more special than others.
Drop now. You can keep going though, man.
And in reality, it just makes you clownish. Okay. Well, are you converted, John? I nearly converted. I don't know about anyone else.
Honestly, I feel like I've insulated myself because I've been having to make my son his dinner and everything, and so yeah, I'll go with it. Totally convinced. I'm Yaju Christian or whatever now.
Yeah, we got some converts. All right. All right, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Bryce Aroni, thank you for the additional super chat, my friend. Says, faith is key to salvation, but if I don't already have it, then how am I supposed to get it? That's a very good question. They say faith comes by hearing and hearing by the word. But the reality is the more I read the word, the less faith I have. So that can't be true. Christians can't answer that. They say pray, but that can't work. New Testament says you have to pray with faith. So it's the chicken and the egg. Yes, you nailed it, right? You can't believe this book unless the Holy Spirit enables you to believe this book. But you can't have the Holy Spirit unless you already believe this book. It's just it's a nonsensical circular salvation model. It's poppycock. And Crispy Heretic, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. And Sonus, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the 666 ARS. Says Justin, guest says a wrong thing. Justin explains how the total opposite is the truth. Guest, that's what I'm saying. Makes me mad. I know, Sonus. I know. This was not a man that has spent a whole lot of time thinking deeply about these things. This is a man who was told how to think about things. Alex, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, last year I was very Christian and always defended Christ, but since I started watching you, I started rethinking, and last month I became an atheist. Now I no longer wait in my life saying God will fix it. I now take action. Hell yeah, Alex, that's what I'm talking about. Stop waiting around for the cloud cadaver to come and save you. He's not coming. He couldn't save himself. He's dead. He's worm food. He's fertilizer. Never coming back, my friend. Welcome to the ranks. We got funny hats and bacon, just like the Catholics. You don't have to go anywhere for that. Eggnog says, when I was last in America, I was surprised how many Americans didn't know what capsicum is. Oh, capsicum? What's capsicum? Are we supposed to know what this is? Now I gotta look it up.
I have no idea. That's a new word for me.
Apparently, it's a genus of flowering plant. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I have no idea. I don't know a whole lot of botany or anything like that. But I mean, now we know. Thank you for the information. And Texas Panhandler, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, wasn't John the Baptist the head of Christianity? Amazing beheading joke. Amazing beheading joke. And you know what? To be fair to John, when people talk about Christian martyrs, John gets left out a lot, which is sad because technically he was the first and maybe one of the most like horrifically murdered of them. And to be fair, like we know for sure that he died. Like we know what happened to him, like in history. He lost his head. Ekib says, please don't insult people's manner of speech, even if it obviously a fake one. Who? What? Me? I didn't insult someone's speech, did I? If I did, I'm sorry. Dre says, first, horrors for life. Also, as you were deconstructing, did you ever go through a time after Jesus that you believed in the Bible God that he was evil? No, never. That never made sense to me. I did believe in a generic God for a bit after I left the faith, but never believed in an evil God. That just, it didn't work for my brain. Frag says, all hail the holy horizontal. All praise the virtuous vertical. There's no schism. Rock hard for Doug. Hell yeah, Fraggle. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you for that. Remember, friends, there's no schism. And Daniel says, for anyone interested in biblical Hebrew, I'm pretty sure Dan McClellan recently dropped a course for that on his website. Oh, I didn't know he was doing biblical Hebrew now. Good. We need some people teaching it because it's so helpful. It really is, even if you just learn the basics. And Mostly Gizzard says, as a kid, we sang a church song that mentioned deep and wide about a mountain. Now I know it was a prophecy about the whores and the verts being the truth. Indeed. That every time we uncover the truth of Bible and Christian history, it turns out that it's actually prophesying Doug the Rock. And Drudel says, Jesus, not from David and Jeconiah curse seems 100% solid, but seldom used as arguments alongside failed prophecy. Is there a reason? Not so solid. Drudels, I guess you haven't been around here very long. We talk about this on my stream a lot. I don't know what streams you've been around, but we bring this up probably at least once a week. It's a very common talking point here. But yes, you're right. The curse of Jeconiah disqualifies Jesus, and it's quite clear, very clear, that Jesus wasn't even from the line of David. And so adoption doesn't count. It's got to be from the actual seed of David, according to the prophecy. I'm going to grab 3 more super chats, and we're going to get our next guest in here. Beard of Empathy says, my family has always called the attempts for a kitten to nurse snoodling. I have a 6-year-old cat who still does it. Still cute. Rock hard for Doug. Diagonal for the win. Well, snoodling is a good word for it. I kind of like that. I might call it snoodling as well. I like that. I think it's a good description too, because it's kind of cute at the same time. Hank says, caller, Jesus calling a desperate woman a bitch was peak love. Yeah, audience was a face planting on that one. That was a tough one That was tough to swallow. Michael says, how many communions do you have to do before you've eaten a whole Jesus? Rockhard Rug, this is a good question. How much cannibalism do I have to commit before, like, Jesus is deep inside me, you know? And Valve...
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to add, my concern is not even like how much communion do I have to take in order to eat a whole Jesus. I worry about which communion wafer is Jesus's asshole, because like that's the one that you don't want to eat. Like that one's gonna taste like shit, definitely.
Yeah, that's not the yeah. You got to be careful. If you get a bad wafer, I think that's probably the situation. Last super chat from Valve said, recently brought the layman's parallel New Testament thoughts on the book. Well, so my understanding of the layman's parallel is it's just a parallel. I don't think there's study notes in it. So, like, parallels are fine. Let me see which ones are in this though. It is on Amazon. It looks like an older Bible. And it says it's a KJV, NIV, Living Bible, NRSV. I mean, it'd be fun. I personally wouldn't find it useful, but it'd be fun. If I was going to get a parallel Bible, I would get one that included the Old Testament as well. This one might include the Old Testament. Yours says it's just a New Testament, but they have them for the whole thing. But yeah, listen, it's fun to compare translations. I think it's a good time. But I personally, this is just me speaking for me, I don't think I personally would care to waste money on the parallel Bible, because we got the internet now. All right. The person I was going to bring in next left. They're not in the queue anymore. So I think it's going to be Hidden Shadows and then Miriam in that order. Or Hidden in the Shadows. There we go. Hidden's been waiting for a minute. So hopefully they'll be able to connect. Maybe. 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 Not so much. Okay, they must be gone. Well, Hidden, coming back if you get the opportunity to. And we're going to move on to our next guest, which should be Miriam from the YouTube queue. Miriam, welcome. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome.
There's some background noise though. I'm not sure what that is. Is there a fan or something going on?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was. It can be a long time to like get on your stream. So I was playing a game. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying there. I mean, I don't hear the game. It sounds like there's a fan in the background, like a.
Oh, let me try to fix that. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Is that better?
No, but we'll be okay. In fact,
okay, sorry about that.
I might be able to do some tweaking on your audio to fix it. But all right. So, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 36. I'm a polytheist.
Okay, and any like particular type of polytheist? Do you believe in like the Greek gods or the Norse pagan gods? Like, what's your variety?
So the ones that I follow typically are the Norse side of things. Yes.
Okay, and what do you think would be the best evidence for the Norse gods existing?
So I think that that's a good question. What are you looking for existence?
Well, I mean, anything that you would count as evidence. Like, what convinced you that the Norse gods existed?
Yeah. So I have a pretty strong experience in terms of like how I viewed like reality or the gods or whatever. Sure.
Can you share? I'm trying to figure out.
I'm,
Okay, let me
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
let me start out this way. Okay,
Sure,
I'm
sure,
gonna say a sentence and leave a blank at the end. The
sure.
Norse gods are real because of blank. Fill in the blank.
The Norse gods are real because I had an experience of them.
Okay. And would you admit
Sure.
then that also everyone who has an experience with their God is real too? So like if you had
Yes.
experience with Jesus, Jesus is real. If you had experience with Vishnu, Vishnu is real. So you believe in all possible gods then.
Yes. Sure.
Granted, even though they like their religions disagree with each other, they're like mutually
Uh.
exclusive.
Oh, so we can get into like we can get into like a shit. Sorry. Like why certain gods can't or cannot exist, or or like into like a specific like literature or whatever. Sure.
Well, what I'm saying is if the
Hmm.
Christian God is incompatible with other gods existing, how is it possible that the Christian God exists and the other incompatible gods also exist?
Oh, so I don't I don't think that the Christian gods, at least the triomni god, exists.
Okay, so you don't believe that all gods exist. So if someone said that that
Mm.
Jesus visited me, what is Jesus? Because Christians believe that Jesus is a Trinity, and that the Trinity only has 3 members, not 1,000.
Yeah, if someone said to me like the triomni god Jesus like visited me, like I would just be like, no.
Right, right. So then the question is, why is your
Mhm.
personal experience more valid than the Christian personal experience?
It's not necessarily.
Okay, so then how would I know? Like, I'm a third party here.
Sure.
Christians give me their experience stories all the time. How would I know, as an outside observer, that your experience is true and theirs is not?
I don't think I'd be able to prove that to you.
Okay. So you would probably understand then, from my point of view, anything you
Yeah.
tell me about your experience is like, I'm going to treat it the same way you're going to treat Christian's experience.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that being said, what's your experience?
Uh, I mean, I don't really talk about it, but sure.
Oh. So we have nothing. You have nothing to convince me
Yeah.
with.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
I am a
So
little confused by something though.
sure.
Well, because you said that that you believe if somebody had an experience with their personal God, then that God would
Hmm.
exist. But then you affirm that the triomni gods of Christianity do not exist. But would it be correct to say that you can't um, exactly explain to us like why they wouldn't
Oh,
exist? It just
oh,
kind of seems
so
like you're stating it.
so the reason I think a tri-omni god does not exist is because it's contradictory and not able to actually exist in the real world. The god, I like omnipotent, omni like present, like it doesn't make sense. Like it like contradicts itself, right? So
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm not convinced that the Bible God is triomni, but I think that's another discussion for another time. Listen, Miriam,
sure.
it sounds like you don't really have a good argument for why I would believe in your God. So we don't really have anywhere to go with the conversation. And I am looking for people that specifically want to debate me with, like, facts, evidence, logic about why their God exists, So I
Okay,
need
sure.
people that will get up here and kind of fight with me.
Okay, yeah, sure. If that's the direction you want the whatever conversation to go, like sure.
Fair enough. But hey, thanks for coming and being nice, okay?
Yeah. Have a good night.
I have found that every polytheist I've talked to typically they're pretty nice people. Stark contrast to the Philbro theist and the Orthodox theist typically.
Yeah, I've actually got a few polytheistic friends, and they're always like really cool and chill. And a lot of people criticize me, like, "Why don't you ever go after the polytheists or anything like that?" And I'm like, because they're not assholes. That's why.
Yeah, and plus they don't typically call in because they don't really
Right.
care to persuade you, right? Let me grab a couple super chats.
Yeah.
We're gonna.
Typically not. Sorry, I'll mute it.
No, you're okay. You're okay. JK says, my company is currently making suspension springs for the new Slate trucks. Oh, shit. That's a lot of fun. I liked the design of the Slate trucks, but their battery is so damn small, there's no range. It's only good for, like, farting around town. Until they put out one where you can get, like, 300 plus miles of range, no one's going to buy it. It's just it's a Tonka toy. Praise Doug, even though he's not very springy, he's not. But you know what? The kittens love playing with kitten springs. So big W there. And Roosh says, hey, Justin, what is the Eridu Genesis? Is it older than the Sumerians? No, it's not older than the Sumerians and Babylonians. It comes from Mesopotamia. And it's just one of the other creation accounts. It specifically includes the Deluge. And you can find free copies of it to read on the internet. It's widely published and available. I definitely recommend reading it. I read the Eridu Genesis every couple years just to just kind of refresh some of the names and the events because it comes up in other literature. So it's worthwhile to go read it. That and the Epic of Gilgamesh. Dexter says, spending late Thanksgiving and early Christmas with my family. Well, happy holidays. Happy holidays from my family to yours. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Dexter. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a good time with your family. That's the best part about the holidays. Wax says, been trolling Christian live streams, asking them to explain Matthew 24:34. It's hilarious. I know, Wax. They can't do it. This is why we bring it up so often. They have no real explanation for it. And Heathen Reason says, listening to DZ on a Friday night while making my grandmother's famous Christmas cookies. What a fantastic way to kick off the weekend. Hell yeah. I love Christmas cookies. If there's one tradition I would never in a million years ever get rid of, it's Christmas cookies, baby. But I got one rule. One rule and one rule only. I don't make hard Christmas cookies. They got to be soft. I get it. You think that I would want rock hard cookies because I'm rock hard for Doug? No. I want soft, chewy cookies. If you get me a rock hard cookie, then you better give me some coffee to dip that motherfucker in because hard cookies aren't cookies. That's my 2 cents on the whole thing. Atlas, thank you for the $5 super chat. John, you got something to say on that, don't you?
No, I was just laughing about your comment on the cookies.
Atlas said to my dude, let's read Leviticus together. He looked at me funny and told me, "What? That's your Justin talking." Leviticus is so much fun. Just go, if you really want fun, go read chapter 18, 19, and 20. You'll have a blast. Just those 3 chapters alone, you'll have a riot. And Lucas says, why do some languages change over time, such as English, Portuguese, but not others like math and logic? Greetings from Brazil. So, because, well, they do, by the way. All spoken languages change because the meanings of words are what we want them to be. And so, for example, back in the early 2000s, when we had phones with T9 texting, we invented short codes and we invented new ways of referring to things because it was more convenient. We could do the same thing with math. We could literally just use different symbols to indicate the same thing. And we do. We've got Roman numerals. We've got binary. We've got hexadecimal. We've got standard, English lettering. So yeah, we do constantly invent new languages for math. And logic would be the same way, except, we would explain logic the same way, just using different words. It'd still be an evolving language. The concept behind it stays the same, though. Just like the concept behind the cup doesn't change, our way of explaining it does. Trent says, do you know of Shadrach by Beastie Boys? I love Beastie Boys, but I don't recognize what that tune is. A song comparing themselves to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I'm sure I've heard it because I've got like their complete works, but I can't say that I recognize the name of the song.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty cool song. I think it's on their License to Ill album. So yeah, it's got a pretty cool like I guess little hook for it because it's all three of the Beastie Boys. They go Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. It's pretty cool.
I have to give it a re-listen. It's been a minute. I got 2 more super chats, and we're going to get our guest in here, Steph. Dave says, "Hi, Justin. What are your best arguments against U.S. being a Christian nation? Is Article 11 in Treaty of Tripoli one of them? Keep cooking." Well, Dave, you've asked a very long-winded question. Or sorry, you asked a question that really deserves a long-winded answer. The reality is, we're not a Christian nation specifically. Christianity is not mentioned in any of our official documents, and it shouldn't be, because we're not a Christian nation. We were specifically separated from the church. Our government is separate from our church. Now, you can say most of the citizens were Christian, and maybe that was true. That certainly was the case. And maybe most of the founding fathers were Christian. Sure, that certainly could be the case. But did they intend for this country to be a Christian country? No, of course not. That's why our documents specifically prohibit it. But yeah, I mean, not just that. There's lots of other documents you can point to that would demonstrate, even letters from some of the founding fathers indicate that no, the intention was not to make a Christian nation. But the reality is, in a democracy, the fun thing about a democracy is it doesn't matter if the founding fathers intended us to be a Christian nation. It's kind of irrelevant what they intended our religion to be. Once we've determined as a people group that the religion is no longer true, that I could give fuck all about what the founding fathers believed. The founding fathers intended for slavery to be part of our country, and see, we said fuck with that. So just because the founding fathers wanted something to be a way doesn't mean we have to make it be that way. And Ratio says, Christians, let's protect kids. Also Christians, let's legalize the torture of kids, aka conversion therapy. Otherwise, I'm being persecuted. That Ratio, you fucking nailed it. You nailed it. We should be allowed to do whatever we want with the children. And it's not abuse because it's under the guise of religion. Also, you fucking leftists hate children. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What are you going to do? All right, let's get Stepha Lucas in here. How you doing, Steph? Are you
How
at
you
least
doing, man?
18? And do you believe in God?
Yes. 27, I believe in God, not Yah Jew. I believe in Jesus. And that is, I'm just making a joke. But
No,
yeah,
trust
man.
me, he was something special, and not in the good way, not the way his mom told him.
I think Jesus is more believable than Yah Jew. I don't know from your perspective, but I was
Listen,
actually on
I
Ian's
agree.
podcast also. Yeah. I was actually
Yeah,
on Ian's podcast
oh,
also just now, and
okay.
you were featuring there also. So nice to see you again.
Fair enough. So, what do you think is the most compelling argument for Christianity being true?
So my argument with Ian was also like the moral standards in the that we live by. But then he quoted a verse the whole time that I misinterpreted, and one of your chat also said Matthew 24 verse 34, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That verse, and the context of that verse, for me, that's, if I read it in context, is talking about the end times, and God is saying that the people that live in those, or not the end times, when he's coming back with the trumpets and everything.
It is. I know, we agree. Yeah, but he said it was happening
Yeah.
imminently.
Yeah, and that generation will not pass away until God does.
Oh
the
no,
things he
that's
wants
certainly
to do
not the
there.
case. He didn't say
Is
that
it not the case?
generation. He said this generation, not that generation. Like
Yeah,
so,
but he's talking.
one is
Yeah, yeah.
near and one is far. This is here. That is there. So he said this generation, not that generation.
Yeah, but if I talk about A and I talk about A in the first person, I'm going to say this. If I've been talking about a certain generation in the last, when I'm coming back in 20 years, this generation, I understand your point. But I think it's like a Hebrew thing. I think it was talking about the, if you read the different, like if you read the Amplified version, it talks about the generation that is going to live in that time. I only have the Afrikaans Bible. in front of me because I'm in
the
South
amplified
Africa.
version isn't a translation. I mean, it is a translation. They're adding their own thoughts into it. That you shouldn't be reading that. That's useless.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the reality is, if it's referring to the future generation, that means his statement's meaningless, and he's an idiot for saying it. Because yeah, we agree. The generation that's alive when he comes back, we know they're alive. That's trivially true.
Yeah.
No one has to say that. So this statement is only sensible if you think that it's a time marker for the current generation, and all the rest of the New Testament agrees that Jesus is coming back basically within their lifetime. He says it again in Matthew 16. He says it again in Matthew 10:23. Paul mentions it in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. He mentions it again in 1
Yes.
Corinthians chapter 7.
Yes, I understand that, but I don't even have all the knowledge. It's something that amazes me while I'm listening. I've been listening like 2 hours to this. I don't know how long you've been online, but it felt like 2 hours. But you guys know the Bible pretty well. For atheists, you guys know a lot more than I know. But yeah, man, I just think it's a moral thing. I think you guys reference Ray Comfort also. I like his argument also because it goes back to human nature.
Banana
And
Man?
Yeah, sorry?
Banana Man, you know about his atheist worst nightmare skit, don't you?
No, I don't know about it.
You don't know? No one told you? Oh
There's
no.
a whole
Do-
book about it.
I think we okay. Whew, hold on.
Banana Man. I'm new to this whole debate thing on TikTok. Like I haven't been on social media for a while, so this is something new for me.
All right, so I'm probably gonna get my live stream
When you really look at the
taken
evidence,
down for this. Let's see if I can even play
and
this.
I've since
I don't even
learned
know
that
if
when you really
anyone
look
can
at the
hear it.
evidence, the
I
truth
see,
is
but
it
I'll
takes
go
more
look it up. I'll
faith
go look
to
it
be an
up.
atheist than it does
Can
to
you guys
believe in
hear it?
God.
Can
You've
you
really got
hear
to
the
ignore the
video?
facts. It's funny how we equate the word atheism with intellectual.
Put a yes in the comments
It's
if you can
exact
hear the
opposite.
video playing.
That's right.
Yeah, we can.
Look,
hear
I have
it.
an intellectually stimulating theory.
Okay.
It's my theory of where the soda can may have come from.
This is the atheist's worst nightmare. I'm sure I'm gonna get
Billions of years
demonetized
ago,
for
there was a
this.
big bang in space. Nobody knows what caused the big bang. It just happened. And from this bang issued this huge rock. On top of the rock
I can't
was
hear
found
it.
a sweet
In
brown
fact, let
bubbly
me
Oh,
change
we
substance.
can. We can hear
And
it.
over millions of years,
I can hear it
aluminum
now.
crept up the
I
side,
can hear it.
formed itself in a can, then a lid, and then a tab. And then millions of years later, red paint, blue paint, white paint fell from the sky and formed itself into the words 12 fluid ounces.
We gotta fast
not
through this
litter.
nonsense.
You're saying, what are you doing? You're
well-
insulting. There are 3 ridges. On the close side, 2 ridges. If you get your hand ready to grip a banana, you'll find on the far side there are 3 grooves, on the close side 2 grooves. The banana and the hand are perfectly made one for the other. You'll find the maker of the banana, Almighty God, has made it with a non-slip surface. It has outward indicators of inward contents: green, too early; yellow, just right; black, too late. Now, if you go to the top of the banana, you'll find, as with a
Somebody
soda can
pre-cut
makers,
that banana, I
placed a tab at
guarantee
the
it.
top. So God has placed a tab at the top.
I've never
When you
seen a
pull the
banana
tab,
open like that.
The contents don't
Never.
squirt in your face.
He's
You'll
a
find the
liar.
wrapper, which is biodegradable, has perforations. Notice how gracefully it sits over the human hand. Notice it has a point at the top for ease of entry. It's just the right shape for the human mouth.
Oh, we gotta
Okay.
pause it right just at the right spot there. Anyways, so that's Ray Comfort, the Banana Man, made the worst argument for God ever in all of history. What's that say?
Okay. I've never seen that. I've
Mhm.
only seen I've watched it like a few years ago, but when he went into the streets and debated with I think I heard it, the book and everything falls into place. But my question is, do you believe in evolution then?
Yeah, but I'm confused. Are we doing the moral argument or the evolution argument?
No, the moral argument, yeah. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go back to the moral argument. But if you believe in evolution, that is only the best will survive, then you don't have any
No.
moral standards except like the survival of the fittest. Understand? So you
Oh,
don't care about the
Survival
fluid,
of
you don't care
fittest is
about
not a moral
evolution.
standard.
Sorry.
It's not a moral standard, but I'm also wondering if you can actually define that for us, because most of the time people that use that in this context do not know what it actually is.
Just say again what I should define. Sorry, man.
Survival of the fittest.
Like if I'm not mistaken, and I could be because I don't know evolution that well, but evolution is based on like the you survive and you evolve to the best form or whatever over millions and millions of years. And I personally, for me, it doesn't make sense.
That's not
that,
survival of the fittest. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, okay. But I understand. Like, why don't we see? Okay, but
No.
moral
I'm sorry.
standards,
You're
let's go
not
back
answering my
to-
question. Can you answer my question? Can you just define what survival of the fittest, that concept? Can you define what that is? I'm not asking you to
okay.
define evolution.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm misunderstanding you. Sorry. Okay, so the survival of the fittest means like the fittest guys will survive. Let's say you're running a marathon, the fittest guy will run the furthest.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sense. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that's not actually what survival of the fittest is. Survival of the fittest
Okay.
is more is better understood as survival of the most well adapted. So, like if you have an environment, certain traits are going to be more beneficial than other traits. But if you change that environment in some kind of way, those same traits that were good can then become bad. In that it doesn't allow you to survive, better than other species and everything like that. So, it's survival of the fittest is really better understood as survival of the best adapted, and the environment
Okay.
shapes the life, and it's not like life shapes itself for the environment. The environment exists, the life exists within the environment, and as the life evolves, right, as it changes slowly over time, if it stays in the same environment, then certain traits are going to be more beneficial so that they can survive in that environment. So the environment is what shapes the life. Life doesn't shape itself for the environment, just so that we're clear about that.
Okay, so the environment shapes life. Okay, I think I understand that. Thanks, man. Thanks for clearing that up. Yeah, because that makes a lot of sense, but it still doesn't make me believe in the evolution part. But
Well, I'm not
yeah, so I
sure
just
that
think-
was the goal.
yeah,
That wasn't the goal. Okay,
that
so
was just to educate me. But yeah,
he was
go.
the framework survival of the fittest doesn't play into more morals at all. It's not related.
Yeah. I just feel like if your brain is just a few chemicals that developed over millions and millions of years, why would you trust it and not trust in a God? And
Because
like the
we
Bible
don't
says-
have any evidence for
Yeah.
God, but this is not a moral argument. So it sounds like you're having a little bit of trouble staying in the moral argument. So the moral argument you want to make is that I don't have a moral standard, right? That's the argument.
No. No, I don't think anyone has a moral standard. I think
Yeah,
the
neither
only
do you.
moral standard. Yeah. So exactly, yeah. I don't think I'm better or
Okay.
something like that.
So
I
I
just
guess I
think
don't
there's no-
understand how the moral argument works in your favor if you don't have a moral framework either.
Yeah, it doesn't work in my favor. The thing I'm trying to say is like we created a moral standard from the law of God, like the Ten Commandments and the way Jesus lived. Like I feel it is embedded in our brains or our hearts or whatever you want to call it. Like I don't think it's just evolved into a moral standard or whatever.
Sure. Okay. So
Yeah.
you think the moral standard is embedded in our hearts. Why would anyone believe that?
Because the Bible states it. Like Jesus says, it is.
There we go.
The laws in everyone's heart. Yeah.
Okay, so the law is written on your heart, then that owning slaves is chill.
Owning slaves in the sense, just give me the context and where, because I actually made a note also, because he also talked about the children being stoned when they disobey their fathers and mothers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But why would that bother you then, if you don't believe in anything then? Why would it bother you if they stoned the children? Just in
Do you
a
want to
sense.
do you want to be
Me
stoned?
too.
Do you want to be stoned?
No,
So
I
now you're reverting back to the moral argument that you just said that you can't win on.
Yeah.
Like, so what you're trying to do now is you're trying to say, well, you don't have a standard to judge mine with. Well, you don't have one either, so your argument fails. It's trivially true.
Yeah,
you can't use my lack of a standard against me to say that your standard is better because you already admitted that you don't have a standard.
I understand. Yeah, I understand what you mean, but I just feel like the Bible, because you said something very important there. You said, because would you like to be stoned? That's the question you asked me, and that's kind of a biblical thing also. Jesus said,
yeah,
don't do to others that you don't
but
want to.
Don't forget your own
done to
argument.
yourself.
Don't forget your own argument. You're still on premise number one of your argument. Premise number one of your argument is that the morals are written on our hearts.
Yeah.
So what would lead me to believe that that is true?
Would you murder someone?
I wouldn't.
Let's say there was no.
But I
let's
wouldn't,
say there was no law against it.
there are a lot of people that would.
Yeah, I understand that
So,
also.
and
But they would
even
know
just
it's still
capital
wrong.
punishment, like there's a lot of people that are for capital punishment. I'm not. I'm not pro capital punishment. So how is it that in my heart it's written that maybe we shouldn't do capital punishment, but on a lot of people's
Yeah.
hearts, they're like, yeah, fuck them, kill them. How is that written on our hearts if we can't agree on it?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's a difficult thing because, like, I believe the Bible in full because it kind of saved my life in a sense. And I know that's not a good argument. It's not at
Well,
all a good argument for an atheist to tell. No,
were
the
you going to
Bible
answer my
changed my
question
life.
though?
It's like for the moral standard.
Yeah.
I could just repeat it again, just one more time. Sorry.
How is it the case that the moral standard
Yeah.
is written on everyone's hearts when we can't agree on what the moral standard is?
I think everyone knows what is wrong and right. I think it's
How
just
could
a
you
choice.
how could you
to
prove
follow
that?
it?
How could you support that claim?
Because the Bible, so in my belief, so I'm
Because
gonna
the
tell you what
Bible
I
says.
believe.
Okay,
No,
so we'll go.
you
Let's
know
just go. Let's go all the way back to the beginning because I feel like all of your arguments are going to circle back to the Bible says. Is that kind of where we
Yes,
should
yes.
start? It's true because the Bible
Yeah,
said
yeah.
so.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay.
Let's
Is
do it.
everything in the Bible true then?
Everything in the Bible, I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
That's the thing that annoys me in these debates when people don't want to believe the whole Bible. I was like, dude, you're not a Christian if you don't believe the whole Bible. So I'll stand by that.
Perhaps. All right. Well, let's go to John 3:13 then.
John 3:13. I'm gonna follow you in my Bible. I have a Afrikaans Bible, so my power is off, so I can't access the online English Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So you said John 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, John 3:13 says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man."
Yes.
Is that true?
No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descends from heaven, the Son of Man. In a sense that God is already in heaven, yes, and the only one that ascended and descended from heaven is Jesus Christ.
Well, I didn't say descend. I said ascend. Has anyone ascended into heaven other than Jesus?
No, I don't believe so. Oh, well, according to that scripture, no.
According to that scripture. What about 2 Kings chapter 2?
Is that referring to Elijah?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. In the Bible, it talks about a place where we are going to be before we ascend into heaven. I'm just not sure where it stands now, but
This
there's a place.
This says heaven. Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
Into heaven. Yeah, but that's not necessarily the heaven that in the
There's
context.
there's only
you'll
one
understand
heaven.
that, but
There's only one heaven.
yeah, but the Bible also talks about the first, the third, and the fourth heaven. The first heaven
Those
being
are-
earth, the second being
those
the
are-
sky, and the
those
third
are-
heaven being
No,
yeah.
that's not what it says. There's layers of heaven, but they're all the sky. They're all just below the firmament.
Okay. I see your point.
So do you think Elijah is
think
in
you
outer
could-
space?
I think he's like in the waiting room. I don't think that is because if you read the one verse where Lazarus dies, he goes into the
I know.
bosom of Abraham, and
We're
he's not in heaven. You would agree that he's not in heaven there.
Well, it's a parable. It's
only-
not a real story.
Well,
They didn't go.
okay.
They didn't go anywhere in that story. Now it's obviously a parable about the afterlife. We can agree that we can glean stuff from the story about what's going to await us in the afterlife. But
Yes.
I don't think it actually conforms to what you want it to conform to, because the Jewish model of the afterlife, and Paul agrees, is that you're asleep in the ground until Jesus comes back.
Yeah, I understand that. I would like to see the Greek or the Strongs of that heaven, because I can't access it now, but I'm pretty sure it will clear up the whole thing here.
Well, Strong's
With the-
isn't gonna help you. I'll give you a hint. The guys
Yeah.
with the PhDs that translated this are you're not probably in a position to correct them. Like unless you went to school and learned biblical Greek.
No, unless I'm
So
not, and I'm not in a position. No.
like so like I was an electrical engineer by trade, right? It's not
That's
uncommon
awesome.
for
Yeah.
somebody to see one of my machines that I designed and be like, well, you should do this, this, and this, and they have no expertise at all. They have no idea why it was designed the way that it was because they have no idea how to do my job. The reality is,
Yeah.
unless you have training in these languages, the idea that you're going to go into a lexicon and just start correcting the guy who spent 12 years learning a language is kind of silly, isn't it?
Yeah, but you still get mistakes, don't you? Like
How
in
would
some
you
of the
spot it?
translations.
How
No,
how
I
could you
wouldn't. I wouldn't.
exactly? How could you like?
Yeah.
I agree they make mistakes. But I'm saying, as you, who someone who doesn't know the language, how could you spot the mistake? Because the reality is, 9 times out of 10, probably 99 out of 100 times, the reality is
Yes.
it's not a mistake. You just didn't understand the decision that was made by the translator because they were working on a set of decisions that you didn't even know were possible, right? So
Yes.
that's not to say that it's not fun to look up the original words and see if maybe there's something interesting in it. All I'm saying is that
Yeah.
I don't think unless you know anything about these languages, it's going to really get you anywhere life altering.
Yeah, that's a very important thing there. But that's a good. I'm not going to call it necessarily a contradiction, but that's a good point you're making. If Jesus says, if God says, no one is sent into heaven except the one that I sent, that ascended or descended from heaven, that's a good counterpoint. I'll go study that quickly, or when I get the chance. But yeah, I just think there would be no moral, like there would be no, like everyone would just murder everyone if there wasn't like a God that would have set a
Why?
few rules from the beginning of time, and we would have followed that.
Why? Why do we need God to give us rules? Do you need God stepping into your life to know that you don't want to be murdered? Or did you kind of figure that out on your own?
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think it was implanted in our hearts not to be murdered.
Try this again.
Even like
Do you
there were times.
God hold on. Do you need God to
Yeah.
know that it's gonna hurt if someone stabs you?
No, but I need education
Yeah,
to know that.
you don't need God for that.
Or experience.
The first time somebody
Well-
pricks you with something on purpose, or even walk into the wrong thorn bush, you're gonna figure out pretty quick that you don't want people stabbing you.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
So
Yeah, but my
the moral
philosophy is, like,
basis for ethics is, hey, that's some bullshit that I don't want to happen to me. Maybe we can all agree not to do it to each other. That's all you need.
yes. Yeah, I understand. It's almost like Jesus said, do unto others that you want done unto yourself also. I just feel like if you look in the Bible, like the creation, like I use moral standards. I'm not very educated. Like I gave my life to Christ a few years ago. He changed my life. Like I'm not a better person in a sense that I'm holy now or whatever. I'm still a sinner. I still make a lot of mistakes, but I know he changed my life for the better. Like I don't have a problem with people cussing or people doing wrong stuff, but I was busy with wrong stuff.
Fucking A.
That is not. I'm not saying anything about you cussing. It doesn't really bother me. I just feel like cussing or saying something bad about someone is the same thing. So if you cuss or say something bad, it's the same thing. But I just feel God changed my life. And as I was studying the scriptures, I saw in creation, you see God moving. You see the prophecy of Jesus Christ in Revelation. Okay, not in Revelation.
Well,
in Genesis
I think
3. After
that's a good topic. I don't think Jesus is in Genesis 3 at all.
No, he isn't Genesis 3. Genesis
No, he's
3
not,
verse
no.
15. The Bible predicts that Jesus is coming.
Oh, certainly not the case. Want to read it with us?
No.
I'll read it. I can read it in either Afrikaans Bible in front of me.
Yeah.
But I know it. I think it's Genesis 3 verse 15.
It's we'll do 14 and 15, a little bit of 13 too. Actually, we'll start in 14. The Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all creatures." Okay, so the serpent, the snake, is it an animal?
Yeah. It's the devil. It's the devil.
Is it an animal though, according to the text?
Well, in this context, yes, but
It
it's
is.
not
It's
like
an
the
animal.
snake
Okay.
outside
And
my
then,
house.
is it among the wild creatures?
Yeah, but I think this is a figure of speech.
Is it among the wild creatures?
Not today, no. So I think
Okay.
it's in the
So
sense of
do they crawl on their belly?
the snake.
Yeah.
But I think it's a reference to a demonic type of thing. I don't think it's a reference like a snake is not a nice thing if you
So
walk
I'm
into a
sorry.
snake. It's gonna,
Do snakes
yeah.
crawl on their belly? Yes or no?
Yes, snakes 100%
They
crawl on their
do.
belly. Yeah.
This is called
Yeah.
an etiological tale. It's an etiology to explain why snakes crawl on their belly. The same way it explains why women had painful childbirths. The same way it explains
Yes.
why women are going to be subservient to their husbands and why men have to work by the sweat of their brow to the ground, even though the earth was made for us. All of this is a story to explain the current state of affairs. And in the ancient Near East,
Yes.
the whole antithesis or the relationship between snakes and human beings was one that was in almost all ancient Near Eastern mythologies. Snakes were like the mortal enemies of human beings, and they often are depicted taking like immortality from humans. We find this probably most famously in the Epic of Gilgamesh. So the first
Okay.
chapter,
That's
11
very
chapters,
interesting.
yeah, the first 11 chapters of Genesis are just rehashing Babylonian tales by saying, no, here's how it actually happened. Here's our version of events. Everybody in the time period would have known what was happening. They know they're redoing these Babylonian stories in their own way with their own god. And so they're using a lot of the same imagery. A snake who robs human beings of their immortality. Common trope. Everyone knew it was a thing. But
Okay.
everyone also knows that it's just a snake. It's not in. There's no like evil spirit entity dressed up like a snake here because it's cursed to
Yeah.
crawl on its belly. Demons don't even have bellies.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Right. So this
Yeah, I
text
see what
really
you
only
mean, yeah.
makes this text really only makes sense if we're reading this as literal snakes, and that's why it talks about stomping on their heads. Because that's how you killed snakes in the ancient Near East. That's why you hear stories about people treading on the heads of serpents. You see pictures of people treading on serpents because you stomp their asses.
Yeah, but the main part about this is you stomp the thing that I'm referencing to, and I understand what you're saying. I just don't take it literally like you just explained it necessarily. But the thing I try to reference is the snake biting his heel. So
Yeah,
it's not
snakes
only him
bite.
stomping on the snake's
Yeah,
head.
that's
But
what
that's what
happens.
has happened.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
what
the
happens. But that
relationship. Yeah,
refers to
you stomp on a snake on its while you're wearing your sandal, and he bites the shit out of your foot, and hopefully you win.
Yeah, but the thing I want to say is that reference, that refers, or that's the prophecy to Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's certainly
the devil
not.
thought, but it is. But because the devil
It's certainly
thought he's
not.
going to conquer Jesus. But let me
You can
explain
say
it. Let me
it.
explain
It's
it. Then you can,
no,
But let me
Steph.
explain it, and
Steph,
then you can.
Steph. Hold on. We've heard this 4,000 times. Every
Okay.
apologist we've ever talked to thinks this is about Jesus. So you're not going to bring anything new to the conversation. So just follow along for a second. So you can't throw out verse 14 because you like what it says in verse 15. They're connected. If verse 14 is clearly talking about a snake, then I have no reason to think that verse 15 is talking about the devil.
Okay. Do you believe that a demon possessed can? This is just far fetched now. This is just for conversation now. When they cast out the demon out of, I don't remember exactly what the person's name was. He was in the graveyard or something. They cast them out into the swine.
The
and they
Gerasene
ran and
demoniac?
jumped.
Was that who it was? I know you're talking about it, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think so. So do you think the devil could have taken on the form of a snake or something like that? Just for the story's sake. Let's say for the Garden of Eden and everything like that. And everything obviously changed after that. But yeah. I
Well,
see your point.
first of all,
It's a good point.
in the Hebrew Bible, no, that's not what Satan does. That being said, if you're a Christian, you certainly
Yeah.
could believe that, but it still doesn't make sense. Because who's cursed to crawl in their belly?
Snakes.
Snakes are, exactly. Did snakes commit the crime,
But-
or did Satan commit the crime?
Well, yeah, in my reference, it's Satan actually, but according to this verse, the way you explain it, it's snakes.
Your
so I
Bible's
understand
lying
that.
to you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
the Hebrew
well-
word nakash just means snake. It doesn't mean Satan.
Okay. Nakash means snakes. Okay.
What
But,
Bible are
yeah,
you
man,
reading?
I'm reading the well, my language. I'm in South Africa, so I'm actually Afrikaans. I'll greet you in Afrikaans. Goeiemorgen. It's very close to Dutch, I think. But the Bible is the Afrikaans, 1953, year 1953.
Okay, you need to throw it away.
Translation.
It's purposely lying to you.
No, it's the same. It says the same as your English Bible there, so it's not.
Okay,
that it
so
says
then
different,
there's
that's just how
no
I believe it.
so there's no Satan in
But-
here then. So snakes were cursed to crawl in their belly because snakes were the ones in charge of this operation. They were the one. A snake was the one who cursed or tricked the human beings into being cursed, not Satan. If Satan was the one in charge of it, we should see Satan slithering around, but we haven't seen Satan slither ever.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Don't you think it is maybe a reference to the difficulty snakes have? That Satan would have a difficult life, but I understand where you're coming from. I'm not going to win you on this point. I see at this very moment. I'll be back with a different argument. But man, if you read the whole Bible, and I'm sure you have read the whole Bible, I see your thing says you are an ex-pastor. I just think if you read everything and you see everything intertwined, like all the prophecies, everything that Jesus did.
Well, he didn't fulfill any
and
prophecies.
you know-
Not even one.
Oh, you did.
No, zero.
did.
Zero
did.
prophecies. In fact, I'll
you see-
Venmo you $100 right now if you can find me even one that he did.
Well, I think Isaiah 55, is that one you
I think
are
you mean
familiar with?
Isaiah 53, and Isaiah 53 is
Or
clearly about the
53?
nation of Israel.
What's the one that it says about the lamb being slaughtered? Was
There
that
is no
one of David's
prophecy
Psalms?
about a lamb being slaughtered.
That's one of the Psalms.
The
No, there's
closest
one of the
you'll
Psalms, there's one.
the closest you'll no, there's no prophecies in the Psalms about a lamb being slaughtered.
They talk about
I think what you
the
want
redeeming
is
fallow
Isaiah
line.
53 when he says he was led like a lamb to the slaughter. That's probably what you're looking
yeah.
for. That's not in the Psalms. But again, Isaiah 53 is
Okay.
about the nation of Israel being led as a lamb to the slaughter and the righteous remnant being punished for the sins of Israel and for the sins of their captors. The nation of Israel is listed 9 times in Isaiah leading up to this chapter as the servant. I have no reason to
And when they
believe
talk
that
about it,
just
when they
randomly.
talk about his hands being pierced,
Yeah. No, that's Psalm 22, and it doesn't say pierced.
what does it say?
It
That's not close
says
enough.
like a lion at his hands and feet. So if your Bible translation says pierced, your Bible translation lied to you. So the word for pierce in Hebrew is dakar. It does not show up in this text. The most stable text we have of Psalm 22 says ka'ari. Ka'ari means like a lion. There is one old Dead Sea manuscript that says ka'aru, but ka'aru is not a Hebrew word. So that means you've got to guess as to what you think was in the original. And I think the original said ka'ari because it was very common for that final yod to get elongated into a vav. It was a very, very common mistake. So I think that's what happened. If in fact it was a different word, let's say it was the third masculine plural of kara, which means to dig. Well, then it wouldn't make, it would make sense in the context, but it wouldn't make sense how they would make that mistake because it's spelled with an aleph as the second letter, and kara doesn't have an aleph. There's no spelling of kara with an aleph, which means not only does it not fit the context quite as well, but also it's just a misspelled word. And why would they do that, right? So I think the most likely scenario is that the Masoretic text is correct, and that it should actually read like a lion at my hands and my feet. And lions show up in this passage 2 other times.
So the guys with the PhDs, this one they didn't do right then.
No, they all don't even
Or they
agree.
didn't translate.
If you look at the history of translation of this passage, every single Bible is going to have something different in it. Now, my
What do you
opinion
say
is
about
that
verse 2 then?
my
Sorry, verse
opinion
2, it repeats the words of Jesus. Sorry. It repeats the word that Jesus said on the cross. My
no,
God,
it
why
doesn't.
did you forsake me?
It does not. Jesus repeated the words that David said. These are David's
Yeah.
words, and when Jesus was
But that's
suffering, Jesus repeated David's words to call out to see the parallel with his suffering. But that doesn't make it a prophecy. And Jesus wanting it to be a prophecy, which he didn't say it was, but even if he did, Jesus wanting it to be a prophecy doesn't make it a prophecy.
okay. I see.
So a
I
prophecy
think
can't
that's a good get.
Prophecy can't be
Yeah.
just any random words on a page. It has to be a text that actually says something will happen, and then here's what's going to happen. You can't just point to something, oh, that sounds vaguely familiar to Jesus. We're going to call it a prophecy. That's not how that works. But I do have a
Okay.
list. I do have a list of out of context Bible quotations from the Hebrew Bible that could make me the Messiah if you think out of context quotations are prophecies. And I will take your
Well,
tithes and offerings.
100%. On tithes and offerings, I'm not too. I believe you should give what God lays on your heart. It's not a law. But and anyway, yeah. And there's another part where it talks about he had nothing to drink, but
So what?
they gave him a sour thing. Is that not a reference to Jesus?
That's a different psalm, and no, it's not.
Yeah.
No. Just
so they did the
because,
same to David then. Yeah.
yeah, that's what you did to people when they were dying. Like, so Jesus wasn't the first person to die, and he certainly wasn't the first person to get hung up on a piece of wood.
Okay. You're teaching me a
Like-
few stuff here.
You can't believe that Jesus was the first guy that they gave gall and vinegar to, right?
Yeah, okay, there's the English word I'm looking for. Yeah, but did they give David gall and vinegar when he died? When he asked for water or something to drink?
In the psalm, either A, yes, they did, or B, he was being metaphorical about his death, which he does quite a bit. He talks about being
But
near
was that-
death. He talks about being near
Was
death
that a
all the
normal thing?
he talks
to
about
give
being near
people-
death. He talks about
Sorry.
being near death all the time in the Psalms because he
Yeah.
spent most of his life at war. So all the times you read in his Lamentations, he'll be like, I am in the grave. My body is in Sheol, but I know you won't leave me here. Like, we know he's not already dead. He's just using bombastic
That's like close
phrasing
to
to, yeah, he's using bombastic phrasing to basically lament his current position. But again, just because like David suffered greatly, and he did, David suffered greatly. Just because he suffered greatly, and some of his suffering is reminiscent of Jesus' suffering, doesn't make it a prophecy. Simon Bar Kokhba suffered quite similarly too. He was killed by the Romans, and he fulfilled more prophecies than Jesus. He actually had his face on the Jewish coins for 3.5 years, and he was called the Prince of Israel.
Okay. You know a lot, man. But the question, do you believe Jesus lived? Do you believe he was a real man?
Well, I personally do, but this handsome fella here in the corner doesn't. So if you want to hear a good argument for why he didn't, John could probably get you one.
The reason I'm asking, because where I'm going to go with it, so before he answers in the corner, why do you, if you believe he lived, why do you believe the scriptures till that point and then stop believing the rest of the scriptures? But I'm gonna give you
I
the
don't.
opportunity.
I don't believe any of the scriptures, and neither does John. The reason
But
why
do you believe Jesus was here? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, why do I? I think
Why do you-
there's I think there's a lot of examples in history of real people being mythologized, and so for
Yeah.
me, it's easy enough just to grant that there probably was a guy named Jesus, and then they mythologized him. Like, I don't believe what the Bible says about him is real. I just believe that
like
there was
Alexander and stuff like that.
I don't know what Alexander has to do it. What I'm saying is there probably was a guy named Jesus in my view.
Okay.
But I don't think we know much about him. I think what the Bible writes about him is mostly fiction. But John has actually done some
Okay.
reading on this particular topic. He might be able to bring out some arguments that would make my belief in Jesus being a real person look silly. So, and I've heard some good ones before. There's a guy named Jaron on TikTok. He goes by Christ before Jesus. He's got some great arguments for Jesus being complete myth as well.
100%.
Right. So I don't know. Do you want me to talk about why I don't think that he was a real person, like a historical person?
Yeah. So yeah, you can explain it to me.
Okay.
I'd like
Well-
to see you two actually debate it out. I want to see how it goes because I've never got to hear John give his argument on this topic before.
So for me personally, if we just look at how Jesus is described in the evidence that we currently have, the first piece of evidence that we have is Paul's epistles, right? And
Yes.
in Paul's epistles, he talks about Jesus as a purely revelatory being that only reveals himself to certain people who are called apostles. He's a dying and rising God. He's heavily mythologized right out the gate as far as Paul is concerned. So we have to place Jesus in a correct reference class. We can't place Jesus in the reference class of every other like historical person in history because he's not every other historical person in history. The initial reports we get about Jesus is that he's a pre-existent divine archangel figure. That's how Paul sees him. And that's a highly mythologized dying and rising God because Paul talks about his death and resurrection. But in the Pauline Creed in 1 Corinthians 15, he says that all this information comes from the scriptures. According to the scriptures, these things happened. He died, and then he resurrected on the third day. All of that is due to what's said in the scriptures. So
Yeah.
as far as we understand it, Paul sees him, this Jesus character, as this pre-existent archangel being that's the as Philo calls his logos, the firstborn son of God, the high priest of the heavenly temple, the image of God, the agent of creation, and all this. So we've got different independent lines that identify the same kind of figure from Jewish lore as being the Messiah, and so with that in mind, placing Jesus in the correct reference class, we can generally come to a very low likelihood that Jesus actually existed from the prior probabilities of it, right? The prior probability being that Christianity, as far as Paul is concerned, as Paul intimates in his epistles, is a mystery cult. All mystery cults had fictional savior figures that did all the exact same things that Jesus did. They went through a passion, they died, they resurrected to provide eternal life through believing in Him. And so, given all of that, you're front loading all of this with the prior. We're not even talking about the evidence yet. This is just the prior likelihood of this Jesus figure being a historical person. The type of figure he is, there's a very low likelihood of him actually being a historical figure. And then once we get there, right, we now have to consider what evidence do we have? Well, there's some few choice verses in Paul that we could dive into if you really wanted to, but I don't think any of them really move the needle because they're too vague. They're way too vague to actually state whether or not Paul thought of Jesus as being a real historical person or only a mythological, not mythological, but divine revelatory being. Now, there may be some people that claim that there's a brother of the Lord, right? Well, if you understand the family of God theology that Paul has, it's very difficult to actually discern if he's talking about a blood relative or just a fictive kinship, because the word adelphos in Greek means both. And so we would need some kind of way to distinguish between those two. And I don't think that there's a good way. So it doesn't help my argument, but it also doesn't help the historicist argument. And there's several other things that we could go on with that, but essentially that's where the evidence stops, because you've got the Gospel of Mark, who reifies a lot of things that Paul says are his personal opinions about things and not commands from the Lord. But Mark ends up putting those same things in Jesus's mouth, saying that they came from the Lord. So it's either it came from the Lord or it didn't come from the Lord, and it was actually Paul. So there's a bit of a contradiction there. which makes
Okay.
Mark dependent upon Paul's work, which makes it only a sort of a pseudo independent gospel to start off with, and then all other gospels after Mark are based on Mark in some kind of fashion. All the extra biblical references to Jesus either just regurgitate what's in the gospels, or they just regurgitate what Christians believed in the second century. And given all of that, we don't move the needle whatsoever on this prior probability that we started off with it being very low likelihood that Jesus is the one outlier of all mystery cults that actually existed as a historical figure. We don't have any evidence that actually sways that to say yes, Jesus was the outlier amongst all mystery cults. And that's kind of like a very large overview of like the position. It's called minimal mythicism. It's put forth by Richard Carrier in his book on the historicity of Jesus, and he further, sort of not really develops the theory, but he further defends the theory in his most recent book, The Obsolete Paradigm of the Historical Jesus. And there's also Jesus from Outer Space. That is a high level sort of explanation for the position. But so I mean, he's got several books on it. There's also Raphael Lataster, who's written a book for Brill. That is like, it's like an actual college textbook, because it costs like $300. And so we've got several manuscripts that are peer reviewed that have been put through the rigor that all other scholarly stuff has been put through, and that nobody had a problem with either the logic or the argumentation or the evidence or anything like that with it. So it was able to get through peer review. So I mean, that's kind of the large overview of it. So what are your thoughts?
Goodness, man, yeah, that was pretty overwhelming. It's a lot of what do you call it? My language is say inligting. I'm going to say knowledge. I know it's info, a lot of info for me. English is not my first language, but I try to follow you. I think what you try to say, there's a lot of stories about the same Jesus that differ according to history, if I'm following you correctly. Like they don't align precisely.
I'm not sure where I would have said that. I dismiss the Gospels because we don't have any evidence that the Gospels are based on any kind of like historical documentation. The only references in the Gospels are to Scripture, and we don't know if there were historical sources that were mixed in there or what. The fact that we can't actually tell it kind of leaves us, with no evidence to use, or at least to be able to justifiably say, yes, this is historical, and in my view.
Sure, man. Okay. Yeah, I'm struggling to understand everything, but I'm trying.
It's a lot to take in at once. We get it.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry. I know that I kind of did an info dump there, and that was a bit on the spectrum for me, but it's just something that I know a lot. Like I've talked about it a lot, and so I guess I let it get away from me sometimes.
But if there's a book or something I can get to read about it, I'll surely do it, just to get more knowledge. I think the most important thing with these debates is actually knowing what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think probably you want On the Historicity of Jesus by Richard Carrier would be a good place to start.
Yeah.
Sorry, the book's name is?
On the Historicity of Jesus. It's a really thick book, but it is reasonably priced to get if you want to get it.
Okay, probably okay. But yeah, then the last question. I have not left the faith or whatever at this moment. Just the last question, because I think I'm not as qualified.
You got time. We'll get you eventually.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. What I want to ask you, well, on that point, I don't think atheism would have saved me from the stuff I was busy with. Just on that point, with the stuff I did in my life, to be honest. But the question I want to end with is, if you believe in nothing, and this is the only thing I have against atheism, is what started, like, I think this is a question you get a lot, but I've never listened to the answer. If you believe that nothing created nothing, the thing I'm struggling with is people believe in something a billion years ago, but we don't even have technology.
What does nothing creating nothing mean?
The evolution part, like the Big Bang, all of that, or don't you?
I'm,
Really,
I
I'm
don't-
sorry,
believe in
you're
that?
mixing up concepts here. The Big Bang is
Yeah.
not part of evolution, and like there's
Oh, is it
several
not?
different things between the two.
Okay, but where do
But-
we come from then? If I can
but
ask
I don't-
that, then where do
Well, I don't.
where do we come
First of all, I don't believe there was ever nothing. Like
Okay.
as far as we can tell, there's no reason to believe that.
Okay, but where do we come? Where do we come from then? If a God didn't create us, what created us? What was the first thing that created us?
That's a bit of a loaded statement
We weren't created.
there. Yeah, that's the problem.
How did we come to be?
We evolved from the
From what?
primordial soup. From the primordial soup, bro. We're all fish, baby.
But how
That's
do we
why-
know about?
That's why
how do
you.
we-
That's why
how do
you
we
have a little
know-
spot in your neck when you're an embryo.
But how do you know that you came from soup if you don't have technology to go a billion years ago? Oh,
We
back.
have.
We don't.
We do have DNA technology. We can analyze DNA, and we actually know our DNA history.
Yeah, but DNA history to what? To a rock? To a pond? What pond did they taste? How do
No,
they know
to-
it comes?
To
It's
animals.
obviously-
We know
think
the DNA history of things that have DNA. Rocks don't have DNA. Obviously, they're not testing
but
rocks to get their genome mapped.
Yeah, but the whole thing of evolution is also based on a theory. It's not based on fact. If you actually go,
No,
and
it's based
research it-
on facts.
It's 100% based on theory. Also, If
No,
you
it's
go- if I-
100%
No,
based on
no.
facts. A theory is just an explanation of something. The word theory in science doesn't mean that it's hypothetical. Like when I went to school, I learned electrical theory. Electricity is not a theory in that it's hypothetical. John is an engineer. He had to learn different theories when he was in school as well. That doesn't mean that they're hypothetical. That's the scientific name
yeah.
for an explanation. Like we have germ theory to explain germs. It doesn't mean that germs are hypothetical in their existence.
Yeah, germs is a fact. Like there is germs, I understand. But do you believe that you came from soup then?
Yeah, we all did.
So you'd rather believe that you'd rather believe in the technology that you came from soup
It's-
and developed and then trust your own
technology.
reasoning.
It's not about wanting to believe it. That's just what the evidence shows. I want to believe whatever is true. And the evidence right now shows that we evolved for 4 billion years from a very
But
simple single cell
Yeah.
organism into multicellular organisms, and then so on and so forth until we get to us today. And the DNA speaks to that. In fact, there's my favorite example because there's no way to account for it. The only way to account for this DNA example is that we must come from a common ancestor with the great apes. We have foreign viruses that get into our body, and sometimes the DNA gets altered. Our genome will literally get altered, and we'll find a little snippet of foreign DNA that is spliced into our DNA. And so our DNA, are billions of base pairs. And
Yeah.
so what we'll find is we've got some of these genetic anomalies that all human beings have. We can see that all human beings at this one spot in the human genome all have this one retrovirus inside of it. And that can only be accounted for if all human beings share DNA. And it turns out we've got hundreds of retroviruses that all human beings share because we all go back to one DNA source. Now, the interesting thing is a large portion of
Look.
those retroviruses we also share with great apes, which means we had an ancestor with great apes.
There's
Okay,
also
so you won't
chromosome
say
2.
you won't say that is Adam and Eve's DNA we all share. That one DNA we all share. Would
Couldn't
it be
be.
the first created beings?
Because apes have it too.
But why didn't apes evolve? Why did we evolve from
They
apes?
did
and apes just
evolve.
stayed apes?
They did evolve.
But why is there different? Like the question I have, why are there still apes then? This is probably the
Why
most-
wouldn't there be apes?
why would we evolve from apes?
We didn't evolve from
We are
apes. We
still
are
apes.
apes.
Okay, but when was the last documented thing where we started to learn how to talk, how to reason? I feel like the Bible is the first
Animals
actual
talk. I don't know if you knew.
written-
Dolphins have their own language. Orcas have their own language and specific dialects.
What does the
The-
Okay.
fox say?
like we don't understand their language any more than they understand our language.
Yeah, I just think the Bible makes more sense, man. Like all the different languages that we
No.
speak across the world.
No. That
going
does
back
not
to-
make any kind of sense. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Mm.
no,
Yeah.
you can't just simply say, "Oh, magic makes more sense to me, therefore magic is a better explanation." That's what
Yeah,
you
I
essentially
understand.
said.
Yeah, I mean, the
But
Bible
you said,
literally gets
yeah.
everything wrong. It says that the first humans lived only 6,000 years ago. There's a dome over top of the Earth. Says that the Earth is
No, I
a
don't believe
flat.
that.
Says that the Earth
I
is
don't
a
believe
flat
it.
disc.
I don't believe the Earth is flat.
That-
I don't believe that.
That's what the Bible says. Job 38:14
they-
and Isaiah 40:22.
No, the Bible says some will sleep and some will be awake when Jesus comes back, which referenced the round Earth. If I'm not
No,
mistaken, but I don't want to take up.
it doesn't reference the round Earth at all. In fact, it explicitly tells you that it's flat. I'll share the verses. Job 38:14 and Isaiah 40:22 says, referring to the earth and what God does to it, so that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth, and the wicked be shaken out of it. It is changed or formed like clay under a seal. So clay under a seal is a flat,
Oh, I see.
round disc. The earth is like clay under a seal. It's a flat disc, which is why Isaiah says, "It is he who sits above the circle of the earth." A circle's flat. The Hebrew word here is hug, which means a flat disc or a circle. They could have used the word for ball, which is door. They didn't use that. In fact, Isaiah does use it elsewhere in his letter or in his prophecies, just not here. So they specifically describe the earth as being a flat disc. That's why there's a dome over top of it called the rakia in Hebrew, or the firmament in the King James Bible, or the steroma in the Greek Septuagint. It's a hard, solid dome. In fact, the
Yeah.
Bible says it's hard like a cast metal mirror.
Where, like, if you reference Isaiah, is that Isaiah's opinion while he's sitting on the earth, writing something, and he's like, okay, the earth is flat because he didn't have the technology we have to
No.
to see that the earth is not flat. Like,
It's
I mean,
God
if you were at that
speaking.
time
It's God speaking.
through Isaiah.
Yeah, just like in
Is that-
Job 38, it's God speaking to Job.
Okay. No, I'll go study that. I don't want to take up all your time because I'll be here the whole night and just I think I have to go study a bit more, and then I'll
Fair
come
enough.
back. I enjoyed this so much. I
It
enjoyed
was a
it.
good time.
I appreciate you guys. That was nice. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for not
Yeah.
being rude. I appreciate
Oh,
that. Was
not a
nice.
problem. You're a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Cheers, friend.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'll come back next time with I'll go research Ray Comfort like front and back. I'll come back
Can't
with
wait.
Banana Man. Yeah, I'm joking. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. See you
All
again.
right, cheers.
Cheers, man. Enjoy.
Oh, he's nice.
Yeah.
I thought I recognized his
I'm-
voice, and then he said he just came from Ian's live. I was like, oh yeah, that's why I recognize it.
Yeah, I really didn't mean to data dump on him too hard.
Oh no,
Um
all right. You gave him a lot to think about, at least.
yeah.
Well, friends, we're going to grab a couple super chats and get our next guest up in here. Bad Social Skills says, trying to get some work done, but had to spend an hour fixing my screen ratios. Couldn't have got through it without you and Doug. Rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon. Big W, Bad Social Skills. Listen, I hope you're getting your work done. I think these streams are some of my favorite streams to listen to while I'm working. I love putting out a good debate stream while you're getting your work done, or even, doing a little bit of homework as well. Breezy, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, if Jesus paid the price for our sins, why are people born after Jesus still born? Why are people born after Jesus still born with the sin nature? Also, how could an all-knowing, all-powerful God have his plans fail so much? So the second question is obvious because he's not really omni in the Bible, at least not until you get to the New Testament. But the first one is, if Jesus did pay the price for the curse and reverse the curse, no one should be dying. that was the point of the curse, is that now you're mortal. But if the price has been paid, that means nobody should be receiving the wages of sin. If the wages of sin are paid, we shouldn't be dying. But I will say, from a Christian response, what they'll say, and this is what they should say, if you're listening, Christian, this is what you should say. It's not a good answer, but it's the best one you got, which is, well, we don't die. We resurrect to new life. And then we would say, yeah, fucking prove it. That's what I would say if it didn't come true. But, I mean, that's probably the best they're going to be able to get. iReactor, thank you for the 666, says, Justin, now that Godless Engineer is here, what's your over-under on Jesus existing as a literal historical person? Well, iReactor, it's still the same, by the way. I haven't changed my position. I'm more than willing to change my position, but I don't think it's going to happen in the middle of us debating against Christians. That's something where I need to actually read the literature. I haven't read the literature. That's why I'm saying, like, people really want me to debate the existence of Jesus, and I'm not going to do it because it's not relevant to what I do. I don't care that much. But also, I haven't read the literature. How can I debate it when I haven't read the literature?
Yeah, well, I do want to say that, like, if you're like with these lives, if you're specifically talking with Christians, it really is pointless to even go into depth about like the historical Jesus and whether or not he existed, because the main argument there is whether or not Jesus is magical, right? Like
Right.
you have to dispossess people of the notion that he's magical in any kind of way before you can get to the nitty gritty of history. And so,
I'm
like,
with you.
it's not productive in these kind of conversations.
I agree, and I think my point has always been, in order to do the deconstruction work, I want to meet the believer as close as possible to where they're at. So I have to bring them as short as possible, one step at a time towards my position, rather than asking them to dive over a chasm all at once. I want to bring them one step at a time closer. I think people are more willing to accept something when you're taking it in bites, rather than just being asked to accept an entirely new worldview. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, totally. And generally, for like these kinds of conversations, like with Christians specifically, I just go ahead and grant, sure, there's a historical Jesus. Like, I've done that several times in conversation. People
Right.
act like I can't do that or something, but I do that all the time whenever I'm talking to people that believe in, like, a magical version of Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me grab a couple of super chats. Wraith, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, no need to elaborate. Here is a 20 towards doing something cool with your son. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And we're going to get down to some cool stuff here once we get some snowfall. Not like you weren't doing something special anyways, but if I can help, here it is. Well, thank you, Wraith. I really appreciate that. And you guys know me. I really think bonding with your children are important. And I realize for some people that's easier said than done. Some people have like 5 kids. There's friends in our community that's got like 5 kids. I don't know how they find time to have individual time with all of them. I've just got one. But yeah, I do love I love family time.
Yeah, same for me. Basically, right now, my son is really into anime, so like he's slowly introducing me to all of his favorite anime, and so we're binge watching Demon Slayer, I think is what
Oh
it
yeah,
is.
that's what's up.
And so every Saturday that I have him, we sit down for like 2.5 hours, and we binge watch like episode after episode of it.
Juju says, future live or fundraiser idea, gather funny stories from religious settings, share only the setup, and then let viewers or patrons bid to hear what actually happened next. Set a minimum needed for each. Holy shit, that's such a good idea. Okay, hold on. I would pay for that. I've heard enough stories from the deconstruction community to know that if somebody gives me half a story, I'll pay $5, $10 to hear the rest of it. That's a good idea. Kane says, legends say Justin's jealousy began the day he witnessed the unstoppable prehistoric charm of Ray Comfort and Kirk Cameron, the twin T-Rexes of unearned swagger. But I wouldn't say I'm jealous, but he did handle that banana pretty well. I mean, I might be hot for Ray Comfort's banana handling. I will find, what are you gonna do?
I held this up a minute ago, but I was Ray Comfort actually interviewed me for one of his quote unquote movies, And so I'm actually on the Living Waters channel, but he sent me his Banana Man book and he signed it and this card that says, John, great to meet you, Ray, right before he totally misrepresented me in his quote unquote movie.
Oh boy. What a nice guy. I'm sure he's an honest bloke. Demons says, I understand it equals I wasn't listening. I waiting for my turn to talk. You nailed it. And we see that a lot. People aren't really listening to the conversation. They're waiting for you to shut up so they can continue ignoring what you said and starting a whole new conversation. Hump Riley, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, felt the need to share a PSA since someone said that a banana is perfectly designed for blowing. If you're going to practice, please use an item that won't break off in your throat. Stay safe, guys. Well, I mean, let's just say it's a hard decision. Anyone? All right. Nailed it like the Roman. Thank you for the super chat. It says Proverbs 31, 6-7. 6-7, Give strong drink to the one who is perishing and wine to those in bitter distress. Let them drink and forget their poverty and remember their misery no more. This I shall obey. Indeed. Those are words worth living by. I'm on board with that. iReactor says, TBC, I asked a question about your Justin's belief prehistoric before Godless made his argument. WAP, wet ass pumice for Doug. Hell yeah. I mean, it's a good argument. It really is. All right, I'm going to read one more super chat from our friend Dr. Fudge, and we'll get our next guest in here. It says, fascinating thing about the banana bit is that he later went on to reform the bit as if it was a joke. No, Ray, you clearly meant it. Doctor, you nailed it. I was around for when the original happened. I saw it happen. I saw it air live on TV, and I was like, what? Because I'm that old. But yeah, he that was not something that he was pretending. All right, we're gonna grab our next. I think it's gonna be Christina. Oh shit, Scientific Snitch was in the box? Damn it. She would have been great for that last conversation. Sorry guys, I wasn't looking at the box. Sorry, Yacht Club. I shouldn't have done the 6-7. I gave in to peer pressure.
I was so surprised you did the 6-7.
Welcome in, Krista.
Hi.
Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 27 and I believe in God.
Okay. And what kind of a God?
You know what? That is a great question because recently, I mean, like, I grew up believing in the Christian God in the Bible, but recently I've kind of, like, I've started deconstructing, but I still believe that Jesus is a magical being. Like, I feel like I can't let that go, but the rest, like, the Bible, just, it is hard for me. Like, I understand that the Bible is human, but I still feel like I'm getting interested in things like the law of one and thinking that Jesus is like an ascended master. I find it hard to believe that Jesus is kind of like different. Like when I think of a Buddha, I think of a Jesus. You know what I mean?
Sure. Let me ask you a question. What could you know about Jesus if not for the Bible?
That is such a good question. Absolutely nothing.
Right. So if the Bible's not true, then what you know about Jesus isn't true either. So his ascended masteries, all fiction.
Well, I used to think that I used to think that if one thing or some things in the Bible are not true, then that means nothing is true. But I don't believe that anymore. Like I used to believe that the Bible is inerrant, but now that I know that it's not, I
Right.
know that there can be some truth and some not truths. I
Sure.
also understand that like in the New Testament, like what's your name there? Godless
Engineer.
engineer. What was your name again?
Well, my name is John.
Oh, sorry. Right, godless engineer. So I was listening to what you were saying about Paul and how that's like our first account of Jesus, and then I just thought to myself, well, I don't even like any of Paul's books. Like I feel like Paul paints a picture of Jesus that Christianity makes it to be something where it's like you have to believe that Jesus is God in order for you to be saved. But I feel like when I read the words of Jesus in the Gospels, Jesus talks about following the commandments and actually working towards being a good person. And I
Oh
feel like
no.
that's
Which commandments?
Yeah,
like the
that
Old
is.
Testament commandments, just loving God. Well, he said that in order to
Oh,
follow the commandments, all you have to do is love God and love others.
Well, yeah. So
No,
the
he didn't
argument
say
I would make
that.
there is, the argument I would make there is like, what does it mean to love God? Like, how do you show love to God? That, what do you think that would be?
I think that would be the 10 Commandments, like not lying, not having any other gods before him, obeying your mother and father, not
Treating women like
stealing.
property?
I wouldn't say that one. I feel like that one was a human one.
No, well, I mean, wait, how are you discerning between the human parts of the 10 Commandments and the God parts of the 10 Commandments?
The only way that I discern it is that when the guy asked Jesus, I can't remember who it was, but he asked Jesus, how do I be saved? Or how do
The
I
rich,
like,
yeah, the rich young ruler.
I think so. And then Jesus listed the 10 Commandments,
And he
but
also added one that's not in the 10 Commandments. He had
which
another
one
one
was that?
from Deuteronomy.
Which one was that?
And Deuteronomy 6.
Well, what was it? What does it say?
Love the Lord God with all your heart. Isn't that what
Okay.
he added to it? Or did he add
I
love
don't
your
know.
neighbor as yourself? Let me double check, actually.
I just feel like when I think about that, like the things that Jesus actually said when he was walking around with his disciples, or like after kind of getting a little glimpse of the Gospel of Thomas, I'm like,
So, what he says, if there is one who is good. If you wish to enter into life, keep the commandments. He said, which ones? Jesus said, shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness, honor your father and mother, and also you shall love your neighbor as yourself. That is Leviticus 19. That is not, in fact, part of the 10 Commandments.
so are you saying that because he like threw that one in, that kind of makes it like, oh, which ones in the Old Testament should you follow and which ones should you not? Like, is it the whole law or not?
It's the whole law.
Is that what you're
Jesus
saying?
never once makes a distinction between following just the 10 Commandments and following the rest of them. In fact, the two greatest commandments in Matthew 22, neither one of them are part of the 10. In fact, he says, when he's questioned, it says, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. This is the greatest and the first commandment. The second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Neither one of those are in the 10 Commandments, and those are the two greatest.
Okay. So my first response would be like, I think about how the Pharisees were always pissed at Jesus for not following the law. Like
No, they were mad for him not following the oral law, the tradition of the elders. He wanted them to follow the law of Moses. He chastised them for following a law that is different than Moses's.
So something like when he was healing someone on the Sabbath, that wasn't a part of the law. That wasn't a part of the
Nope. There's no
law,
law of
like to keep
Moses
the
against
Sabbath
it.
holy.
There's no law against healing on the Sabbath.
So is everything in Deuteronomy classified as the law and Leviticus?
Yep.
Really? Yeah,
Yep.
but what about the stoning? Okay, what about the stoning with the woman? Like, it was a part of the law for them to stone her, but he was like, y'all, don't do this. If you haven't sinned, then you can't cast first stone.
Well, there's two problems with John 8. The first problem is that was added in the 5th century at the earliest. That's not in any of our ancient manuscripts of John. That being said, even if it was original, he didn't really break the law. The law requires that both parties get brought up. So what it seems like is he might have actually been doubting that she was actually guilty of the crime because there was no man there. They just drug her up there demanding for her to be stoned. And he didn't actually say don't stone her, by the way. What he said
Yeah,
was cast
he
the
said
first stone, ye without sin, meaning if you do want to stone this woman, it's lawful to do so, but just know that there are others here that are going to get it next. And that's why they turned away. They're like, okay, I get it. I don't want to be a hypocrite by stoning this woman when I know I myself should be stoned as well for my own crimes. So I don't even think Jesus was telling them not to follow the law. I think Jesus doubted that they were following the law and tried to use the law against them so that they wouldn't carry out like a miscarriage of justice.
So do you think that there's no way to decipher things? Well, obviously the whole thing in the Old Testament is written by humans, but do you feel like there's no way to say, well, these are things that humans just kind of tried to make them the best out of it? Like, for example, the one about the R stuff in Deuteronomy where, like, if something happens to a woman out in the street, then this is what you do. Like, that's a law, but it's not like God made that law. It's like
No,
that's just what humans tried to do.
the book says God gave that.
But we all know that God didn't give that, because it's like you can
Right? He
say
didn't give
God
any of
gave it.
them because he
Well-
doesn't exist, friend.
I'm curious as to why you're saying that you know. Like, why do you
I
know that
don't.
he didn't?
You know
Okay.
what? I wouldn't say that I know for sure, but oh, you mean like, why do I know that it's not? Why do I know that God wouldn't say that?
Right. Because you seem to make it seem like it's like a foregone conclusion that everybody just knows that God
Yeah.
didn't say that.
Like, it's obvious. I don't know. I feel like it's obvious to me. I don't know exactly why. But I can't put my finger on why I know that that's obvious.
Because
I don't
it
know.
would, like, the reason why you're reading some verses and you're like, well, that obviously wasn't true, because it's preposterous. It's preposterous that God would have women stoned for not bleeding on their wedding nights. It's preposterous. But the reality is the law code is full of preposterous things because it was invented by men in the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. That's why. So the reality is there's no point in like digging through this and being like, let's keep the parts that I like. You can throw the whole thing away. Like, if you're just going to go through the book and keep the parts that you like and get rid of the parts you don't like, then at that point you kind of are already your own arbiter of what is moral and what's not moral. Just go ahead and do your own thing. You don't need this God for anything.
But isn't that what we all do anyway? Like, even
Yeah.
if you were
That's what I'm saying. You're already doing it. Just drop the God, drop the Yahweh
Like,
bit,
drop
and you're
the-
done.
like, drop the God part.
Yeah. You already determined that you're the one determining what's from God and what's not from God, and at that point you've already invented kind of your own God and your own religion. So just dump this one and move on with what makes sense. I mean, once you've become the decider of what God makes sense, and you started to fashion God in a mold that makes sense to you, you've already decided that what's in this book isn't all that important to begin with. So just go all the way and get rid of the
Interesting.
book. Just dump it. You can still believe in God. You don't need this book for any of that.
But when you see it, like, I kind of see it as a lot of it being another philosophy book, especially the New Testament, where it's like, when I read the words of Jesus, or when I read some of the things, it's like, I wouldn't have had these ideas on my own. So why not use it to kind of shape?
I would, yeah, but I would say Jesus didn't come up with those things on his own either. Like,
Right.
I don't think that there's anything unique that Jesus brings up. Like, even the you love your neighbor as yourself, like Justin was saying, comes from Leviticus. So I mean, like, that was already established. A lot of the things are already established. Like, I know that Jesus lists off a number of the 10 Commandments in the section that we read, but all of those are like pretty standard for law codes in the ancient Near East around that area. So it's basically like, this is the basic template for a society at this point. and they also work that into their 10 commandments.
Okay. What do you
Yeah.
guys think? Have you heard of Aaron Abke?
No.
Okay. Well, he's another pretty famous TikToker, YouTuber guy, and he's debated what's that guy's name? Who does a lot of the apologist stuff for Christianity? Wes Huff. You know Wes Huff?
I know Wes. Well, I
I
mean, I
know
don't
Wes.
know him, but
So Aaron Abke is he a Christian?
You know what? He doesn't call himself a Christian, but he's kind of like he teaches this something called the Jesus way, where he basically believes that Paul wasn't really like a true apostle, that Paul was a false apostle, and he's an ex-pastor like you. But he also teaches like spiritual laws that come from the law of one, and the evolution of consciousness and how Jesus plays a part into that.
What in
Do
the
you
world? I'm reading his profile. What is the fourth density of consciousness?
So basically, in the law of one, there is an explanation of the evolution of consciousness, and each piece of evolution is a different level. So, for example, the first level of consciousness, and this is kind of like how this philosophy explains God or the evolution of the universe experiencing itself. So, the first density would be like things that are just matter, like water, rocks, things that don't feel. Like, for example, the earth itself would be in the first density of consciousness. And then the second density would be like animals and bugs and things that like they can't necessarily.
well, I feel like that there's a bit of an equivocation going on with density, because the way that you're using density is not indicative of what density is.
It's not a scientific term. It's just a explanation for how this philosopher explains it. It's not scientific really at all.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the problem though. And I looked up what the law of one is, and the AI overview from Google at least is saying that the law of one is a spiritual belief that all things in the universe are connected, originating from a single source and manifesting as a unified consciousness. Is
Yeah.
that how you understand it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how you would even go about proving that.
Like proving that. I feel like evolution kind of proves that. I feel like the idea that we all come from one single organism kind of proves that.
No, I mean, consciousness is an emergent property of a complex central nervous system. And so it's not really something that can be like a unified consciousness in that kind of way. Plus, evolution is more about the change in allele frequencies over multiple generations and how that operates. So it's not like we have genetic memory, like how Assassin's Creed promotes genetic memory is not how that's not that's not memory. Like that's not how anything works. But yeah, so evolution would not be like an instance of this unified consciousness or anything like that, because the consciousness can't be unified.
You don't think so?
No, because it's an emergent property of a complex central nervous system. Like our brains, the way that our brains are structured and the chemical reactions and the chemical processes in our brains produces a consciousness, right? And we can see how the actual physicality of our brains dictates, our person, like our mind or whatnot, because we've got like Phineas Gage. Have you ever heard of Phineas Gage?
No.
Okay, he's a really old case of this, but he took a railway spike to the head, right? Like right up all the way. It changed the structure of his brain, and it changed how his brain worked. And because of that, it changed his consciousness. Like it changed his entire demeanor and everything like that. And so
When you
this is
say
one,
demeanor, you mean like his personality
like
or
personality, behavior, like everything about him changed. And so
okay.
we know that the consciousness is an emergent property of a complex central nervous system because of instances like that. So it's definitely tied like to it. So that's why I say that there's no way that consciousness can be unified, because it's relative to the central nervous system that is expressing it.
I get what you're saying. But I gotta tell you, when I did those shroomies, it made me feel like that's not true.
Yeah,
She did some shroomies and
if
got
you
the zoomies, and now we're in the
Yeah.
7th layer of consciousness.
no, yeah, you take mind altering substances, and it's definitely going to make you feel a certain way. It can make you think that, yeah, that makes sense, but when you actually think about it, I feel like it kind of falls apart.
I don't know.
Well,
You know
listen,
what? I totally
Krista, we're with you on the
see it.
shrooms. Maybe not so much on consciousness or density, but at least you're not in like the Jesus blood cult.
Not anymore. I had to let it go.
That's right.
But
It's a
I'm gonna keep
process.
watching all your lives. Don't worry.
It was good to hear from you. Appreciate you calling him.
You too. Bye, guys.
Cheers, friend.
Bye.
I think we talked a long time ago once before, when she was at the beginning of her deconstruction. Either that or I'm confusing with someone else. But hopefully she's enjoying the journey. I know the journey can be a bumpy one, but I mean, listen, a little bit of magic mushroom could be fun for the ride. Dr. Joe, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I don't understand evolution, therefore God is true. I don't understand evolution, therefore God is true. That is kind of most of their arguments, to be honest. A lot of them don't understand science, and so they engage in God of the gaps. And to be fair, most people who even have sophisticated arguments are really engaging in God of the gap arguments. And I don't know why we don't just classify God of the gaps a logical fallacy and move on. Bike Mike, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, YouTube let me know that I'm in the last last 11 months of what? I've watched 982 of your episodes. Holy fuck. Since 2023 till now, I'm just shy of 2,000 episodes. After fact-checking your info, you've always been 100%. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Spike Mike. That's fucking crazy. I cannot imagine anyone watching almost 2,000 episodes of my content, but thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate that, Mike, and thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for everyone who's liking and sharing and commenting. Remember, the more you comment and the more you like the stream, the more it gets shared out. So if you're in here and you're like, I want a lot of people to see this, I want YouTube to push it out, like and share, like and share. Same goes for TikTok. Really appreciate that, friends. And Junos says, I'll give the Christians this. Architecture. I did a lot of tourism in Rome, Greece, and Spain. All amazing. But the Cologne, is that how you say that? The Cologne Cathedral is on my bucket list. Gothic architecture is insane. So, Juno, I actually agree with you. In fact, one of the things I'm going to do eventually is take the castles and cathedrals tour in Europe and see the castles and cathedrals. I love Gothic architecture. I'm 1,000,000% with you. And Weezer, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, we need a calendar so we know when and where you're going live. Maybe with others from the community schedule as well. Does this exist somewhere? No, but I'm adding it to my notes. I'm going to say live calendar for audience. Okay, I will put one together. A live calendar of all the events that I'm on. I'll put it in my link tree and in my YouTube and everything so everyone can see it. And then you don't have to guess, hey, when is Justin going live? You'll know when Justin's going live and where Justin's going live. And that's actually a really good idea, because now I'm kind of bouncing around from channel to channel. And speaking of bouncing around, while Godless Engineer is up, follow his account on TikTok and YouTube. I think if you're on YouTube, you've probably been following him way longer than you've been following me. But he's still building his following on TikTok, so make sure you're crossing over. And if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't followed him, you're like, listen, I've been following him for years on YouTube. Why should I follow him on TikTok? Because we said so, because the algorithm loves it. Also, Mr. Morpheus, my good friend, good to see you, says Christians got it wrong. Jesus didn't want you forgiven. According to Mark 4:12, Jesus spoke in parables. Oh my God, this is such a good point. He spoke in parables to prevent people from understanding his message and thus effectively repenting for sin. Yeah, and he even says the scripture says he does that in order to fulfill another non-prophecy, seeing they will not see and hearing they will not hear. That's not a prophecy about the Messiah, but Jesus uses it as a method for talking like a jackass to people who probably needed to be non-parabolized. And last super chat for now from our friend Maximilian. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Let's get some W's for Max. His happy anniversary, buddy. And paying my dues for enjoying the last 2 weeks of enjoying your streams and all your fantastic guests. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't know when my anniversary is, but I'm a little over 2 years now streaming. So, yeah, I guess sometime in the fall or winter is my anniversary. Thank you for being here, friends. I really appreciate that. I know there are people that watch my live streams like Yaklub. Yaklub has been in my live streams from day one. My very first live stream ever, he was in it. And he's still here. We've got so many good people in this community. It's amazing. It's an amazing community.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get Dan, and then I'm gonna get John. Dan's in the TikTok queue. John is in the YouTube queue, and then we'll grab the rest after that. Welcome in, Dan. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God? Dan. Dan. Fall asleep on us? Still alive? Okay. Sorry, Dan. It's a shame he waited in the box all that time. Probably over an hour.
Yeah.
Must have fell asleep. Oh well. Well, it looks like we're gonna get the guest from the YouTube queue next. It looks like John. John did preface his name by adding that he is in fact a Christian, so we can bypass the first question, I believe. Welcome in, John. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. In fact, yeah, the audio's kind of goofed. Is it goofed for everyone or just me?
It's a little low for me.
Testing.
Oh, it's just me because I had another channel open to watch Ray Comfort mouth the banana. We're good now, but I can turn his audio volume up because it is a little bit low. That should be a little bit better.
Testing again. 1, 2, 3.
You guys hear him okay?
I can hear him.
Okay, I can hear him as well. John, is it safe to presume you're a Christian since your name is John Christian?
Yes, it's safe to assume that.
Okay.
I've got a question for you. If we can just jump in, because I don't have too long. I've been waiting a while, and I was just about to leave, and then you called my name. So
fair
really
enough.
Appreciate that. But you were talking about Psalm 22. I just jumped on a bit ago, and I heard you talk about Psalm 22, Isaiah 53.
Yep.
If we could just jump into those two, really is what I was interested in.
Sure.
And you were saying that Isaiah 53 is referring to Israel, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what's your evidence for that?
My evidence is, first of all, it fits the context of Isaiah, and the prophet himself tells you on 9 different occasions that is the case. You want to read some of them?
Yes, please.
Sure. All right. I'm going to put some on the screen. So Isaiah starts in Isaiah chapter 40. It goes from 40 to chapter 55. And then the remaining rest of Isaiah is Trito Isaiah or 3rd Isaiah. So the author of Isaiah told us quite a few times what was going on. He says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, who I took from the ends of the earth and called you by the furthest corners, saying, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." Dope. Okay, so Israel is a servant. And then we get something similar in 43:10. He says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I've chosen, so that you may know and believe me." And then 44:1 and 2 says, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus saith the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb, and will help you. Do not fear Jacob, my servant, Jeshurun, whom I have chosen." And then 44:21, remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you, you are my servant. And then 45:4, for the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name. Then 48:20, probably my favorite one, he says, go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it and send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. And there's actually another one that I didn't throw up here, but the reality is, like, if you're reading Second Isaiah, by the time you get to chapter 53, the author kind of assumes you know who the servant is.
Okay, and then you want to go into Isaiah 53?
Yeah, sure. So in Isaiah 53, it starts actually in chapter 52, and it reads just like we would expect all of Isaiah to read, namely that God is going to be exalting his servant Israel because they suffered on behalf of their own sins and on behalf of the nations. That's why, in fact, it says at the beginning of Deutero Isaiah, in fact, I'll throw it up real quick so you can see it. So Deutero Isaiah begins at the end of the Babylonian captivity, whereas first Isaiah was mostly about the Assyrian captivity. But he says, comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that she has served her term and that her penalty is paid. She has received from the Lord's hand double for her sin. So this is like the setting of Deutero Isaiah. It's time to leave Babylon. You've been paid double for your sins. And we get quite a few explanations throughout as to why that is the case. But in 52, we get the prophecy of the servant being freed from captivity and being exalted. It says, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. Well, what's that look like? He says, depart, go out from there, touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. Okay, so when the Lord bears his holy arm, this is hearkening back to what he says in prior verses, also to the Exodus, when God revealed his mighty hand and saved them from from Egypt, saved Israel from Egypt. That's why the next verse is similar, where he's saying, go out from Babylon. And he says, you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight, for the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard. So he's saying, in this Exodus, you don't even have to go swiftly like you did. No unleavened bread. Just go out. God will guard you on the way out. Then it says, see, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up and shall be very high. Just as there were many who were astonished at him, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance and his form beyond that of mortals. So he shall startle many nations, and kings shall shut their mouths because of him. And this matches what we read in the rest of Isaiah. Isaiah goes on to say that the kings of the other nations will bring you their wealth. Leading in a procession, they'll bring you their gold, their wealth. So up to this point in chapter 52, I'm reading this thing in context. Why would I think that so far we're talking about anybody but Israel?
Yeah, because there's a dual application, and this is clear through the prophets. And
there we go, John.
Yeah, okay, so just let me finish here real quickly. But,
no, I'm agreeing with you.
In Isaiah 40, yeah, and I'll just add this to say that you can. Well, go ahead.
I'm agreeing with you that the Christian application of this prophecy is not in the original context. It's in a dual application. Can we agree on that?
Well, that's taken from the text, though. That's the key thing. So if you go back to Isaiah 48, if you can turn to verse 16. And I'm just going to read it for time if you don't mind. Come ye near unto me, hear ye this. I have not spoken in secret from the beginning, from the time that it was, there am I. And now the Lord God and his Spirit hath sent me. Now you have
who's me when you're a prophet?
Speaking, and then he says, the Lord God sent.
I know.
And his
who's
Spirit
me?
hath sent me. So you have two people here. You have I, right? And then you have the Lord God. And then we can say his Spirit. Okay, so let's just say two there. And then verse 17, thus saith the Lord, thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I am the Lord thy God, which teacheth thee to profit.
No, Yahweh.
which leadeth thee by the way that thou shouldest go. Oh, that thou hadst hearkened to my commandments, then had thy
John,
peace been as a river, and thy righteousness as the waves of the sea.
John,
Right?
we've read it. Is Yahweh the Redeemer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
He's the Redeemer.
Is Jesus in this passage? Because it says Yahweh is your Redeemer.
So this is, again, setting the context for chapter 53. He says,
I
the
agree,
Lord,
yes.
who is thy Redeemer,
The
right?
context of
He's the
chapter
Holy One of Israel.
53 is
And he says,
Yahweh
I'm the Lord thy
redeeming
God,
his
who
people
keeps the
from
prophet.
captivity.
And so this is in the context of the Lord redeeming his people. We both agree with that.
I agree. Okay,
now
so
turn to Isaiah 53.
we
Yeah,
can go
I looked at
back
Isaiah 53.
to the prior point, because this is not necessary. We both already agreed that the original context of Deutero-Isaiah is found in Israel. You can only apply it to Jesus if, in fact, you have a secondary application, which is what Christian scholars will teach you. If you read a good Christian study Bible, like if you read
actually, not
the
just
New
Christian
Oxford
scholars,
Annotated Study
but the Jewish
Bible,
scholars as
or
well believe this
no,
from before the time of Jesus. The
not the
rabbis
Jewish,
taught this.
not the no.
Yes, in fact,
Oh,
it's written in the
okay. So
prophecies of.
we'll just do this. So if you read in like any Christian commentary, they're going to agree, in fact, that the original context isn't about Jesus. There's some sort of a secondary aspect to it. There's a secondary fulfillment. So again, John, I'm agreeing with you. This is the route to get to Jesus. The route to get to Jesus is not saying that the prophecy was originally about Jesus. It's by saying that there's a secondary application. So we don't have to go into we don't have to debate that point. We agree there. So the next
And now let me ask you
question.
this: by your secondary application,
So the next question that needs to be answered is, why would I, as a human being with eyeballs who can read a text, right? Why would I go into Isaiah and think that there's a second?
before we go on, I need to understand your prior.
So the question that I'm trying to ask is, why would I look at the text? Like I'm a human being, I can read. Why would I look at Isaiah and think that there's a secondary application that is divorced from the original context?
That's what I'm trying to say to you. You're saying that this secondary application is not part of the text, but actually I'm about to say that it is part of the text. It's not an application drawn from it or from philosophy.
Part of the context.
You go to, yeah, exactly. Let me just give you a point from Isaiah 53. Okay, if you go down to verse 10.
You're not going to like the end of 53 if you want to do this.
If you go to verse 10.
They always come in so confident. It's fun. It's fun. Okay.
He says, yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him.
Yeah.
Israel. Put him to grief when thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin. And the word for offering there in Hebrew is a sham. It's a guilt offering. And a guilt offering is something that Israel couldn't offer because Israel was very guilty.
John,
read Isaiah chapter 1.
John, didn't we already have this conversation before? John, you've been here, haven't you?
This is a guilt offering.
It's almost like John doesn't hear me talking. John, have you been on my live stream before?
No, I've never been on your live stream before.
You haven't been here giving me the exact same bad argument about the word sham?
Asham. So with an alpha.
Fair enough.
This
sounds like the identical same argument another John gave me. So the reality is this doesn't actually show anything. What this shows is that the nation of Israel is being likened to an offering. That's why it says at the beginning of Deutero-Isaiah that they were paid double for their sins. The righteous remnant of Israel is being punished, and their righteous suffering is happening so that the sins of Israel themselves and for the enemies of Israel can be forgiven. Because when God, in fact, rescues Israel from their captivity, all the nations will see how awesome and mighty Yahweh is, and the nations will be ashamed of what they did to Israel, and they'll worship Yahweh, which is why, if you keep reading, it says, he shall see his offspring and shall prolong his days. Clearly a context that is applied to Israel and not applied to Jesus, because Jesus didn't have any offspring, and Jesus' days weren't prolonged. He was crucified at a young age, and that's why it also says, therefore I will allot him a portion with the great. and he will divide the spoils with the strong. This
There you
is
go.
war spoil,
Clear
which is
prophecies
what
of Christ.
Yahweh says about the nation of Israel.
It couldn't be clearer of Christ, actually. And if you think about the Asham in the Levitical offerings, the Asham had to be completely blameless, which Israel
Well,
wasn't
Jesus wasn't
to any
blameless.
degree. And Jesus
Well,
was blameless.
Well, it's almost
He
like
was
you
blameless
weren't.
according
It's
to
almost like you weren't
the
listening,
law.
John. I said the righteous remnant. By the way,
Yeah,
I didn't say
you
all of
see,
Israel was blameless. This is where you have to put on your listening ears. The righteous remnant have to suffer
like,
alongside of the unrighteous. The righteous and the wicked are suffering together, and they've been suffering double
okay.
for their sins. They've been taken away into the land of the dead.
They are, yes, Israel did suffer greatly for their sins, like it was prophesied would happen in Deuteronomy, that they would suffer when they turned away from the Lord. But even the righteous needed a sacrifice for their sins, so they weren't the sacrifice. If you look at
No,
David,
they
he
were.
wasn't righteous, right?
No, you're
Not
wrong.
perfectly.
No,
He wasn't
you don't
he
you don't
actually had to
you
ask
don't
for
need.
forgiveness for his
No, you
sins
don't need
in
that.
Isaiah,
You don't need to
Psalm
kill an
chapter
animal.
51.
You don't need to kill an animal to pay for your sins. You can be punished to pay for your sins. In fact, this has happened multiple times in the Bible where God says that your punishment was the payment for your sins.
Yes, and that's because there is a wage, there's a consequence to sin, of course. Like we see in the world, there's cause and effect, and God is behind all of that.
In fact,
But the ultimate
Isaiah
payment
chapter
always goes
6.
back to sacrifice,
Isaiah chapter 6.
Deuteronomy law.
Isaiah chapter 6, the sin is taken away just by having the coal touch the lips. Was that an animal sacrifice?
Well, it's in the context of it, yes.
Was
absolutely.
No,
whole
it
law
wasn't
is
an
in the context
animal
of
sacrifice.
Where did animal sacrifice begin, according to
Isaiah didn't sacrifice an animal when coal touched his lips. I don't know if
where did he
you're
get the coal
actually
from?
familiar
Where did he
with
get
what's
the coal from?
happening. It doesn't matter. The coal was the thing that purified the sin, just like in
it's very important because the
Deutero-Isaiah,
context gives
in
the context
Deutero-Isaiah,
indication of that is the
John,
coal, actually.
John, I don't know if you know this. No one can hear you when you talk, like while I'm talking. So every moment that you spend talking, thinking you're talking over me, you're just like quietly mumbling in the background of the live stream. So if you want to have a
Well,
good, productive conversation,
on.
if you want to have a good, productive conversation, then you can just wait like 5 seconds for me to finish, and then you can make your point. Every time you talk while I talk, I purposely talk longer just to prove a point. So if you want to have a real conversation, we can have a real conversation, but it's never going to work by you talking over me because I'm more stubborn than you, and I'll do it louder and longer. So it's up to you what kind of conversation you want to have.
Can we talk about the coal?
In Deutero-Isaiah, he says, I have swept away your transgressions like a cloud, and your sins like mist. Return to me, for I have redeemed you. What transpired to sweep away their transgressions?
Yes. Can we return to the coal?
What transpired in the verse on the screen to wipe away their transgressions?
Yeah. Again, this is in the context of Isaiah.
What transpired in the verse on the screen for their sins to be taken care of?
Yeah, he took the punishment for their sins, as it's recorded in Isaiah 53.
How?
No,
we're not in 53. We're in 44. So try to focus.
But it's a unity.
It's certainly not a unity. They paid for their sins. They paid for their sins in Babylon.
Okay, if I could say a word there.
I don't know if I know conversations are hard for Christians, John, but when I stop talking, I'm hoping you're going to start talking. You don't have to ask if that's your turn to talk.
Yeah, in Isaiah chapter 9, he had already talked about Isaiah chapter 7, Isaiah chapter 9, and all the way through the context of Isaiah is very heavily on the coming of the Messiah. And then Isaiah's
I disagree.
Yeah,
chapter 7 doesn't mention the Messiah. Chapter 9 doesn't mention the Messiah. Chapter 9 is an enthronement psalm or enthronement prophecy for Hezekiah. Chapter 7 is certainly not about a Messiah, and it's definitely not about a virgin birth. But God says that they've served their term. The penalty has been paid. They received double from the Lord's hand, double for their sin. Their sins were wiped away with the Babylonian exile. That's how they paid for their sins as a people group.
Are you familiar with the prophets after the Babylonian exile?
I'm familiar with all the prophets, John.
Could you name a couple that were after the Babylonian exile?
Haggai. How many you want? Malachi.
Yeah, and they're all talking about the sins of the people of Israel very heavily.
I know, because the prophecies never come true. They say later, that after the Babylonian exile, that Israel won't even sin again. That never came true.
Yeah, and there are many prophecies about the end times, which God is going to fulfill for Israel. That's the point. You can't.
No, they're never going to get fulfilled. They will never get fulfilled. They will never get fulfilled because this God doesn't exist.
Now, can we go back to the coal?
Sure. What do you want to talk about?
Okay. So, well, where did the coal come from? It came from the altar. And
it doesn't matter.
Is again the sacrifice.
It's irrelevant. The coal touching his lips is what purified.
Yes, but it's a symbol that it was connected to the sacrifice. So that's the point, though.
No, the sacrifice didn't purify his sins. The coal did.
The coal from the sacrifice, which is God was clearly tying together.
Well, that means the sacrifice didn't cleanse the sin. The coal did.
It's clearly a symbolism.
You wouldn't need to touch the coal to his lips if the sacrifice cleansed his sins. So now that this has touched your lips, your guilt has departed and your sin blotted out. He didn't give an offering in this passage. What happened in this passage is a piece of coal was taken and touched to his lips.
Yes, there has to be an application of the sacrifice.
And when the coal touched his lips, then his sins departed. Didn't say anything about him killing anything.
Right, and well, that was already established well in Israel's culture and in the scriptures, so he didn't have to go back over it.
It wasn't established that you had to kill an animal to get forgiveness.
Well, if you look in the scriptures,
I have. That's why I know you're wrong, John.
And you let me finish the sentence, though, right?
Fair enough. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So the sacrifice begin with we see with Adam and Eve in the garden, but even if we skip that, we see it with Abel very clearly, right? Cain and Abel. Would you agree with that?
Answer the question. Do you have to kill an animal to get forgiven? Yes or no?
No, absolutely not. It's not an
animal. Okay, there we go. Are there instances of people being forgiven in the Bible without killing an animal?
Okay, now I'll only answer if you let me finish answering.
Well, you have to give me the answer before you can expound. Are there examples of people in the Bible being forgiven without killing an animal?
Yes, may I expound?
There you go. So why does Isaiah 6 require an animal to be killed when we have plenty of examples of God forgiving sins without killing animals?
You're asking the right question. That's really a good question. Because the animals themselves never took away sins. They were pictures of what the Messiah was going to do.
Now, it's an adorable quote from the book of Hebrews, but it's wrong.
And so, like it says in the scriptures, even in the Old Testament, right? But let's go back to Abel, if we could, with his offering. So what is he actually offering there? Like, what did Abel offer in his offering?
You know what he offered? He offered produce.
Not Abel, that's Cain. But what did Abel offer?
Cain offered produce. Abel offered the fat of the flock, the best of the flock.
Okay, right. That's right. And do you remember any of the details there?
I know all the details, John. I've read the book.
Good. Can you give a little more detail?
Yeah, I can give you a lot of detail. I can give you the detail that you don't know, which is that this is not a commentary on God wanting the blood of animals. This is a commentary on the shepherding culture. There was a great 7 disputations in the ancient Near East, whether one of them, and the greatest of them, was whether or not the shepherd or the farmer was to be more admired in culture. And the Levantine people admired the shepherd better. The Egyptians did not. The Mesopotamians did not. City builders did not. Nomadic tribesmen did honor the shepherd and the herding life more. It's a commentary on the shepherding life. It's not a commentary on God needing to kill animals to forgive anybody.
Okay, that's all fine. So can you give me any more of the details of Abel's offering there, just for context?
Well, again, John, it's irrelevant. Whatever dumb point you're about to make, just make the point and I'll tell you why it's dumb.
Okay. Well, it specifically says that it was a flock animal. Now, there's a lot of animals in the world, and it was specifically a flock animal. Now, why do you think that is?
Because he was a keeper of the flocks.
And why was that important for offering? Because we see in the text that his was accepted.
It was accepted for unmentioned reasons, but it's presumed elsewhere that it was his heart was the problem. That's why Cain is accused of not having a correct posture. That's why God says, if you do what is right, will you not be accepted?
Right. And what was right in that context?
We're not told. That's the part that you're trying to invent right now, and you think the part that's right that he got wrong was in fact that he didn't spill blood, but in reality, you don't need to spill blood for an offering. God demands offerings of grain, of grape, libations, and of blood. And even in Leviticus, you could in chapter 5, verse 11, you can get your sins forgiven just by offering a tenth of an ephah of flour.
And so if you go back there.
Yeah, let me just ignore everything you said.
Oh, no, and I can go to that if you want, but if you go back there, you have a Hebrew word ravatz there when it says that sin lieth at the door. Sin is lying at the door. Some translations have crouch there. Sin is crouching. There's a very bad translation. The word ravatz never means crouch. It always means to lie and recline. It's the same word in Psalm chapter 23 of the sheep lying in the green pastures, right? Okay, but here's why this is important.
It's not important.
When he says,
let me show you this weird grammatic anomaly that some guy on the internet told me that I can stick Jesus into.
Okay. Can I finish the point before you move on, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go
Thank
for
you.
it.
So yeah, well, he says to Cain, if you don't do well, then what? And he gives this condition. He says sin is lying at the door. Now, the Hebrew word for sin is chata, which I'm sure you know. And chata is used in two different ways. Can you tell me the ways it's used?
There's a lot of ways it gets used. Two is irrelevant.
Okay, well, it's used in two ways. It's used for the violation, which we'd call sin, right? Doing wrong. But it's also used of the sin offering. So
it's also used of becoming defiled. You'll find the exact same word being used talking about the land itself becoming defiled. There's multiple uses for that word, and I know you read some weird email forward that told you there's only two uses for it, but that's wrong.
And I'm talking about two senses in the bigger sense, the umbrella sense. There's one where it's talking about the violation, impurity, it doesn't matter on the one side, but on the other side, the word itself is used of a sin offering without change. So it's the exact same word. The only way to tell the difference is context. So when it's translated like in our English Bibles, it says sin offering.
Just make your bad point so I can tell you why it's wrong. Your bad point is that God isn't happy unless you kill an animal. That's your point, right?
Well, actually, I'm just telling you what God said to Cain in Hebrew, which is very important because it leads to all these other things. So he said, if you don't do well, chata is ravatzing at the door.
Yeah.
So sin. Now,
crouching.
How can you tell whether it's
it's crouching? Is waiting to overtake you. It's crouching.
That word is. Go ahead and not right now. Later on, search that Hebrew word.
I have.
And in every single instance, not one time is it used for crouching. Every time it's used for.
You'd be quite literally wrong. Genesis 49:9.
Yeah, let's go there if you would. If you could just put it on the screen, maybe.
Sorry, just to orient myself, this is all over a discrepancy in whether or not animal sacrifice is needed to resolve sin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So he says, Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, you have gone up. He crouches down, right? And that's the word ravatz there. But then we'll look at the context. He stretches out like a lion, like a lioness who dares rouse him. Now, look back at an older translation, the same exact passage. You can pick the older translation.
Yeah, I know. Your favorite translation says lies down, right?
Well, no, it's actually a difference.
No, just to be clear, John, your favorite translation says lies down, so that's one you want to use.
Oh no, I'm just saying the older translations translate.
Okay, so the truth is, I'm waiting for you to be honest. Your translation that you prefer says lies down, which is why you don't accept mine.
No, I'm talking about the word lion here. If you look at the older translations, they translate the word lion differently.
I know.
They translate it as an older lion, and so it makes a big difference for the context, because older lions aren't out there, on the hunt. He lies down and he's resting is the point. He's not actually on a hunt.
Mm-hmm.
But most of the time, that word is used of a flock animal lying down in the pasture. It's the most common use of ravats. So if you take that and you go back to Genesis chapter 4, it makes perfect sense in the context, because you have Cain. God says, if you need a sacrifice, he says chata, which is the same word for sin offering. Liar.
John, here's what's going to happen. The next thing out of your mouth needs to be the point that you're making.
Okay, and so the point is this, that in both, you have Abel offering the blood sacrifice, like you said, which is true, is a blood offering because he had to take the fat out, so there's bloodshed. But he's saying the same thing to Cain. It's not just a matter of the heart. He's saying, if you don't do well, which well would be defined by the criteria, if you don't do well, there's an opportunity to do it, because the sin offering is lying there at the door. You have an animal available.
He didn't say sin offering.
Well, the Hebrew word for sin there is the exact same as sin offering. There's no difference between it and the word. The only
olah. What's an olah, John?
Well, it's translated burnt offering.
There you go. And what's the common word for a sin offering in Hebrew? What do we call it?
Chata. Chata.
Almost exclusively the burnt offering, the whole burnt offering, the olah, is used for a sin offering. All throughout Leviticus, all throughout the prophets. And listen, it's adorable that you can find occasions where chatat means something that you want it to mean, but this is irrelevant. All of this is irrelevant because God explicitly tells you on many occasions that you don't have to spill blood to get forgiven.
Well, if it's irrelevant, can we at least make the point in looking at Exodus 29:14?
No, I'm going to show you Leviticus, and we're just going to end this stupid discussion before it wastes everyone's time. If you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour. Does flour bleed?
Absolutely not.
Okay, could you get forgiven by offering flour?
In the context.
It's a yes or no, John. Could you get forgiven by offering flour?
Yes, in the context of the other blood.
There you go. Okay, so is blood required?
Yes, it is.
No, because flour doesn't bleed. John, does flour bleed? Have you seen flour bleeding before?
It's in the context of blood, though. See,
chat, does flour bleed, chat? Do you know if flour bleeds?
See, all these offerings were going together. You can't pull one out and leave the rest. It'd be like pulling your
smartphone down. I actually can, because this is one offering that gets you forgiveness without blood, which means blood's not necessary. If blood was necessary, there wouldn't be loopholes and there wouldn't be exceptions.
So you could just take part of the system and pull it out without the rest of the system?
No, what I'm showing you is that the system doesn't require blood.
But the whole system does require blood.
No, it doesn't require blood if you can offer flour.
As part of the system, yes.
Yes. So if the system entails that you can get forgiveness by sacrificing flour, that means blood is not a necessary requirement. It's not necessary.
What did all the males come to Jerusalem for 3 times a year?
We know, but John, it doesn't actually fix the problem. Based on the meaning of words, if flour doesn't bleed, then blood is not required. When blood is required, that means there's no exceptions. It's not necessary if there's exceptions.
Like I keep saying, it's part of a system. You can't take it in isolation.
I'm not taking it in isolation. What I'm saying is that you're struggling with words here. Words entail that if there's an exception to the rule, then it's not a universal requirement. If you
So
can
what did the
get
high priest do
forgiveness
every year for
without,
Israel?
if you can get forgiveness without blood, that means the blood's not necessary. You can say it's desired, but it's not necessary, which is why God, over and over again in the Bible, forgives people without blood.
What was Yom Kippur for? What's the meaning of Yom Kippur?
Yom Kippur is for the Day of Atonement is Leviticus 16, and it's an eternal ritual, which means Jesus isn't replacing it. This is actually a point against your precious Jesus, because it says that this is a perpetual statute for you to practice
Yes,
throughout your
absolutely it is.
generations,
It-
and Jesus
yes.
doesn't count as a Yom Kippur. So
And
the
what was the
reality
point of Yom
is
Kippur?
Leviticus 16 isn't going to help you. The point is to purify the temple.
So what was the point of Yom Kippur, though?
The point is to purify the temple from corporate sin.
It's not the people.
And the people and the temple, because people are in the
Agreed.
temple. The corporate sin is cast upon the second goat, and it gets sent where?
It gets sent out.
Do they murder it? Do they spill its blood on the altar?
The scapegoat, right?
Do they spill
Well,
the blood on the altar of the goat that they confess the sins of Israel over?
Wow, you're bringing up such a good point. Thank you. Yeah,
They
because
The answer is
they
no,
had-
John.
they had-
I don't. Nope. I don't need yapping. I need a yes or no. Do they kill it?
yes, absolutely.
No, they don't sacrifice it. No, they send it out into the desert.
They sent
So
one
the
out. What did
so
they do
the
with the other
so
one?
the first goat gets sacrificed. The second
Yes.
goat, where the sins of Israel are confessed over, gets sent out into the desert. That doesn't get sacrificed.
Yes,
Which means
absolutely, 'cause it was a
Jesus.
dual picture.
That means Jesus is certainly not Leviticus 16. Not a dual
So
picture.
which one?
Jesus
it's a dual
fulfilled
picture because
exactly 0 prophecies. It doesn't matter how many cute little parallels you find in the text. None of them are prophecies of Jesus. You can't just look at parallels and say, oh, that's interesting. We're going to make it about Jesus. It says this is a perpetual statute to practice on a particular day throughout all your generations. The law of Moses is an eternal law code, perfect and unchanging.
And so when was the law code? Can I just ask one thing? I know you're probably going to let me go here, but maybe I could just ask one thing.
I'm
about
not
Yom Kippur
kicking you.
while we're on it. All right, thank you. But we have the calendar basically of Israel, right? With the feasts that we're bringing up. We're talking about Yom Kippur, and that calendar we see in beginning with essentially Passover, right? And Passover was followed by what feast?
Just make your point. I'm no one's here for trivia night. Whatever
Okay.
point you want to make, just make it so that we can dismiss it and move on to the next one.
Well, okay. So Passover was the beginning there, obviously being instituted at the Exodus, but it was the key to Passover was the shedding of the blood of the lamb, as we see on the doorpost in the Exodus. But Jesus died at Passover.
Well, that
and
means
he died in
that means
perfect
he's not the
parallel
scapegoat
to-
then.
Well, we're talking about Passover here.
Okay,
He died in
so
perfect parallel.
we'll start by dismissing Leviticus 16, because if he's a Passover lamb, he's
Absolutely
certainly not
not.
the scapegoat, because the scapegoat doesn't die. Now, the Passover lamb doesn't forgive anyone's sins.
Okay, so Passover was the time of Jesus' death, correct?
Only in John, not in the others.
So
In John, they specifically have him dying on Passover, whereas in the others, not so much. There's a one-day contradiction between the Synoptics and John.
and that's a matter of how you interpret it. I would go the other way with that, but that's fine. We're
Well,
close enough, right? In the sense
I mean,
that
I'd
we're
agree
saying
with
he died
you,
at
but then
Passover.
we'd both be wrong.
Okay, but in the sense that whether it's a day or different or not, I'm talking about he died at that time of year, correct?
He died in the
obviously
Passover
we agree.
season.
Yes, okay, and but absolutely he died in the fulfillment of that.
No, he
as
didn't
the
fulfill
lamb.
anything. There's no prophecy in Exodus 12. Exodus 12 is not a prophecy. It's instructions for how to celebrate the Passover.
Right, and that began a
So
calendar.
so
for
it doesn't
Israel, because
again, it's adorable that the gospel authors wanted to make Jesus's death parallel the Passover feast, but that doesn't make it a prophecy. Somebody writing
Uh-huh.
a story to parallel something that was already in their mythology doesn't make it a prophecy. Prophecy is a clear pattern of speech. Such and such will happen.
Well, Jesus, not only did he die at the right time, which is Passover, in fulfillment of that lamb, saying
No,
that he
there's
was
no
the lamb,
fulfillment.
and
You can't fulfill something
and
that's not a prophecy, so you're not a lamb. And he wasn't without blemish, by the way. So he doesn't
he was
count
without
for
blemish.
anything. He wasn't sinless.
He was sinless.
He was not
And
sinless.
he was sinless.
He was not sinless.
Okay, now
He
what is
broke
sin?
the law of Moses.
You just made a claim. So,
He
but I
broke
want to
the
know what
law
is
of
sin.
Moses.
So you say to no, let's back up.
Sin is breaking the law of Moses.
Okay.
That disobeying God, disobeying the law of Moses is a sin, and Jesus certainly did that. Before I show you that, here's another example of forgiveness without spilling of blood. Isaiah 27, same author. Well, actually not the same author, but you think it's the same author. By expulsion, by exile, you struggled against them. With his fierce blast, he removed them in the day of the east wind. Therefore, by this, the guilt of Jacob will be expiated. And this will be the full fruit of the removal of his sin. The removal of the sin was done through punishment. Isaiah, there wasn't a human being that had to die and shed blood for anyone to be forgiven. God had a myriad of ways to forgive anybody's sin. Now, back to what were we on? I think we're on John 3, aren't we? Actually, you know what? Let's do my favorite. Let's do Isaiah 61. It says, the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them a garland instead of ashes, an oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of a faint spirit. They shall be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins, and they shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations. What's this prophecy about, John? You've read the Bible, John. What's this about? Be honest.
I'm interested in hearing your opinion.
Well, you're going to wait if you don't give me yours first. What's this passage quite clearly about?
Let's go back to the beginning of the chapter, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm. What's the prophecy about? I know that you know this one.
Yes.
This wasn't in your script?
I do. If I say that this is about Christ,
then I'll
and
demonstrate why Christ is a liar. If you're
the
honest and you say it's about the restoration of Israel, then I'll tell you that he's still a liar.
like I said, I'm very interested to hear what you have to say.
Well, I'm waiting for your explanation of what it is. What does it mean that they shall build up the ancient ruins and raise up the former devastations and repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations? What does that mean? What could that possibly be referring to?
what the rest of the prophets spoke about so often, so clearly.
So
The end
often,
time
so
restoration.
clearly.
Yes, so often, so
Yeah,
clearly.
so
But
often,
at the
so
same time,
clearly, exactly, about the restoration of Israel and their return to the promised land. Like Isaiah only mentioned it 4,000 times. Okay, so this prophecy in
I
Isaiah
actually didn't say any of that.
61.
You said all that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there something in Isaiah 61 that would lead me to believe that it's not about the restoration of Israel? I'm sorry, is Jesus the carpenter personally rebuilding their houses in the city?
Yeah. See, I would love to answer, but I don't think you'll let me.
We literally been waiting for 5 minutes for you to answer. We got crickets.
As soon as I started, you cut me off.
No, I literally asked you, what in this passage should we expect for a future? Like if you're living, I don't know, 100 years after Isaiah wrote this, what's your expectation for reading this passage?
Are you saying that God can't speak about things that are still future?
Nope. What I'm saying is this passage is very easy to interpret. Just read the words and tell me, what is this passage about?
All right, I'll give it a try if you'll let me go. Good. So the prophet spoke often about the future and ultimate restoration of Israel to God, and that had physical ramifications. One more point before you jump in. This, back in the 1800s, Israel wasn't a nation. There was no nation of Israel. And Christians in England read these prophecies and
Wait, I
realized
didn't ask you about the 1800s. I asked, what is this about, buddy? I don't need a sermon. Like, John, I can tell you're like a quasi pastor somewhere at least. No one needs a sermon. Just tell us, what's this about?
This isn't a sermon, it's an answer. Back in the 1800s.
No, I don't care about the 1800s. I care what you think this prophecy is about. I don't care what you think somebody. I don't care about the 1800s. I care about the dialectic. I don't give a fuck, John. I care about the dialectic. The dialectic has a goal in mind. The goal is to figure out what this passage is about, which means I don't need to know what somebody in the I don't need to know what somebody.
What I was going to say didn't have anything to do with it.
I don't need to know what somebody in the 1800s thinks about it. I want to know what your interpretation is.
You don't even know I was going to talk about what someone thought in the 1800s. You didn't hear it.
You mentioned the 1800s.
That's right. But
I'm sorry, were you alive in the 1800s?
What does that have to do with anything?
Is your opinion from the 1800s or is it from 2025?
You're changing the topic.
John, I'm asking you for your interpretation of this passage, which requires you to just tell me what your interpretation is. I don't need a history lesson. I don't need you to read from the Schofield Bible. I don't need none of that shit. I just need you to tell me, what is this about?
No, I would love to. But if I go anywhere that you're not comfortable, you immediately shut me down.
Now, I shut you down because you're wasting everyone's time.
It's more wasting time to cut me off.
No one here wants a sermon. We want the answer. We want a concise
knowledge, not a sermon.
No, we don't want the knowledge. We want the answer. We want the answer. We want the answer to the. I didn't ask you for knowledge. I asked you for the answer to the question. So, John, this is why Christians get so disingenuous and they get cooked up here, is because you're not willing to entertain questions and answers. You think your job here is to preach, and it's not. Your job will never be to preach here. We heard more sermons than you're ever going to give in your lifetime, so we don't care about your history lesson. What we want is your interpretation of this passage. What does it mean?
And you don't think history has anything to do with that?
I don't care. I don't care about your history. I care about your interpretation.
This passage is history. You have to go back in history to even read the passage. So if you're going to discount.
All right. So here's what's going to happen, John. Nobody cares about your history. What we really want is for you to tell us what this passage is about so we can move on and debate the meaning of this passage. Nobody came here for you to go on the Ramble Railroad about the 1800s. We don't care about that. What we want to know is what this passage means. And you can say it in probably 2 sentences. That's all. That's all we need.
Well, does it make you uncomfortable that I might bring up evidence from the 1800s?
Listen, you can bring up the evidence. I don't care what time frame it's from. What I want is the interpretation. If you have evidence for your interpretation, you're more than welcome to present it. But I need your interpretation first.
Okay, if I give the interpretation, will you let me give evidence for it?
You're more than welcome to.
Thank you. So the interpretation is that this is a future fulfillment of the restoration of Israel, the physical people of Israel, to God as their Redeemer, and that has physical ramifications. Now, I'll give some evidence if you like.
No, we agree. This is a restoration prophecy of the nation of Israel. Now, tell me, did Jesus build up the ancient ruins and repair the ruined cities?
No, because this is a future prophecy of the restoration of Israel. And that's where it comes to the 1800s.
Then,
this is why it's so
then
important.
That means that Jesus is a liar and a fraud, because he says in Luke chapter 4 that this scripture was fulfilled in his hearing in the synagogue on that day.
Well, you wouldn't jump there if you'd let me go to the 1800s.
I would. I would jump to that conclusion.
Do you mind if I give the evidence?
You're welcome to give the evidence.
Okay. So in the 1800s, this wasn't even a shadow of being fulfilled, because there wasn't even a nation of Israel. They were just a scattered people called the Jews. They were in Germany. They were in Russia.
Yeah, we know 1964. We get it.
Okay. 1964?
Or 1946.
48. But yes. So if you go back to the 1800s,
well, the agreement was drawn up before it was ratified in 48. You know that, right? In fact, there was a struggle in 47.
Yeah.
The Arabs and the Israelis actually had a armed conflict.
Yeah, there was a lot of conflict leading up to that, and even involving the British. But yes, but if you go back to the 1800s, then this is where it comes together. This is the evidence, okay?
So this is not evidence. This is going to be a bad interpretation, but go for it.
Okay, thank you. So the Christians read these prophecies, and there was no way they could be fulfilled because there wasn't even a nation of Israel for them to be fulfilled in. So they began to pray, saying, God, this is your word. We know that it's true. It will happen. Now, this is before Zionism, before there was a movement to go back to Israel.
John, the answer is Israel becoming a nation. Why do you have to use so many words to say what we all know you're about to say? What you mean to say is this prophecy was fulfilled when Israel became a nation?
And people...
It's crazy. Yeah, the answer is yes, John, isn't it? Is the answer to my question yes?
But it's deeper than yes.
It's not. No, it's not deeper than yes. It's either yes. It's either yes or no.
Yes, but yes.
Okay, so
evidence, right?
You think that this prophecy was fulfilled in 1948? I don't agree.
No, I don't.
Jesus,
I don't think that.
Jesus didn't have anything to do with this. So Jesus says that this was fulfilled in his hearing of the reading of the text.
No, he says the beginning of it was fulfilled in his hearing. And
no, he doesn't say that.
Yes, absolutely.
No, he didn't. No, this is where we turn you into a liar. He didn't say this part of the text. He quoted the beginning of the prophecy because we all know what happens in the prophecy. In fact, the part that he quoted was specifically the part that could be literally applied to anybody. Not even Jesus. Fucking Simon Bar Kokhba could do this. But it says he unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he's anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives, the recovery of sight to the blind," which not even in the Hebrew text, that's an addition, "to set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." He rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the intendant, and sat down, and the eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him. And then he began to say to them, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But that scripture wasn't fulfilled in their hearing because that's not a separate prophecy from the beginning of Isaiah 61. What Christians try to do endlessly is when you have a prophecy that you don't like, you're like, let's just eliminate the part that we don't like, and we're going to say, oh, that part's actually about the future. The part that's generic, that anybody could fulfill, that's the stuff our guy did. What prevents me from saying that the Spirit of Lord God is upon me? How do you know this isn't about me, John?
Are you binding up the brokenhearted, or are you?
I'm doing it right now. Put a 1 in the chat right now if I've binded up the brokenhearted, if I've bound up the brokenhearted through 2 years of live streaming, but in fact,
If
put
you
a
could
K
just
in the
add one thing to
comments
that.
if I'm your actual king.
If you could also put in,
I am your Messiah, friends. I fulfilled Isaiah 61. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me because he has anointed me to bring good news to the oppressed that are in this cult of Christianity. I'm binding up the brokenhearted. I'm proclaiming liberty to the captives. The prophecy was about me, not about Jesus. You see how dumb it is when you point to only partial prophecies out of context and you apply them spiritually to your favorite cult leader? It could be about anybody.
Could you read Isaiah 35?
The prophecy is connected. Verse 2 is connected to verse 1. Verse 3 is connected to verse 2. Verse 4 is connected to verse 3. This is a prophecy. The good news being brought by the prophet to the people mourning is about this. It's one prophecy. This is not two prophecies, John. Why in the world? Give me one good grammatical reason, one good actual literary reason why I would read Isaiah 61 and think that there's multiple prophecies in between verses 1, 2, and 3, and 4.
Yeah, okay. I would take you to a New Testament passage, but if I did that, would you discount it because it's New Testament?
That would be circular.
Okay, yeah, so I won't go there then, though there is a clear answer to that in the New Testament. So if we just set that aside because you won't accept it, then let's see, because I could just answer, but you're going to discount my answer. So I have to come up with something that
because it's going to be wrong or a lie. The right answer is that this is a single prophecy, and that you would be a dishonest charlatan to try to split this up and say, oh, well, if I split it up, this easier stuff, this generic stuff at the beginning, I can fit my Messiah into. But I already told you I can do that.
But it's one prophecy. I agree with you.
I agree. It's one prophecy. Yeah, and Jesus said that the prophecy was fulfilled in their hearing. Nothing was fulfilled in their hearing.
He quoted those verses and said,
so did I.
Yes.
I did that too. I just did it. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God. This has been fulfilled today in your hearing right now.
I don't think you're doing all that, but let me just add this.
I did.
Are you saying that you fulfill all the? Are you saying that you fulfilled all those prophecies?
No,
Isaiah 61?
I filled as much as Jesus did. In Isaiah 61, I filled 100% as much as Jesus did.
Be careful, please. But he fulfilled all
I'm not worried. Your sky carcass is fake. No one's scared of your cloud zombie here. Listen, your cloud zombie fulfilled 0 prophecies and he lies over and over again.
Verse 2?
Did Jesus?
Are you fulfilling verse 2?
Did Jesus?
Yes.
No, he didn't.
Sure he did.
He cut it off after the year of the Lord's favor. He specifically left out the rest of the sentence. He left it out to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and ignored the day of vengeance of our God. Now, I don't know, you've read enough of the Bible to know that the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of God were not all that dissimilar. It was vengeance for some, favor for others. This prophecy is not 2 prophecies.
Yeah. So it actually is 2 prophecies.
It certainly is not. Only if you're a liar.
It's 2 parts of one prophecy. It is one prophecy.
Only if you're a lying liar, that's for sure.
And the second part is only possible with the first part, with Jesus coming to fulfill.
The second part has nothing to do with Jesus. Yahweh says he's doing this. Yahweh says, I will accomplish this.
In fact, Messiah that fulfilled these words.
No, he doesn't say Messiah. There's only one Messiah that's mentioned in all of Deutero Isaiah, and it's Cyrus.
Actually, while we're on Deutero Isaiah, could I give a piece of evidence for that?
Sure, if you want to Gish Gallop.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Great Isaiah Scroll?
I'm familiar, yes.
Okay, good. So that's a major piece of evidence because it's the oldest copy of the book of Isaiah. It predates Christ. And what's so important about that is the scholars were quite astonished when they pulled it out of the ground because
It
it's a
wasn't
complete scroll.
99% accurate. That's garbage.
It was a complete scroll, and it debunked the Deutero-Isaiah theory.
No, it didn't.
There was
No, it
no
didn't.
separation between Isaiah
No,
1
it
through
didn't.
39 and
No,
40
it
through
didn't,
60,
because you can
like
clearly
they thought
see
there
that
would be.
there's spaces between the three divisions. They leave room between the three divisions as though they were different books stitched together. And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we find documents, manuscripts of the three different sections of Isaiah. We have just
sure, yes,
Deutero-Isaiah. We have
change.
just Trito-Isaiah as standalone documents. We know for a fact that they were circulated as three separate documents. And we know that Isaiah didn't live for 200 years. Who's ever writing Deutero-Isaiah is talking about Cyrus as though he's alive during Cyrus's time period. He's talking about Cyrus in the present tense. But in fact, that's because the author of Deutero-Isaiah was only pretending to be Isaiah. The real Isaiah lived 200 years prior to that.
That's all nice theory, but it's not true.
No, it is true.
So I know I really haven't had much input on this. I know I haven't really had much input on this, John.
No, go ahead.
I'm wondering, you just sort of make claims, like you claim Justin's wrong. You say, yeah, that's great, but you're wrong. Like, is there, like, do you actually have any evidence to say that Justin's wrong? Because I'm
that's why I started off with
go with
Isaiah
Justin's.
scroll.
Huh?
Well, that's why I started off with the Isaiah scroll. I was starting off with evidence, not just a point, because the scholars thought they would
see
find.
How the Isaiah scroll proves anything for you.
It doesn't.
Yeah, just saying that
he just wants to get a he just wants to find one thing that he doesn't get cooked on. That's all.
Well, think about this is a jump of 1,000 years from the Masoretic text back to the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's 1,000-year jump.
No one cares. That's irrelevant to me.
It's not irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't see why that matters, John.
They found the complete book. They found the complete book of Isaiah.
I know, but no one cares. We already had it in Greek. No one cares.
Okay.
No one cares. My argument is not rested on whether or not Isaiah was transmitted a particular way. It has nothing to do with the arguments being had right now.
But it's only opinion to say that it was written later. You're saying Isaiah spoke of Cyrus.
It's not opinion. It's literally the consensus among Hebrew Bible scholars.
I could pull up
John. I'm wondering
scholarly books.
John,
that would say
I'm wondering. Do you know?
It's a matter of opinion there.
No, it's not a matter of opinion. Do you know how biblical scholars? And I'm not a biblical scholar. Like Justin is far more of an expert at this than I am. But as far as what I understand of biblical scholarship for the Old Testament goes, I'm wondering, do you know how they differentiate between these different texts and when they were written and everything like that?
Yes, part of it is paleography, and so that's the shape of the letters, and they can date those.
Well, it's more than that.
That's
there's a lot of textual criticism that goes into this, and like that's how the documentary hypothesis was developed and all that. So I mean, like the things that Justin is saying is backed up by like legit evidence and justification for it, whereas you're just making claims still. Like maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like all you've done is just said claims without actually backing them up, and then name dropping the Isaiah scroll.
Oh, no, that's not name dropping. That is a major piece of evidence for what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, but you're not explaining how it is.
Can you point to
You're not explaining how it is like major evidence.
Oh, yeah, it's major evidence because it's 1,000 years earlier than the other Hebrew manuscripts they had.
But no one cares. We agree already. That doesn't address the problem.
And so as you jump back 1,000 years, they were hoping for a piece of evidence to show that it wasn't a continuity, that it wasn't one continuous book, but they didn't find that evidence.
They did, and I already addressed it, and you weren't listening. It's okay if your ears are plugged with like the Jesus blood.
Can you? Actually, I would
So John, you
maybe
know,
say it
like
to you.
entire books have been written on this. Like, have you read anything
Absolutely.
by like Ebeg or Ulrich? Like,
No,
this is
not
not an
read them.
unknown. This is not an
Have you read?
unknown area. This is
But
not
I
an
could.
unknown area. This is not an unknown area. Like Emmanuel Tove talks about it. Every
Yes.
Hebrew Bible critical scholar is going to talk about this.
Yes.
The fact of the matter
and I've
is,
read them.
there's a reason why there's a consensus among
It's not
the
a
Hebrew
consensus.
scholars. Yeah, it is. There's a reason why there's a
That's not
consensus
true.
among
That's
Hebrew.
not
It
true.
is true. It is true. That's why almost every academic study Bible agrees with me. So the reason is because we have actual documents. And even in the scroll that you're mentioned, there's evidence that it was treated as 3 separate writings. So,
Okay, and while we're
John,
on
this
the
is
documentary evidence,
John,
go
John,
ahead and
just stop,
just
just
so
stop,
I can know
stop,
what to
stop,
refer
stop,
to.
John, stop. This is not relevant to our discussion. As fun as the Great Isaiah Scroll is, our discussion right now is about whether Jesus was a fraud or a Messiah. I don't care if Isaiah had 3 authors. It's irrelevant to the discussion. No one cares here. We're talking about your failure Messiah.
So we started with Isaiah 53. We could go back there.
Yeah,
In Isaiah 53,
we're certainly not going to go back there because Isaiah 53 doesn't do anything for your argument, and I'm not going to make my audience spend 2 hours on Isaiah 53. We do it every time we're live. We go through Isaiah 53 every live stream I've ever had for the last 2 years. Easy ones.
I don't know, Justin. I think going up shit creek with one paddle is probably a good idea at this point.
Sometimes it is. Matthew 21
No,
says that Jesus fulfilled this
didn't.
prophecy in Zechariah 9 when he says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion, and shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. And the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. And his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." How much of this prophecy came true?
Well, again, the prophecies have been fulfilled and will be fulfilled. Not all of them are.
I'm sorry,
fulfilled.
I didn't hear a percentage. What percentage of this prophecy came true, John?
No, I'm not going to go to a percentage. Of course not.
Well, how much of it? What part came true? The riding on the donkey part?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm asking you, what part came true?
Yes, absolutely it did.
Okay, did he cut off the chariots from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem?
Yes, he did.
Oh, and he did not. In fact, his own people got their asses kicked. Shortly after Jesus was hung up on the wood, his people were devastated. You already know it, in 68 to 70, and then again during the Bar Kokhba revolt. So he didn't cut off the war horse from Ephraim. He didn't defeat Israel's enemies and command peace to the nations. People got their rear ends handed to them.
He said he would do it to Ephraim and Jerusalem.
Yeah, Ephraim is what? What territory?
It's north of Jerusalem.
It's not as. This is a euphemism for northern Israel. One of the primary cities in northern Israel, just like Jerusalem is the primary city in the south.
Right.
Okay, so the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem is referring to the wars in the north and the south. The battle bow is going to be cut off. Did he do any of that?
Yes, of course he did.
When? Show me when he did that.
And
show me the verse.
You're talking about Jesus. I'm talking about he.
I'm talking about Jesus.
Yeah, and I say Jesus is God. So when I say he did that, if God did it, Jesus did it.
Oh no, Jesus is not God. That's an adorable try to way to get around this passage. But who's
true though?
Do you know how antecedents work here? No, you don't. You don't know how antecedents work. Okay. The pronoun in the sentence obviously refers to the person mentioned previously, the king. The king who's triumphant and victorious. He's the one doing the cutting off. Obviously, God's going to help him. We get that. But he's the one doing that. He shall command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the end of the earth. I know you want to spiritualize this, but you're not going to. This is a victorious king. The Jews got their asses kicked. They weren't victorious.
Hey, Justin, as fun as this is, I kind of need to go, but it was great hanging out tonight. John, have fun getting cooked. And I'll see you later, okay, Justin?
Good to see you, buddy. Take care, man. W, godless engineer.
So in verse 10, he says, he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. He's actually talking about judgment on Israel, not on the surrounding nations.
No,
alone.
cut off the chariot
Yes.
and the war horse, meaning get rid of them, remove them.
And he shall command peace to the nations. This is the end times prophecy again. What's
I
wrong with
know, which means
Yes.
it means it didn't come
There's two
true,
parts
which
to it.
means it's not two parts.
No, there's
See,
two
this
parts
is the
to it.
fun thing. Every time we look at the actual prophecies, you have to say, oh, no. The generic easy stuff, riding a donkey, Jesus did that.
Uh-huh.
The hard stuff, the other part of the prophecy that didn't come true, he'll do that later. And you're going to do that over and over again with every prophecy that I show you, because Jesus didn't actually fulfill these prophecies. All New Testament authors picked the most generic parts that anyone could claim to have fulfilled and made them about Jesus. I rode a donkey. Did I fulfill anything in here?
Well, they're a composite of one.
I
person,
rode a
one
donkey,
action,
John. Did
one
I
life.
fulfill anything in here?
It's not saying that anyone can fulfill that. Only God could.
I'm sorry.
fulfill
Did
all the
I
things that are
ride a
written.
donkey? Yes or no, John?
I don't know if you rode a donkey. or
I
not, but
did.
you
I did more
can't
than
fulfill
once,
that
actually.
thing.
So did I fulfill this prophecy?
No, because it is connected to the rest, and only God can
Oh,
do that.
oh, no. It doesn't say that. It
It's
says
one
the
prophecy.
king. It says your king comes to you triumphant and victorious
Yes.
as he. This is the Messiah. It doesn't say that the Messiah is going to be God. So victorious is he. I came riding on a donkey. Jesus wasn't victorious. He got his ass kicked. I came riding on a donkey. I'm still alive. Did I fulfill this part?
Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Did I fill the part of riding on the donkey? Yes or no?
Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can all hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We heard you the entire time.
Lost me. Okay. You weren't coming through. Sorry.
Yeah,
So
I rode a
don't know where you
donkey,
left
so that means I partially fulfilled this prophecy.
But you'd have to fulfill the rest and all the other
No,
prophecies
no,
as well.
no. You don't have to. You can only fulfill part of it. You already said that.
Only God can fulfill it all. And
But-
as the one
but-
who's fulfilled part of it,
but-
he will fulfill the rest.
but
of it.
I
He's
am God.
fulfilled all the other ones.
I am God.
See, but he also fulfilled.
No, I am
all
God.
the rest of
I
it. It's not-
fulfilled it.
It's not in isolation.
No, I did it. John, address what came out of my mouth. Stop being dishonest. I fulfilled it.
You could fulfill a little bit of that. Yes.
No, I fulfilled all of it. Because
No,
I
you didn't
was
fulfill it.
riding on the donkey, and since I'm God, I cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. I fulfilled it.
Do you really believe that you did that?
I did. You know I did. Why are you denying me? Get behind me, Satan.
Uh-huh. Okay. So you fulfilled the other
See
prophecies
how
as well as
easy it is to
yours.
make stupid claims?
No, it's
Anyone
not
can
that
do
easy,
it.
actually.
Anyone
It's
could
not
just
that
say,
easy.
"Oh, well, Jesus did it because God did
Because-
it, and Jesus is God." Well, if that's the case, then I did it. I'm God. Prove me wrong.
Okay, sure. So remember when Jesus quoted David in Psalm 110 to the scribes and the Pharisees?
I mean, when he led everyone to believe that he was suffering like David. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, why have you forsaken me? I'm aware. And then
no.
everyone else ran away with it and thought it was a prophecy when it wasn't a prophecy. Yeah, I know.
No, that's Psalm 22. I'm talking about Psalm 110.
Oh yeah, that's in Matthew 21 or 22. Matthew 21, I believe. Gotta be
Okay,
Matthew
you remember
21.
his logic.
Yeah,
You
his
remember his
logic was
logic?
really bad. His logic was based on the reading of the Greek text because he doesn't know that the Greek Septuagint was replacing Yahweh with Lord. So he read two lords in it because he's a doofus that couldn't read Hebrew. Clearly,
No,
Psalm
actually, his
110
object-
is
no,
a
no, 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 no.
prophecy. Psalm 110 is a prophecy
Absolutely
to
not.
David. It's not David writing.
No,
Yeah.
you're misstating
Yeah.
it.
No, I'm not.
He actually, his argument depends on him knowing Hebrew there.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
No, it
His
does
argument
not.
calls it, no, actually, he's making the point that
He
Lord
quotes
and
it.
Lord are two different words.
No, he's not.
He absolutely is.
No, he's not.
Let's if we go to the passage.
All right. Are you done with Zechariah 9? Are you done to admit that I fulfilled this or no?
I see it as all tied together, so we're not leaving
Well,
it.
it's not tied together. Like I think you just can't focus. So I know this is uncomfortable. You want to run away to another passage, and I'd love to talk about Psalm 110, but unfortunately, that would be qualified as a pivot here until we actually find a resolution to this. So the reality is, can you prove that I didn't fulfill this?
Here's the argument I'm giving. I'm saying that the prophecy.
Yes or no, John? Can you prove that I didn't fulfill this?
Well, I'm giving the reason why I'm not pivoting.
Yes or no, John? Can you prove that I didn't fulfill this? Because all I have to do is say that I'm God and I fulfilled it. So can you prove that I didn't?
Yes, I can.
Oh, do it.
Okay, let's go to Psalm 110.
No. Prove that I'm not God.
Let's go to Psalm 110.
Prove that I'm not God, John.
Let's do it from Psalm 110.
Prove that I'm not God, John. I know this is adorable because you're used to like getting to do your own Bible studies and no one actually challenges you. And you think you can just lead everybody down whatever script you want to lead them down. But you're in my house now. Prove that I'm not God.
All right. How would you like me to do that? Where you're comfortable?
That's up to you. You tell me.
Well, you obviously can't raise the dead.
That doesn't mean I'm not God. Why would, well, first of all, I can, but why would I do it for you? How could you possibly know what I'm capable of, John?
You cannot heal the lame.
Yes, I can. In fact, I've healed a dozen people or more that are still in this live stream. Put your hand up in the live stream if I healed you, friends.
Yeah.
In fact, not long ago. In fact, just back in October, I healed a handful of people.
You weren't born, according to prophecy, in the exact tiny little town that God had said before you were
well, as it turns out, Jesus didn't fulfill that one either. This is going to be painful. But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah. Who's Ephrathah? You remember from your Old Testament reading?
Yes.
Who is it?
And that's a very important point because it's a specific Bethlehem. It's not the one up in Galilee. It's the one.
I know. Who's Ephrathah, John? John, I know you know. You've read the Bible. Who is she? She's the ancestor of King David, who the city was named after. And Bethlehem is also what?
I'm not sure what you're looking for.
An ancestor of David. These are people and cities. That's why it says Bethlehem of Ephrathah. Bethlehem wasn't in Ephrathah. Bethlehem certainly was of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah. These are people groups. This is not a reference to a man being born in a specific city. This is a reference to a man being born of a particular clan, that clan being David's clan of Judah. You shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from ancient days. Those are some of the eldest ancestors of King David. So,
did you go to Genesis 35:19?
No. So, the question we have to ask ourselves is
because it answers your point.
The question we have to ask ourselves, John, is two things. One, did Jesus ever rule in Israel? And two, was he from the line of David?
Okay, Genesis 35:19 answers that. It says Rachel died and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem.
Which is anachronistic if you read Chronicles.
This is from the book of Genesis, and that's your interpretation, but it's not anachronistic. And if you remember, This is also something that the rabbi spoke of before Jesus came, that the Messiah would be born in Bethlehem.
No, I
So-
agree. No, we're not disagreeing
Okay.
that the Jewish people thought that there would be a Messiah out of Bethlehem. No one's disagreeing with that. The question is, was Jesus from the line of David, and did he rule in Israel?
So you will not allow for one prophecy.
It's crazy that he won't say yes or no. He
to be
can't say yes or
fulfilled.
no. Did Jesus come from the line of David, and was he from, or did he rule in Israel? It's just a yes or no.
So if I answer, you'll say that's my opinion. If I take
They're
you
so
to the scriptures,
dishonest.
you'll say
They
you'll say
literally
I'm
can't
jumping,
can't even say yes or no.
because I would rather go to scripture, but you won't let me.
I want a yes or no.
I'd rather let Peter answer that yes or no.
What you want to do,
So it's coming.
what you
so it's
want to
coming from
do is
scripture.
you want to preach. You don't want me to rebut your argument. So again,
this
that's
is
why
the
you won't
answer.
say yes or no. The answer is no. He never ruled in Israel, and he wasn't from the line of David. The best they could do is conjure up a bad genealogy and say that he was adopted into the line of David via Joseph.
If you would go to 1 Peter chapter 1.
No. We're talking about whether or not he was from the line of David or whether or not he was ruling in Israel. Did he do either of those things? We're not moving until you say yes or no. We're not in your church, John. You're in my house, and you're going to say yes or no.
Well, you give me the question, and I'll give you your answer.
Yes or no, was Jesus from the line of David? Was he born physically from the line of David?
Absolutely.
Great. Now, did he rule in Israel?
Absolutely not.
There we go. So he didn't fulfill that. Now, he didn't fulfill the first one. You're a liar. Show me where he was born from the physical lineage of King David.
Are you okay? If you let me, let's go to 1 Peter chapter 1.
Is this going to include a lineage?
It's not going to include a lineage. It's an
Well,
explanation.
It's going to get painful. Waiting.
Okay, you there? 1 Peter chapter 1, verse number 11.
Been here the whole time.
All right. If you could read that.
Inquiring about the time and circumstances that the Holy Spirit, or that the Spirit of Christ within them indicated that it testified in advance to the sufferings attended for Christ and the subsequent glory. I'm sorry, is that a lineage?
So this
I'm sorry,
sets the
John. John, we're questioning whether or not Jesus came from the lineage of David.
Yes, this sets the stage for understanding all the prophecies.
I think you're confused about what it means to be of the lineage of somebody. My question is whether or not Jesus Christ came from the seed of King David, yes or no?
Yeah, so I can see where it's going here. You won't let me completely finish any of these. Then you're
Go for
going
it.
on to the next
Yeah.
one.
No.
Okay.
I'm asking you to show me the passage that demonstrates that Jesus came from David's lineage. Where is it?
So, yes, and so I'm framing this.
I don't want framing. I want the passage. Just give me the passage.
Yeah, no, then I won't go there.
No, I want you to go wherever the passage is that tells us his lineage.
Yeah, no, I won't go there. I won't go there. If I can't frame it, I can't. It won't work.
Yeah, if you won't let me lie about it, then it won't work. I know.
Not so. So you don't. I can see. I would assume that you don't believe.
John, is there a lineage in the New Testament?
Counts.
Mary's lineage is not given. The lineage in Luke goes to Joseph.
And
both of them go to Joseph.
Yes. What's wrong
I'm
with
sorry.
Joseph?
Did Joseph father? Did he sire Jesus?
He was his father, yes,
Did he
earthly.
did
He didn't
he
sire him.
did he give his seed?
Listen, if my father was a king
Did he give
and
his
I was
seed?
if my father was a king and I was
Did he
adopted
give his
into his
seed?
family,
It's
I would be of
crazy
his
that
line. I
he
would inherit
refuses to answer questions. Did he give his seed? Yes or no?
this is the answer.
So he
I was
doesn't come from the actual lineage of
doesn't have to.
David. It's exactly what I said it was. He was adopted into it. So the New Testament couldn't actually establish a kingly lineage for Jesus. They had to make up a story about how he was adopted into the line of David, and they really couldn't even agree all that well. Eusebius had to clean up why the genealogies disagreed with each other. I don't even like the explanation, but I'm willing to accept it because I think Eusebius did a pretty good job about cleaning it up. But neither one of them go to Mary.
Jesus was prophesied to be born of a virgin, and so he couldn't
No,
have
he
an earthly
wasn't.
father.
He wasn't prophesied
And
being born of a virgin. There's no prophecy about a Messiah being born of a virgin.
Alma, yes, Alma in context is a virgin, no question. But
No,
let's not go
it's
there because
certainly not.
I want
You lying liar.
to
2
finish this
Samuel
point.
7, God says, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. Now, Christians like to think that this is about Solomon, but it's dual prophecy about Jesus.
You do allow for dual prophecy. Okay, all right, good.
No, I
hear
don't.
you.
No, what I'm saying is, in your worldview, you should believe that the kingly succession goes through David's seed, his physical seed. It didn't say through adoption, through his seed.
His father and his adoptee father were both from the line of David. What's wrong with that?
No, his actual father wasn't. His actual father doesn't exist. His actual father is a Roman guard, a Roman centurion is what it is.
No, Joseph, the lineage of Joseph.
Joseph wasn't his father. He adopted him. Joseph's seed had nothing to do with Jesus. The passage we just read says that he's going to raise him up from your seed. So if Jesus doesn't come from the seed of David, that means the best they could do is contrive a story where some old guy named Joseph adopts Jesus. And they give us a lineage of Joseph, and they don't even match. In fact, Matthew's lineage doesn't even match what he's copying from Chronicles. He gets Chronicles wrong, and then he gets the curse through Jeconiah. Jeconiah's ancestors were cursed never to sit on the throne of King David again. And then he can't even count. He says there's 3 groups of 14. The second group's only 14 because he left out 3 people. The last group's only 13. He double counted Jeconiah. Matthew's a goof. He's a joke.
No, not at all.
Yeah, he is.
The genealogy is very accurate, actually.
No, it's not. He misses 3 people between Joram and Uzziah.
Yeah, the genealogies.
Did he not leave out 3 people?
The inclusion or exclusion.
Did he not leave out 3 people?
That's what I'm saying. The inclusion or exclusion.
Did he not leave out 3 people, John?
Doesn't change the genealogy.
It's crazy that he can't answer. He knows the answer to the question. He's too dishonest to say it. Yes, the answer to the question is yes, he did leave out 3 people.
It doesn't change the genealogy is the point.
It does. So this is the important part. I'm demonstrating right now that Matthew is just an idiot. He's a goof. He can't even count straight. That's why he says the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. From David to the deportation to Babylon, 14 generations. Wrong, that's 17 generations. And from the deportation of Babylon to the Messiah, 14 generations. Wrong, that's 13 generations. You double counted Jeconiah. So he's a goof. There are 3 kings he left out.
There's nothing
to get the 14.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There is something wrong with that because what he said was that there's 14 generations from David to Babylon. There are not 14 generations from David to Babylon. There are 17 generations. He left out 3 individuals specifically to get to the number 14, which means he's saying something that is untrue or something that is just stupid.
This is where you have to go by how they counted those genealogies. You can't just put our system onto it and say it's wrong.
No, I know
Okay,
how he
let me give you an
counted because he
example of that.
listed them. He listed the names, and then you can just count the names and see how he got to 14. But he left 3 people out between Joram and Uzziah. There's 3 more in there.
Yeah. Are you familiar with
Was
the
Joram the
chronology?
father of Uzziah?
Are you familiar with how they
Was Joram the
chronology
father of Uzziah?
Are you familiar with Thiele's
Was
work on
Joram the
kings?
father of Uzziah?
It doesn't matter. Like I said,
It does, because it does say that Joram is the father of Uzziah, which is kind of a problem if he's not the father.
both of us.
And it also
What's the
says that
Hebrew word for-
Josiah was the father of Jeconiah. Was Josiah the father of Jeconiah?
What's the Hebrew word for father?
Was it's Av, but is
Right.
This is
Av
Greek.
only
This is
used a
this is
father's-
Greek by this is Greek by the way, John.
Yes,
we're not in Hebrew. We're in Greek. Is
What's the
Josiah the
Greek word for
father of
father?
Jeconiah?
What's the Greek word for father?
Is Josiah the father of Jeconiah?
Was the Greek word
Is
for father, or the Hebrew
Josiah
word for
the father of Jeconiah?
only used father-son relations, or could it include a grandson?
Was Josiah the father of Jeconiah?
And you know that the word for
Was
Av
Josiah
in Hebrew,
the father of Jeconiah? It's yes or no, John.
pater
I know
in
you're
Greek-
too much of a coward to say it, but the answer is no. Josiah wasn't the father of
Yes,
Jeconiah. So
yes,
everywhere
he
in the
was.
text,
He
everywhere
was.
in the text, we have literal fathers begetting so and so, and then he skips some
Yes.
because Matthew's a goof, and Jesus' lineage in Matthew is cursed because it goes through Jeconiah.
Now the Hebrew word for Av, for father,
He
could
can't
include
stop himself.
grandchildren. And it was very common to do this. I think you know this too.
When speaking of ancestors, not lineages, you didn't do lineages by saying so and so begat so and so begat so and so,
It doesn't say
and
begat.
then skipping.
It doesn't say begat there.
It didn't say father, that's for sure. In the Greek, what's it say? What's it say?
Pater.
No.
Oh, in that passage, no, it doesn't.
In
exactly right.
Matthew,
Yes.
in Matthew it says
Exactly.
begat.
It's a genitive.
It says Josiah begat Jeconiah. Did Josiah begat Jeconiah?
I'm just pulling up the passage you're looking at there. I don't see it on your screen, so let me get to it. Okay, where are you?
111. Josiah begat Jeconiah.
I'm not familiar with that one. I will have to look into that.
Josiah did not begat
Yeah, and
Jeconiah.
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the word beget there.
Well, I'm talking about it right now. If Josiah didn't begat Jeconiah, then there's another problem with the lineage, because there's somebody between those two, isn't there? And you know it.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about is the Greek word.
Okay.
Whether it can include multiple generations is the question I'm talking about.
The entire lineage the entire lineage in Matthew is a direct begat. This person begat this person, this person begat this person, and then Matthew counted the generations. What's a generation?
But you yourself said.
What's a generation? John, every time you're dishonest and you don't answer my question, I'm going to keep asking it over and over again, and everyone's going to see how disingenuous you are. What is a generation?
Well, what's the Greek word for generation?
I'm asking you, what's a generation?
We'd have to go by the Greek word, not our idea.
I'm not asking you for the Greek word. I'm asking you, in reality, what is a generation?
Yeah, our idea of a generation is like, what, 30 years, 70 years? Depends on how you're counting a generation. But that's not their idea. I can give you an example.
It is. Yeah, it says the same word. It's the same Greek word. It says there are 14 of them in the divisions. There was not 14 of them. There weren't 14 begats.
Yeah, it depends on how you're looking at the word generation. And I'm not trying to fool words here. I'm saying this is a reality.
No, you are. You're being dishonest is what you're doing. Matthew counts up the generations, and they're wrong. He says there are 14 generations between David and the deportation, and there are, in fact, not 14. There are 17 generations between David and the deportation, and now you're twisting yourself into embarrassing little lie pretzels because you know that Matthew did something stupid.
You're saying he couldn't even count to 17?
He couldn't even count to 13. The last set of 14 is
Yeah,
only 13.
yeah,
He double counted Jeconiah. So the guy who can't even count to 14 properly, yeah, he's a goof. And
Or maybe a little
again,
deeper,
I'll
but
say it for the third time, he traced it through Jeconiah. It says
yeah,
in
or
Jeremiah
maybe a little deeper than we're
22:30 that
thinking
none
here.
of Jeconiah's offspring will sit on the throne of King David again, and no, Zerubbabel doesn't count. He was never a king.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go to Exodus 14 in relation to this, in how they counted generations.
John, you're never going to get away by not addressing what I said. I'm
addressing it.
asking
Go to
you
Exodus 14,
how
if you
many
would.
actual generations in real life. I'm not asking about Matthew's use of it. I'm saying in real life. How many generations were between David and the deportation?
No, we're addressing
How many
how
generations, John, were between the deportation and King David?
Yeah. Okay. We'll go to Exodus 14.
How many
first.
Nope, you're going to answer the question, John. You're not going to be dishonest all night. How many generations in reality were between King David and the deportation? How many?
How many generations were in the time of the sojourn in Egypt?
I'm asking you the question. You can say I don't know. You can say, listen, I don't know. I don't know how many generations were between David and the deportation. You know what I do know? Not 14.
How did they count generations?
They're counting by begats in Matthew. Matthew is counting the begats. So-and-so begat so-and-so. So-and-so begat the other one. And then there are, in fact, a miscounting of the number of begats.
They didn't count that way. Go to Exodus 14. I'll show you.
They did count that way.
Okay. Maybe
John, we all know, we've all seen this pretzel before. We've done this to a dozen Christians before you. We all know that the only option you have is to twist yourself backwards, trying to say that a generation is not a generation. We know this is the case. Just be honest for 5 seconds. Be a real adult, put your big boy pants on and be honest. And say, yeah, Matthew did something stupid. Matthew said so-and-so begat so-and-so when they didn't begat so-and-so.
No, it's actually in studying this that won't allow me to say that because, well, let me ask you, do you know the Hebrew word for a generation?
Dor. It's very similar to the word for ball, which is dor. And there's more than one, by the way.
That's right. That's right.
You could do toledot. There's generations in Genesis referred to as the toledot, but that's irrelevant. What we're talking about right now is whether or not Matthew, a guy speaking Greek, is counting generations in Greek correctly.
But he's counting a Hebrew genealogy.
So no, he's not.
Yes,
he doesn't quote Hebrew once. This guy doesn't know how to read Hebrew. No, he's a joke. He doesn't. No, he does not quote the Hebrew.
That's where the genealogies come from.
No, it is not coming from. Matthew does not quote from the Hebrew Bible. That's why Matthew, in the same chapter, quotes from the Greek Septuagint, not the Greek Bible or the Hebrew Bible.
If you go to Exodus chapter 14,
he can't stop himself.
The word door there is used.
They can't do anything but lie. That's all they have. Without lies, Christianity dies. Does your church know you get up here on live streams and lie like this?
You yourself said that door is like a ball, a roll, right? And that's the idea of it, actually. It's a roll of time. So it's a cycle of time. And cycles of time can be counted by individual lifespans, but that's not the only way a cycle of time can be counted. And this is fact. And if you go to Exodus 14, you can see it there.
I'm sorry. Was Matthew written in Hebrew or Greek, John?
It was written in Greek.
Okay, and what word does Matthew use?
What
word does Matthew use, John?
Well, would you agree with this?
Spit it out. What word does Matthew use to do his genealogy?
That Matthew writes from a Hebrew perspective. This is well known in
scholarship. What word does Matthew use?
I'm saying he's writing from a Hebrew perspective.
What word does Matthew use? John, I'm never going to let you pivot and evade questions here. Listen, I'm not in your fucking parish. you must answer the questions here, or you look like the coward you are right now. What word did Matthew use? Was it a Hebrew word or a Greek word?
He uses a Greek word.
Oh,
There's nothing wrong
great.
with
And
that.
what does the Greek word mean?
Genea.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Which
And what's
means a
it mean?
generation. A
Mm-hmm.
generation.
And the way it's being used in this sentence structure, how is he using it? Is he using it as a noun or a verb?
He's using it as a noun.
Okay, and what does it mean to do a generation as a verb? What's it mean?
It doesn't matter what it means.
It does.
How
It
he's
means to beget.
He wasn't using it as a verb.
Yes, it is. It's a verb.
It can be used as a verb, yes.
Matthew 1:11. Matthew 1:11 literally uses it as a verb.
Yes, and he uses it for not just parent-child
There you go.
relationship.
So what does it mean when the word for generation is used as a verb?
Well, it comes from the word to originate, so it's talking about an origination.
Oh, an origination. Oh, it's almost like the word begat in all of our English Bibles is the right way to translate that. What's it mean for an individual to begat another individual?
No, you can't take.
What's it mean for an individual to begat another individual? No, you're the one taking away from culture. What does it mean for an individual to begat another individual?
Well, we know for a fact.
What does it mean for an individual to begat another individual?
We knew it for a fact.
When someone says that John begat Bob, what does that mean?
In English or Greek?
Both.
Or Hebrew?
Greek.
Okay. Well, we know for a fact that they could use these words for parent-grandchild relationships.
I'm asking you not about. I'm not asking about adjectival uses. I'm asking about the verbal usage. It's a verb in this sentence. Sentence structure matters. What does it mean when somebody begat somebody else?
So, from the American perspective, it means their son. But in a Hebrew perspective,
yeah, you're right. Yeah. From a linguistic perspective, in Greek and English, it means you sired somebody. That's what it means. That's why every instance of this word is translated as father or begat.
Yeah, it's not so in the Hebrew Bible, though.
It's not Hebrew, it's Greek.
Well, I'm saying he's writing from a Hebrew perspective.
No, he's not. No, Matthew doesn't know Hebrew. He's a goof. Even Jesus in Matthew quotes from the Greek. Luke chapter 4, or not Luke chapter 4. I mean, Matthew, when he quotes David, is quoting it from the Greek. The Lord said to my Lord, Hakirios, that's in the Greek. The Hebrew doesn't read like that. We'll get there next. Matthew doesn't know Hebrew, which is why he fucks it up. Matthew 1:23. What's he quote, Greek or Hebrew?
Yeah, and you can't.
Matthew 1:23, the same chapter we're in, is he quoting Greek or Hebrew?
You can't follow his logic.
Matthew chapter 1, verse 23. Is this from the Greek or the Hebrew? The same chapter that we're in. Chapter 1, Greek or Hebrew?
Definitely Hebrew.
Definitely Greek.
Yep.
It says, look, the virgin shall become pregnant.
Yes.
What's the Hebrew read? Please tell me what hara means in Hebrew.
Well, it says that an alma.
It says ha'elma hara. What's hara in Hebrew?
Yeah, and so.
What's hara in Hebrew, John?
Wait, let me get to your point. Why
nope.
are you saying?
Answer my question. What is the meaning of the word hara?
No, I'm saying you're trying to.
It means to be pregnant. Ha'elma hara means the pregnant young woman. This is not from the Hebrew. This is directly quoted from the Greek. The Greek has shall become pregnant. Hebrew does not. It says she's already pregnant. It's an adjective. It doesn't say in Greek or Hebrew that they shall name him Emmanuel at all. This was added for emphasis by Matthew. Matthew made this part up.
that they should call his name Emmanuel?
Yeah. Neither Greek nor Hebrew
Um,
say they.
I don't understand.
What I'm saying is Matthew is a goof. He quotes from the Greek Septuagint, and then he doesn't even quote the Greek Septuagint correctly. The Greek Septuagint says, look, the virgin, Parthenos, shall become pregnant. The Hebrew doesn't. And Parthenos, this is the other problem. When Matthew was alive, he understood Parthenos to only have one meaning. He understood it to only mean somebody who was not with child or hasn't had a child yet, or perhaps hasn't conceived or, did the... But the reality is, at the time the Greek Septuagint was translated, we have lots of examples. We have a number of examples of Greek authors using Parthenos of people who did have children.
At the end of Isaiah 7:14, he says that he and shall call his name Emmanuel, which is Karath Shemo Emane. So it says very specifically that he will be called Emmanuel.
Yes. It doesn't say they will call him. It says his name will be called. There's no they in there.
Yeah.
Matthew adds that part because he wants it to sound like Jesus, because he wants you to think that people, generic people calling him Emmanuel, fulfills the prophecy, but it doesn't. The prophecy is not about a Messiah in Isaiah 7. In fact, you already know this. You already know the context of Isaiah 7. In fact, in one sentence, what's the background of Isaiah 7? What is it?
I want to go back to these passages.
I know you definitely want to run away from all of Jesus's failed prophecies. I know.
No, I want to go to them. You're running on.
So I'm demonstrating that Matthew's a goof. We're still in Matthew chapter 1, and I'm demonstrating all my claims about Matthew are true. Namely, that Matthew is inventing prophecy here. So in Matthew, he's quoting Isaiah as though it's a messianic prophecy when it's not actually a messianic prophecy. Matthew has no idea what's happening here. The context of Isaiah chapter 7 is about what?
You're running away. Can we go back?
I'm certainly not. You can pontificate all you want, but I'm not. We're still in Matthew chapter 1, and I'm showing you that the guy quoted from the Greek, and he didn't even do it well. So again, in Isaiah 7, is there a Messiah mentioned?
Let's go back to Isaiah 7:14.
We're not going to, John. We're not in your church. Isaiah 7, show me where the virgin birth is.
Yeah, you're moving away before we finish.
Show me where the virgin birth is, John. You brought it up, not me.
Okay, if we can go back to Isaiah 7:14.
Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. I'm sorry, I don't see a virgin birth here or a Messiah.
Yes, could you scroll up a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, so the context here is that the prophet Isaiah says to King Ahaz that he can ask anything.
Why is he doing that?
Anything he wants for a sign.
Why is he doing it, though?
That God is going to answer and deliver.
I know. No, we cover this every time I'm live. Why is he doing it, John?
I don't even understand what you're asking.
Why is God having Ahaz ask for a sign through Isaiah? Why?
I'm still not understanding what you're asking.
Go back one verse. Verse 9. Because he's in a war.
Right.
The Arameans and the northern Israelites have made an alliance and are trying to depose King Ahaz and take out his leadership. He thinks his kingdom's going to fall. That's verse 1 and verse 2. God sends Isaiah, the prophet, to shore up his faith. The end of the first visitation and the first prophecy ends with, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. The beginning of the next prophecy is God telling him, ask for a sign. Gee, given the context, why would God tell Ahaz to ask for a sign in this time of trouble? Why would he do that?
Yes, and that's how I started. I said it was a sign for the deliverance. And that's what he
of who?
The deliverance of Israel.
Of Ahaz. Ahaz and his people.
Sure.
Okay, so
So
it says, ask for a sign of the Lord your God, let it be as deep as Sheol, as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. And how is that going to happen? Verse 17 tells you, the Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. So in the actual context of the passage, this is a sign to a person who's under attack. And before this child knows right from wrong, God's going to bring the king of Assyria down to deal with the other 2 kings. Did I miss something?
yes, you missed the fact that God is continually speaking of the present and the future. That's what you missed.
He's not.
He is, because
so what he's doing is he's giving a prophecy. Who's the prophecy to?
The prophecy is to Ahaz.
It is, yeah. The primary context of this prophecy is about what?
It's actually, and you're talking about the prophecy of the virgin, right?
I said no. Prophecy? I said the primary context of this prophecy is about what? Verse 10 to 17. What's the context?
Question. Yeah, there's no question. He is reassuring Ahaz of the deliverance. There's no question about that. Yeah, absolutely.
So is this a sign that Ahaz is going to see?
Yeah, this sign, he refused the sign. He had
try this again. Is this a sign that Ahaz is going to see?
He refused the sign. Let me just add this.
Okay. So the answer is yes, because after he refuses it, he says, the Lord himself will give you a sign.
And what was the nature of this sign that he was going to give?
The nature of the sign is that there's a child who's already conceived, and before that child knows right from wrong, the king of Assyria is going to come and wipe out your 2 enemies.
This he was speaking to the creator of the universe here, and this is the one when Joshua said he prayed for the sun to stand still, and the sun stood still. This is the one who could give any sign in the world, and he told this man.
And the sign was a timeline. He does it again in chapter 8.
And he told this man he could choose any sign he wanted.
I know, and Ahaz refused, so God gave him a sign. God chose for him.
Magnitude.
The same way David was given a punishment in Chronicles and also in 2 Samuel when he refused to pick a punishment from Gad. God said, fine then, I'll pick a punishment. God's not above getting around people's refusals. He'll do it all the time.
Do you believe that Isaiah 7 is talking about the same person as Isaiah 9?
I do. That being said, it's kind of irrelevant whether you think it's about the same individual in chapter 8 or not. The reality is this child was born during the reign of King Ahaz.
So, and you're familiar with the titles there, right? In Isaiah 9.
Yep. Yeah, I am, but we're in Isaiah 7 still yet.
But
so the reality is, it's not the same person. In Isaiah 7, when does it say the child is going to be born?
Okay, so earlier
in Isaiah 7, I know you want to jump to Isaiah 9:6, but not going to work. We're still in Isaiah 7. So try again. In Isaiah 7, what does it say about the birth of the child, when it's going to happen?
Well, he says that his name shall be called Emmanuel.
I don't care about that. I said when. When does he say the birth is going to happen?
As you know, which means God with
I'm waiting for a time. When, John?
That's a prophecy of
when
the future, because
imagine being married to this guy. John, are you married?
Much more than
when your wife asks you questions, you just never answer them. Imagine trying to have a conversation with this guy every day. I'd lose my mind. I'd be getting a divorce real fast. Too ashamed that like in the Hebrew Bible, like women really don't get afforded divorce. It's mostly just men in Deuteronomy 24. But so again, the answer to the question I'm looking for is during the reign of King Ahaz, because the sign is to King Ahaz, and there's a woman near King Ahaz who's literally already pregnant. Ha'amahara is a pregnant young woman, and she's about to give birth.
Yeah,
and before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, what happens? Verse 16. Before the child knows how to refuse good and evil, what's going to happen?
Yeah, since we disagree on the foundation, we'll disagree on
John, I'm going to
conclusion.
ask you to answer the
This is
question.
a,
According to verse 16, before the child is old enough to know right from wrong, what is going to happen?
yeah, I think we're about.
Well, I guess we're going to have to get the dodge counter out. All right. Well, I think the
No,
dodge counter, we'll start it at 2 for
no,
John.
see,
Let me get it on the
won't.
other screen. All right. Dodge number 2. According to verse 16, John, what's going to happen before the child is old enough to know right from wrong?
Okay, I don't disagree that this is a present prophecy. What we disagree
Okay,
about is
we
that
got
it's a
there
full prophecy.
finally. Okay, so it still didn't answer the question. So try this again. The answer to the question is what? What does
No, I
he
did answer it.
say
No,
is going
did
to?
answer
No,
it.
you didn't. You didn't answer it.
I
What
did.
does he say is going to happen before the child knows right from wrong?
I'm doing what you did. You jump past all the stuff. You say, yeah, we have this conversation all the time, so we can just jump past the fluff. And I'm saying, I agree that it was a present prophecy.
There
But
you
what we
go.
don't
Okay,
agree
so
about is that it was a future one as well.
the
That's
context,
what we don't agree
the
about.
immediate context of the prophecy is about King Ahaz's reign, is it not?
Well, the immediate context includes Isaiah chapter 9.
It's crazy that you can't answer my question. The immediate
I did.
context
No, I
of
did.
this prophecy is about the crisis during Ahaz's time, is it not?
I agreed with that. I totally agreed with that. I agreed that with that at the beginning.
And you want to
don't
apply
remember.
and you want to apply this to also a secondary fulfillment, don't you?
Absolutely. Which
Okay,
is,
and so
is affirmed
again,
in, no.
so
Let's
again,
go
I'll
there.
just
Isaiah
so
chapter
again,
9.
so again, we're going to go there, John. But again, I'm going to reaffirm. You've yet to give me a single reason why I would ever believe that prophecies have a second fulfillment. I've been waiting for one the entire time. How many times do I have to ask? Give me one good reason why I would believe that a prophecy would have a second fulfillment that is in fact divorced from its original context.
Well, it's not divorced. It's actually
it is
required.
divorced.
Yeah, no, it's
the original
it's part
context is that it was during King Ahaz's reign.
No, okay, no, wait. Here's
So,
what you're bringing
I'm
up.
sorry,
You're
was
saying,
Jesus born during the reign of King Ahaz?
Here's what you're bringing up. You're
Was
saying,
Jesus born during the reign of King Ahaz?
No, you jump topics.
The answer is no.
topic
So, okay,
is-
so if
no,
Jesus
no,
wasn't
no, no, no,
born
no,
during
no,
the reign
you're
of King
changing topic.
Ahaz, then what that
You changed
means
topic.
is that
You
Jesus
changed
doesn't
topics.
fulfill the original context of the
No,
passage.
you changed
Jesus could
topic.
only fulfill a secondary
caught you
context
changing
and additional
topics.
context.
No, you changed
We're still
topics.
on Isaiah
The top-
7.
No, you switched over to dual prophecy fulfillment. You asked me
No,
to give
you did.
evidence. I'm about. No,
You did.
you switched over there, and I'd like to give.
Oh,
you
okay.
evidence.
So you have evidence. Okay, give me the evidence that dual prophecy should be accepted.
Go to Micah chapter 5.
Oh, you don't want to do this. We already did Micah 5. You want to get cooked on Micah 5 twice?
No, that was one of the ones we left prematurely. We've been doing that.
Yeah. Again, I'm still waiting. You already said that he didn't rule in Israel, so he didn't fulfill this prophecy. This is a non-starter.
No, I'm saying there's fulfillment in the future still. Part of it has been fulfilled. Part of it is coming. That's just a simple fact.
Sorry then. I guess I fulfilled it. I fulfilled it. I forgot. Partial fulfillment counts, guys. You can pick whatever. Okay. You can pick anything you want out of any prophecy, and then discard the stuff that you don't want and call it a partial prophecy. Yay! Listen.
No, I'm not discarding any of it.
I am the Messiah, guys. I'm the Messiah.
Well,
no, I'm gonna rule. I'm ruling in Israel. I'm ruling in Israel spiritually.
But let's go to the prophecy in the text and keep going.
Everyone put a JM in the comments if you think Justin is Messiah. Hashtag JM. Hashtag JM. Okay, so John, yes or no? You think you can fulfill a prophecy partially?
Let's go to the point here. We're in Micah chapter 2.
We would get there a lot faster if you'd say yes or no. Do you think you can fulfill just part of a prophecy? Yes or no? Imagine doing this every day of your life, living in a house with this guy. I need a yes or no, John. Do you believe as an individual that you can fulfill one point of a prophecy and not the others?
I already established that. You're
okay.
Just wasting time. Let's go
then
on.
Tell me why I'm not the fulfillment of this prophecy.
Okay, let's go to it here. Micah chapter 5, verse 2. But thou, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though there be little among the thousands of Judah, yet of thee shall come forth unto me that is to be, that's future, ruler in Israel. But look at whose goings forth have been
I'm
from
sorry.
old, from
Did he rule in Israel?
everlasting.
But
It's
he didn't.
future.
But he
It's
did.
future.
He. We know. Yeah. The guy didn't
Yes.
come yet. We know it's future. One who is to rule in Israel is the future. We get that part.
Yes.
That's how
that's right.
prophecies work. Prophecies are about the future.
Okay, let me ask you again. I asked you this earlier. Can there be prophecies in Scripture that are not yet fulfilled, but which will be fulfilled? Or do they all have to be fulfilled already to be true?
Yes.
That doesn't make any logical
there's
sense.
a lot of prophecies that are going to be theoretically fulfilled in the future. The reality is
Right.
you can't just take a prophecy and say, there's one part in this prophecy that I like, so I'm going to say Jesus fulfilled this part and he'll do the rest when he comes back. But you don't accept that for me, John. Why won't you accept it for me when I fulfill partial prophecies, but you're going to be dishonest and say you'll accept it for Jesus? Why don't you accept it for Simon Bar Kokhba?
No, I'm saying if you look at Micah chapter 5, verse 2, if you just read it and let it speak for itself, don't add anything to it, don't add my interpretation, don't add your interpretation. What does it say? It says that out of thee, which is Bethlehem, not a person, but a location, shall he come forth unto me. And of course, this is God speaking, that is to be ruler in Israel. That's future. But then he identifies him as what? Whose goings forth have been from old, from everlasting. This is not a human that has been around for a little bit at a time.
It is a human whose origin is from old. It's from an old lineage, from David's ancient lineage.
No, if you look
whose
at it in
origin?
Hebrew, that's not what it says.
What's an origin? My origin goes back ancient times as well. My origin goes all the way back to UK. That's why I've got this red. That's why I've got this red facial hair and I've got this pale white skin, because as it turns out, your origin is actually quite relevant to your lineage.
Well, it's important to know the Hebrew word there, because it's not the normal word for origin.
I know.
Genea or door. Okay, it's yatzah, which means literally to go forth. It's not talking about birth.
We know.
There.
Yeah, who's going forth? We know.
Right. That's right. Who's going forth? Not origin. He didn't say origin. It says origin in that translation, but that's a translation issue.
No, it's not a translation issue. There's no reason why you can't translate Yatzah as origin.
There absolutely is.
No, there's absolutely not. To come from somewhere? Are you out of your mind?
That word,
literally the same word. Literally the same word is used in the Hebrew Bible to talk about people's origin points when they're traveling.
Because it means to go forth.
Yeah, so exactly. From the origin point. Forth. Yeah, the origin point. You go forth from an origin point whose origin is from old.
And what's the word for ancient of days there?
Now, you're going to give me a bad interpretation of ancient of days. I already know you are.
Well, what's the Hebrew word?
I know you're going to give me a bad interpretation of it. Go ahead and give me your bad interpretation. I'll tell you what's wrong.
Well, I'll wait for the Hebrew word.
You're going to be waiting for a while. Listen, you can go quiet all you want. Again, listen, I'm not your church member. You don't get to tell me what to do. I'm not your wife. You definitely don't get to tell me what to do. I guess we'll just wait. Man, imagine being this dishonest and awkward. Okay, well, John, it's 11:30, and we've been clowning you for like 2 hours. So if you're not going to say anything, I'm just going to cut you. You want your 2 minutes to preach? Since you've been up here so long, I'll give you 2 entire minutes unabated to preach anything you want to, as long as you let me respond to one thing when you're done.
I think we pretty much said our piece. I could add more, of course.
No, you can't. We don't let people preach here. Sorry. Not your church, buddy. Not your church. Okay. Well, that was a good time. Shit, we got a ton of super chats. Now I'm way backed up. Yeah. You're right. What a child. That was odd. Can you imagine being that awkward and weird in real life? It's hard to imagine, guys. It's hard to imagine. Oh well. What are you going to do? Justin's constipated. I'm not constipated, but I have a tendency to lean on this elbow, and now my my left leg and my left butt cheek are kind of numb from sitting here all night. So I'm getting, my left side is a little bit not happy. It's like starting to fall asleep on me. You know, like when you sit on the toilet too long and then like your legs fall asleep? I'm getting a little bit of that in my left leg. Not quite the same as constipation. To be fair, I think it's better than constipation. I wouldn't want to get constipated. I'd much rather have a sleepy leg. If it was me, I would take the sleepy leg. Oh well. Anyway, I think what we learned tonight, friends, is that I am the Messiah. I think we already knew it. I think we already knew I was the Messiah. As long as we don't have to care about the context, as long as we don't have to fulfill the whole prophecy, we can only fulfill part of the prophecy. Anyone's the Messiah. Hey, anyone here in the audience, you could be the Messiah, as long as we don't care about the actual context, as long as we don't care about what's actually being said, and as long as words don't mean words. Actually, Hammy says, Justin, we are all Messiah, just not John. I feel like we need to turn that into a slogan. We are all Messiah. I feel like we can make that a reality. Okay, well, listen. I'm going to be up way past midnight reading these super chats. So I'm going to get started on them now. And I think tomorrow, if everything works out, I'm going to be live again as well. And I'll be live on Sunday as well. But I'm going to be live on Sunday on the line with Shannon Q. It's going to be amazing. Shannon Q, she's so sharp, man. Can't wait. And we almost got to Isaiah 9:6. T-Swim says, Isaiah 9:6, can you debunk again, please? Yep. For you, I certainly will. The problem with Isaiah 9, especially 9:6 specifically, is that it's just an enthronement prophecy. These were common in the ancient Near East, especially in Egypt. And this one follows a very Egyptian pattern. So the child has been born for us. That's not the future tense. That is, in fact, in the past tense. So it's not something happening in the future. A son given to us. Yeah, that's in the past tense too, actually. Now, this English translation renders it in the present, but it's not. The verb natan in the Hebrew text is actually in the past tense. They glossed it here. Authority rests upon his shoulders, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Yes, exactly. Because that's what King Hezekiah was. King Hezekiah had the authority on his shoulders. He was a wonderful counselor, and he was divine. He's one of God's mighty ones. In fact, the name Hezekiah literally means the strength of Yahweh. Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. These are terms that were used of kings in this time period. In fact, I've already done this chapter in my book on the prophecies. There's multiple prophecies, enthronement prophecies, and other quotations from the ancient Near East where kings are referred to in what we'd say theophoric titles. Now, to be fair, I personally don't think these are describing the king. These are theophoric titles. These are describing the God of the king. That's because they're not actually names for the king. They're theophoric titles. They're bombastic titles about the God of the King. But even if you think that this is in fact about the king, there's nothing wrong with translating this appropriately as a divine, mighty person for God. We find that in Ezekiel for the mighty warriors. They're referred to in the same phrase. And everlasting Father, if I remember correctly, though, everlasting Father in the Hebrew doesn't read the way people think it does. Let me remember. I got to remind myself though what it actually did say. I actually forget what they used there for that. There we go. I was like, they didn't use the phrase most people think, like olam. So the Prince of Peace is easy. Sar, Prince of Peace, is pretty typical. And then Ya'ad, or Yad, is the question here, which doesn't mean everlasting Father. Av here does mean Father. And then Ad means until, or as far as. And then this is actually a possessive. That's not something that really needs translated. So it would say that the Father until. So like something that just, lasts a long time. It's not saying necessarily everlasting. He's a father until. He's a father for a long fucking time. He's the king. That one's not quite cut as dry as people want. It doesn't really say like everlasting Father literally in the text. You have to kind of interpret that into it. Nevertheless, that's not all that important. Isaiah 9:6 quite clearly is about a king, which is obvious in the very next verse. It says, "Great will be his authority, and there should be endless peace." Never happened with Jesus. "For the throne of David and his kingdom." Jesus was never on the throne of King David, and there wasn't peace when Jesus was around for this throne. They got their asses kicked. "He will establish and uphold it with justice and righteousness from this time onward and forevermore. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this." Literally none of this happened with Jesus. None of it. It didn't come true, which means this king who is on the throne, which Jesus didn't do, also didn't accomplish his mission, which is to bring peace and righteousness to the world. Didn't happen. So it's a failure all the way around. I'm sure he had like some pretzel to get around it, but let's carry on. Peapot Fairy says, "People's front of the horse of Doug." I was hoping, oh my gosh. I was hoping somebody would get that Monty Python reference. And Peapot Fairy did. I thank you for that. And McDubbin says, "Verts worship D's, not Doug." Listen, the schism is getting heated, guys. Let's be nice to each other at least. And Mere Banana says, "Verts established the creed and the Council of Ligma." Indeed. The Council of Ligma it is. And 10th says, "Major surgery Thursday and your stream will help me heal." Holy shit. Well, I've never had to go through a major surgery, and my heart goes out with you to you, because that's terrifying. So I hope you're doing well, and I hope that this stream helps you, my friend. I hope you get at least some laugh out of it. And Zach, it says, "Godless Engineer, how is your boy Guy Fieri doing?" Oh no. That's mean. That's a, well, maybe if you like Guy Fieri, maybe it's not mean. Either way, I was glad to have Godless with us. Trump Field says, "Justin, I live with a black Hebrew Israelite, and they are batshit." They are. What are some of the best arguments against them? I think you should take them to like Deuteronomy 28, which is usually what they trot out to say, look, we suffered in fulfillment of these passages. Make them read all of it. Make them read all of the blessings and all of the cursings. It's like 6 chapters. Make them read the entire thing. It'll be abundantly clear that it's not talking about a bunch of people in the Western world in this time period. It's just not. Miss Pickles says, "Was David's census really a sin?" See, Miss Pickles is a good question. There's been a lot of debate. And I once thought I had the answer to it. And then I went back and I was like, shit, maybe that's not so cut and dry. So I need to go back to the drawing board on that and see if I can find anything useful that's more recent. Because the last time I looked at it, I was like, it's not entirely clear that we know what the sin is. I think the best guess we can have is that the problem was that he was using it to take a tax. So didn't want to create another tax against the people. But the problem is that doesn't pan out because even though numbering the people of Israel wasn't necessarily bad, there was a couple occasions where it could be bad. The problem is God kills 74,000 Israelites, not David. So it's like, what was the sin? I mean, if the numbering of Israel was a sin, then like, I don't understand. Like, you can't refuse the king. What's the people supposed to do? Say, no, we're not going to do this? Well, I mean, it's preposterous to think that the people should have been murdered for such a silly offense. And Zelda says, you're a lumberjack, and that's okay. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. And Megs says, the lumberjack skit and song was from Monty Python's Flying Circus. Oh, from the Flying Circus. I knew it was from Monty Python. I couldn't remember which one of their skits, though. But I do have it loaded up for after the live stream to watch. Nailed it says, gay. Jesus equals gay. It's not amen. It's amen. I don't know if you're saying that in a negative way or not, but we don't use gay as a pejorative term here. So I don't know how to take your message entirely, but here that shouldn't be a derogatory term at all. In fact, it's time to reclaim it. We shouldn't be allowing people to use that as a derogatory term. If you are, and I'm falsely accusing you, I'm sorry, but it kind of seems that way. So I'm just saying, be careful. SPL says, Justin, can you please run a topic where you ask, what must I do to be saved? And then point out how other places in the Bible contradicts their reply. I know, I really want to. And I got the idea initially. Oh my goodness, I just had some coffee. I got the idea initially from Sebastian Cole. Sebastian used to do that. Sebastian used to run a live stream, what must I do to be saved? And it was one of my favorite live streams of all time. I loved watching him do that. But he hasn't really done that kind of live stream in a while. I think it's time to take up the mantle. Hank says, I worship Yehubastank, god of god-awful 90s bands. Yeah. Move. I get it. Hoobastank was in your 6-disc changer at one point, but we don't need them. We don't need to keep them. Luke says, God is real, except Jesus today. Oh my gosh, Luke, because you said that, that's what I needed. I'm a Christian now. Oh, someone just needed to tell me to accept Jesus. I didn't realize that's all I needed. The proud atheist says, absolute clown. Well, that seems to be the case. That does seem to be the case. Yaju gonna get bent over by my God. Kaiju. Oh goodness. You know what? I was wondering what kind of energy Yaju was gonna bring because I've seen him on other live streams. He actually came pretty calm. Doctor says, capsicum encompasses hot peppers. Silly goose. Oh, I think we call it capsaicin here. It might be slightly different pronunciation between countries, but yes, you can go on a number of places and just buy straight up capsaicin. Jules says, I'd pay money for Sky Carcass merch. Make it happen. Oh my God, why didn't we do that? We need Cumulus Cadaver, Sky Carcass. What else is there? Cloud Zombie, for sure. Cloud Zombie. We got to make that a thing. Yeah. Fair point. We're going to make it happen, Jules. Ty says, Eve tricked equals giving child a knife, telling them not to touch, then giving them a talking Elmo to trick them to bite it to get strong like dad. I mean, that basically is a spot on analogy. They were babies. They didn't know anything. And the first time they did anything, the very first disobedience, he overreacted like crazy. Super, just like, He's the most abusive father ever. I used to run a live stream called "God is Not a Good Father." I haven't done that in a while. We need to do that. Eggnog says a capsicum is a bell pepper. What? It is? Now I gotta Google this, guys. Hold on. This is ridiculous. Capsicum. That can't be how it's spelled. It is. I'm an idiot. Okay. Why does everyone say it wrong? Now I say it wrong because everyone else says it wrong. Fuck me. Oh well. Guys, if you pronounce it the way I pronounce it, we've been pronouncing it wrong the entire time. Now, it could just be me. But apparently, I think it's supposed to be pronounced the way that it's written up here. I've got the wiki page pulled up with the pronunciation instructions, and it says Cape Secum. Really? That's what it says. It should be pronounced Cape Secum. I would not have guessed that at all. That's not what I would have thought. It says it's a genus of flowering plants in the nightshade. Wait, is the capsicum a pepper? And then capsaicum the spice? Hold on. This is getting crazy. Okay. Capsaicin is a natural chemical compound in chili. Okay, there we go. We finally got it. There was some confusion. A capsicum, you're right, is a bell pepper. So whoever said that it was spice was wrong. I don't know where that came from. Or if I read it wrong. Oh well. Oh well. Now we know, friends. Now we know. And Nameen says snoodling is another word for docking. What? Okay, I didn't know that. Might want to watch you say snoodling cat too. Might get the wrong idea. Maybe we shouldn't talk about snoodling cats because it turns out that means something else. And if you don't know what docking is, the internet will let you know. Bryce Roney says, don't go around saying snoodling. That's not what it means. Oh, look it up later. Not safe for work. It involves foreskin. Yeah, we were just informed. We appreciate the information, Bryce Roney, because I would have used it and I wouldn't have known any better. Guys, like I'm like practically a boomer. If you tell me the meaning of these words, I'm gonna believe you. It's like Ron Burgundy. He'll read anything on that prompter. I don't know what's happening. Weezer the Geezer says, you need a calendar. Sorry, that was rude. We need a calendar of your appearance schedule. Does this exist somewhere? Well, obviously not yet, but it is on my list now to do a live calendar for, oh my gosh, for my events. I need something to drink. My nose is clogged. This was my biggest complaint when I was in church too, is the singing would always make me yawn as well. There's something about my breathing pattern. I don't think I stopped to take breaths. Duke says, hop on, caller. We're going to raid the Saxons. I mean, maybe. And Author Jack says, I am listening to the vertical stream on my TV and the horizontal stream on my phone, and there is a delay, and it's annoying. Please fix. Well, the reason why it's delayed is because the horizontal stream is in 2K, and the vertical stream is 1080p. So one is higher than the other. So it's going to be slightly delayed. Also, if you don't start them at exactly the same time, it will delay it. Also, if you're not using the same internet connection, it'll be delayed. But anyways, I think the horizontal 2 is on a bigger delay because we have closed captions turned on. Zombie says, actually, a lot of founding fathers were atheists. I think a lot of them were deistic, and they believed in the deistic God is really more of a demiurge. Interstate says, if kids got grape at Denny's as often as they get grape at church, every Denny's in the U.S. would be burnt to the ground. It's okay if it's at a church, though. Yep, you nailed it. That is the case. Yeah. If there was any place on earth where children were getting raped as often as the church, people would be losing their minds. JM, thank you for the thumbs up. And Interstate, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, if morality were written on human hearts, there would be no ICE raids. Oof. I think you're right. The Bible says, welcome the stranger, but Bible thumpers say, deport the stranger. Yeah. Listen, these people would literally deport Jesus if he showed up. That's true. Author Jack says, Justin versus Ray Comfort, the debate of the century, May 3rd, 2026. I would love to. I would absolutely love to debate someone like Ray Comfort. I think it would be an embarrassing endeavor for Ray Comfort, I would imagine. I don't think he's going to get what he wants out of it. Not a Robot says, maybe God did write his law on everyone's heart, and we just his really messy handwriting. God was the doctor, of course. Hey, that brings up a good point. Maybe that accounts for why Luke's account of Acts doesn't match Paul's, because Luke had a doctor's handwriting and people couldn't make it out. Fucker couldn't write well. Panto says, Hakodesh Douglas, he was my rock. Well, shit, that's what I'm talking about. Indeed, Hakodesh Douglas. I mean, that means the holy, for anyone wondering. The holy Douglas, indeed. Hakodesh, Douglas, Vasharon. And Jessica says, please take my tithes and offerings. All hail Justin and just messenger of Doug, the keeper of the cats. Thank you so much, Jessica. And the cats, thank you as well. I'll definitely get you some cat treats for the cats. And Jagged says, Christian telling me the cloth used as evidence of virginity has nothing to do with women bleeding during sex, because the Bible doesn't explicitly say blood. Well, does it need to? First of all, when you enter into a woman, what are you expecting to happen? And how does the cloth play into it? It's because the blood. If you read the Talmudic writings, we have lots of Talmudic writings that talk about this ritual. It talks about exactly how they were looking for blood on the cloth. In fact, I'll give you the references, because now it pissed me off that somebody did this to you. Hold on. It is preposterous, outlandish, absurd. See, right here, and then let's see. All right, here is a description of how they did it. It says, if that is so, and most people are able to engage in intercourse with a virgin without rupturing the hymen, why are groomsmen stationed to ensure that no deceit is employed by the groom with regard to the bride's virginity? And why is a sheet necessary to determine whether there was blood? The absence of blood proves nothing, so on and so forth. The point of the sheet, everybody knew it, was to capture the blood when they thought would happen when the hymen ruptured, as indication of the virginity. This is basic history 101. There are cultures today still doing this. Zach, thank you for the super chat. Says, I don't believe in primordial soup, but there might be some merit to a primordial chowder. Campbell's chunky chowder, I would imagine. For sure. Definitely chunky. And Juju, thank you for the super chat, says, it took 3 whole years to get that song out of my head, John. Well, unfortunately, it's going to take another 3 more years. Helping Mega, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, did you see they announced they found glucose and ribose on the asteroid Bennu along with space scum similar to polyurethane on Earth? No fucking way. They found glucose and ribose on Bennu? Holy shit. Now I gotta look this up. I literally just accidentally woke up the cat. Sorry, Faraday. I apologize. Yeah, this is going to be huge. Okay, people are already talking about it. Wow. looks like I've got some reading to do. NASA announced 4 days ago. Wow. Sugars, gum, stardust found in NASA's asteroid Bennu samples. Can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait for all the Christians to be like, it was contaminated. Gentleman Viking says, asking, why are there still apes is like asking if you came from your grandparents, why do your cousins exist? I know. It's so stupid. Why would we think that the apes would die off? We're a different branch in a different region that evolved for a separate reason than them. They don't have to die off just because we exist. Agreed. Rocking out for Rocky. Hell yeah. And Duke says, why are there still apes is the evolution for Baby Christians Week. Is this evolution for Baby Christians Week? It kind of is. What you hear from baby Christians that don't know anything about evolution is, why are there still apes and where are the missing links? Or they'll say, well, there's microevolution, but not macroevolution. Okay. My man, I've dined on a fried dinosaur egg tonight. Oh, shit. Wait, what? Who? Who had fried dinosaur egg? I got questions about how that was even legal. Or nutritious. I feel like it would have to be calcified. It would be petrified. Page Lord says, DNA. This week a paper was published about the asteroid Bennu. Yeah, we just found out, my friend. They found amino acids, glucose, and ribose, all the stuff of RNA on a single rock. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to read this paper now. This is big news. This is big news. And Sean says the first and second laws of thermodynamics contradict. I don't think so. I don't think so, friend. Sean, listen. My degree was in electrical engineering, specifically robotics, to be fair, like mechatronics. But I don't see how they contradict. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't see how they contradict. Chipwreck says, I'm interested in learning more about the Bible and wanted to ask for your opinion on the credibility of Reza Aslan. So Reza, first of all, is a historian. He's not a biblical scholar. He doesn't have the prerequisites to be a biblical scholar. Is he smart? I think he's smart. His book Zealot was okay. But would I trust him as a biblical scholar? No. He's not a biblical scholar. He's not a scholar of any of the religions. I think he did study world religions, but he didn't specifically have any credentials in one particular religion. If you want to learn about the Hebrew Bible, find someone who spent their life studying the Hebrew Bible in the ancient Near East. You want to learn about the New Testament, find somebody who studied the Mediterranean world and the New Testament for the bulk of their career. A lot of your Old Testament professors actually got degrees in Semitic languages, and they know the ancient Near East, and then they also studied the Bible alongside of it. Some of them did get legitimate degrees in Hebrew Bible, but it's a long story. Base to Sherry, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, GE, my son is turning 13, and he's fallen in love with anime. We've been watching an episode a night, one episode a night, I think is what she means. And right now it's Spy X Family. Family friendly plus cute. Well, listen, that is really good. I have no idea what you just said. I don't know anything about anime. But Base to Shara, I'm happy for you. Family nights they're amazing. I used to love, as a kid, family movie nights. Donna says, yay for Demon Slayer. My favorite of all time, indeed. Demon Slayer. Equals Tokyo Ghoul and Jujutsu Kaisen. Don't know how old your kid is, Godless. Might have to wait to watch those. Maybe. I don't know how old his kid is either, actually. I should ask. Jessica, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, according to my YouTube 2025 recap, DZ Debates was my 4th most watched channel. Not surprising, really, since I use your stream each night to sleep. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's the way to soak up the information. Get it while you sleep. 4th most watch is impressive. I'm delighted to know that I can even break the top 5. Thank you for that. Mr. Morpheus, my friend, says, I want to say thank you, Justin and the DZ family, for donating and helping me through this battle. We have the best community ever. Love you guys. Well, thank you, Mr. Morpheus. And we do care about you. It's unfortunate that this kind of stuff happens in the United States. It sucks. I hate it. But, while we can't fight the battle for you, we at least want to be able to participate and help. You know what I mean? We love you, Mr. Morpheus. And Adam, thank you for the super chat, says Justin sounds like the dad from the Swamp Castle scene in Monty Python when reading super chats, and no schism. Love you, buddy. That's actually a fair point. I love it when he goes, and huge tracts of land. It's the best line in the movie, guys. It's amazing. Oh, one second. Oh my goodness. I've been up so late. I need to wet my whistle. Juju, thank you for the super chat. Beautiful cat, by the way. It says, damn, Kristen, you've thought about this a lot already. You're speed running the last part of deconstruction, realizing it's you that has the good morals. Yeah. Wasn't it the case? I mean, it certainly seemed to be the case. And Jeff says, imagine volunteering to be a slave to serve, praise, and worship for all eternity and can't get there quickly enough. Morons. That shit is hilarious. Yeah, it literally says that the nations that do not serve Israel will be wiped out in the prophecy. Is that Isaiah 65 or 64? Let me check. Isaiah 65. It might be Isaiah 64. I didn't see it in 65. No. Maybe I'm using the wrong translation. I'm looking because I think the verbiage that they used was serve, not slave. Let's see if it's in 66. Well, fuck, now I just gotta Google it. Okay. Oh, Isaiah 60. I was a couple chapters off. I don't know why I was thinking it was in 65. Isaiah 60 is what we're looking for. And now Volta came to say hi. But Isaiah 60 literally says, for the nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish. Those nations shall be utterly laid waste. So God's pretty serious about making slaves. He says the same thing in Isaiah 14, the beginning of Isaiah 14. He talks about how the Babylonians are going to be slaves to the Israelites. Interstate says Matthew's gospel says the unforgivable sin is to deny the Holy Spirit. There's no Holy Spirit. Missionaries can fuck off now and get off my porch. Well, unfortunately, it's not that clean, Interstate. Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, I think, is a very specific sin. And my personal interpretation, there are scholars who agree with me, is specifically that the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is watching the Holy Spirit work by casting out demons and healing the sick, and then saying, no, that's the devil at work. That's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. When you see that shit with your own two eyes, and then you call it demonic. Just denying the Holy Spirit, I don't think counts, unless you personally have witnessed the Holy Spirit, and you haven't, Which, to be fair, if you don't believe in the Holy Spirit, that means it's impossible for you to blaspheme the Holy Spirit, because it's basically denying what you know to be true in front of you about the Holy Spirit. Tattoo Sleeve says the shrooms she took enforce your point. The natural mushrooms in her body altered her mental state and experience of the mind. It was food, not God. Indeed. Yeah. Listen, if you take some psychedelics, you're gonna have some experiences. You might even have a mystical experience. And speaking of which, I forgot already. Thank you so much for Tamika Jones for sending me this book. I just got this in the mail this week, and it was totally unexpected. I really appreciate that, Tamika. So I'm hoping to maybe when we get some downtime this month, read the book. Now, I don't know what it's about, but I do love it when people are kind enough to send me books, because I actually do like to read. Now, I don't know anything about it. It says Life and Language in the Amazonian Jungle. It sounds like it might be a fun read. It says, "Don't sleep, there are snakes." Could be a lot of fun. I appreciate that, Tamika. Some people here might have heard of it. I've never heard of it yet, but Twisted Scripture, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super thanks. I really appreciate that, friend. Huge W. And Twisted Scripture again for the additional 99-cent super chat, and the other 99, and the other 99. Thank you so much, friend. I really appreciate all that. And Jessica, back at it. Thank you so much, says Millhouse. Say the line, caller. Caller, the prophecy is a dual meaning. Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah. He knew the answer. He just didn't want to utter it. He didn't want to let it leave his lips. Also, friends, it's eggnog season. I don't know if anyone knew this. Eggnog might be single-handedly the number one cause of wintertime calories in my diet. It's too good. Too amazing. Too amazing. Adam, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, John, for the love of your God, we've read the text, and you reading it makes me wish I was being crucified. Just let Justin read it. I know. Because he doesn't want to actually read it. He thinks that if I take you on this journey, that I'll get to do all my rambling before you correct me when I make my bad point. But the reality is we're not going to let that happen. Maximilian, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge, my friend. Let's get some W's for Maxian here. It says, no horizontal 1 year happy anniversary here yet. Sorry if I threw you off the vertical chat. But if Doug grants me another year on this rock with all my fellow DZ followers, I will be here then too. RH for Godless Engineer. Oh yeah, definitely rock hard for Godless Engineer. Fucking hiccups. I can't every time I try to end stream, I get the hiccups. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Eek Orbs, thank you for the super chat. Says, I watch horizontal on the TV and vertical on the phone. Twice the viewership. Praise the horizontal vertical coalition. Rock hard for Doug. Indeed, I do the same thing. I watch a lot of vertical streams on my phone and horizontal, like on my TV or my computer. There's no reason not to enjoy vertical on the phone. It's designed for that. And JBB says, thanks for telling the guest to stop talking over you. It drives me crazy. Happens way too frequently. I know. And if you notice, if I get a guest that's going to talk over me, I will immediately start talking over them. If some people wonder why I do that, I do it specifically to frustrate the guests. If you get a guest that is going to talk over you and be a clown and not engage in honest dialogue, you don't owe them respect. You don't have to. Now, some people will. Ian will. Ian's super polite. But you don't have to. If you get a guest that doesn't respect you, why are you going to give them the respect in the conversation? What's the point? So, like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't, but once I get the indication that the guest is going to be dishonest and also is going to talk over me, I stop being nice to them. I don't owe them that. They have to earn that. Era says, I'm pretty sure that you've had this same conversation with the same John and you cooked them then as well. I'm pretty sure I did. I mean, how many Johns could give the same bad argument about a single word in Isaiah 53? I don't know. Maybe it's going around. John is a popular name, to be fair. Burner says, the context bullshit drives me up a wall. If you're starting your statement with, well, I think, you're not conducting literal analysis. That's true. And I agree with you, Burner. If you are going to admit that this prophecy in the original context meant something, but it also has this new additional meaning, well, it's done. It's over with. It doesn't matter what you think about it. Until you can give me a reason to believe in dual prophecies, I don't care. Ben, thank you for the $1.50 super thanks. And JTSP84 says context. John keeps using that word. I don't think he knows what it means. He does not. He does not. I do know this. That man did not want to read context. And Jen says, our flour at work carries the warning. Flour is a raw food. Cook before enjoying. This John is cooked. He did get a little extra, to be fair. I kept him on for a long time. I actually don't know how long he was on, but it's going to be like 2 hours, I would imagine. By the way, I forgot to write him on my clip list. Should we clip John and make sure he gets published? All right. I'll put some notes in there. Bad talking points pastor who can't be honest. He was a pastor too, by the way, wasn't he? I would bet money that that man was a pastor. Adam says, to sync up Jesus with the scapegoat, the New Testament writers should have had him exiled in the story. Indeed. Exactly. Listen, he can't be the scapegoat and the Passover lamb. The scapegoat doesn't forgive or doesn't die. It's not sacrificed, rather. And the Passover lamb doesn't forgive anyone's sins. You have to smush the two of them together to get anything. And the reality is neither one of them are prophecies. It's ridiculous. And Raisin says, forget pretzel, John turned into a Mobius strip. He didn't know what side of the argument he was on. He didn't. He was concussed. The entire time he was concussed. And SB says, Jesus has to be real. Mary had a little lamb. Duh, of course. Of course. And Harrowing, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, thanks for what you and your friends do. Hey, I appreciate that. Actually, speaking of what our friends do, I think I just saw Jimmy in here. Is Jimmy up in here somewhere? Jimmy Snow's in the house. We got a lot of people fighting this clown car of Christian nationalism. River says, hail the Lord. Actually, hail the lard. That's my favorite saying. Jesus isn't Lord, he's lard. Jesus is lard. Although, to be fair, as a cooking ingredient, I love lard. Get Crisco out of your house. Get that hydrogenated fucking oil out of your cabinet. Go back to cooking with real lard. That's where it's at. That's my 2 cents. Gretchen says Mezzo trying to break his viewer record in about 2 hours, 9 p.m. midnight Eastern Standard on TikTok. Okay. Please send him the raid when you're done. 1,000,000%, Gretchen. I love Joel Mezzo. I will 1,000,000% support our friend Mezzo in breaking his record. I love that for him. I love it to see all my friends succeed. That's what we need. The more of us in this community that succeed, the more people leave these toxic religions. Zelda, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend, says gay for KJ? Wait. I know gay for J, gay for Justin. What's gay for KJ? King Justin! Motherfucker! Let's go! Gay for King Justin. Okay. Cheers, buddy. We really do need to bring out the I am the Messiah topic more often. It's so much fun. River says, lead us to the promised land. We're already here, friends. We see people deconverting in real time. And Helping Mega says, John, you're such a coward. I hope the next caller has brain cells and integrity. Crazy how people like John think they're here cooking and converting. I know. And you could tell that John had listened to my live stream enough that he knew that he knew that he didn't want to get walked into my traps, but he still wasn't willing to be honest and actually answer the questions. He wanted to preach. I wasn't going to let it. Maybe I was hard on him because it was getting late. Maybe I was too hard on him. I don't know. We'll see. Tad says, oh, didn't say anything. Thank you for sending 1 DZ Debate membership. I appreciate that, friend. And Fern says, Justin fulfilled all these prophecies spiritually. Fucking of course I did. Every single prophecy of Jesus. I'm sorry. Every single prophecy of the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible, I fulfilled. Some of them literally, some of them partially, and some of them spiritually. So I am the Messiah. And McDubbin says, we are the harem of whores, loyal to King Justin, blessed by Doug. WAP for Doug is fire. I love WAP for Doug. We've got to get a WAP for Doug. In fact, we got Rock Hard for Doug in the store, but we really need a WAP. WAP for Doug. That's going to happen. Okay. And D says Justin is Doug made flesh. Indeed. That's why that's why I'm rock hard, and he cured my ED as many people in here. Collapse says, I can't prove God, but I can prove Peter Thiel is the Antichrist. I'm almost done with the video, but I did put up a YouTube short preview. Well, I'd be interested to watch it. I don't believe in the Antichrist, but if there is one, Peter Thiel certainly could count. Nork YouTube says, 1 John 4:12 pretty much sums up what the Bible is supposed to be to me. The Bible is a fictional book that tells you how you should behave as a person. Fair enough. I mean, you could view it that way. And some people do. In fact, most of the early church viewed the Old Testament as being fiction, as allegory, right? The point was in the lesson, not in the truth. It wasn't until later that people were like, no, it must be real historically true. Hogman says the Book of Mormon quotes from Deutero-Isaiah. That's why John hates it. Oh, the quote happens before Isaiah wrote it in the Book of Mormon timeline. This is actually really interesting because, I mean, there's a lot of prophecies. We didn't bring it up, but there's a lot of prophecies about Joseph Smith that the Mormons claim are dual fulfilled. Not in the original context, but it's got a dual fulfillment, just like Jesus dual fulfilled prophecy. So, like, if you don't accept the dual prophecies of Joseph Smith, then you shouldn't accept the ones for Jesus unless you're just a dishonest person. Goat Dirt says, show idea. Only your religion is correct one. Prove me right. Let the concussed battle it out using the same nonsense and illogical idea. Okay, so I think what you're meaning is like have believers battle it out over which religion is true. I would watch that. Like if there was a way to do that, I would certainly watch that. I've seen Joel encourage that a few times on his live stream. I don't know how to word it perfectly, but I agree with you. We should do something akin to that. And Jewel says, I rode a donkey and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Indeed. But do you have a crown? If you have a crown and you rode a donkey, what that means is that you fulfilled basically as much of the prophecy as Jesus. The location it's not relevant. It's partial. You can do that when you come back the next time. And one odd duck, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend, says, hello, Justin. I want to send a shout out to my boyfriend, Nathan. Well, hello from Duck to Nathan, who helped me walk out of my Christian stupidity. Thank you for what you do. What a sweet super chat. We're bringing people together here. We're making relationships better with our deconstruction. Fucking love it. Gentleman says, caller gets cooked. Can you hear me? No. We couldn't hear him. He was too busy sizzling. And Jimmy says, I'll come chat Mormonism with you anytime, Justin. I'm technically still a Mormon. Well, fuck, Jimmy. We do have to do a Mormon topic sometime. We'll set it up, and we can do something like Joseph Smith was a fraud, or Mormonism's not true. We really set this up. I've debated a couple Mormons. They're really interesting, but I don't know the lore like you do. Carissa, holy shit, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. It's 10 more people with the Deconstruction cheat sheet, which, by the way, friends, I added a new tab, and I'll be adding more to it this week on the cheat sheet. It's at the very end, and it's going to be full of KJV errors. I've got KJV outdated words already added to it, and I started adding errors in the King James Bible. So people wanted a KJV tab. I started one. We're going to be adding all the errors in the King James Bible as a canonical list in the cheat sheet, friends. And Rock Harder for Doug, gifting out 5 DZ memberships. Thank you so much, Rock Hard. I appreciate that. And hope you're doing well, friend. Eat some barbecue for me. Layla says his F logic? Does that mean flawed logic? His logic is lawless? Wait. His logic is lawless. I think that's a joke. In case you forgot, you can call me Vaz. I think you mean his logic is flawless. This has got to be a joke. I think what you mean is his logic is lawless as a joke for his logic is flawless. I don't hate it, but I'm too dumb to. I need it more on the nose, if you know what I mean. Beautiful cat, by the way. What an adorable cat. My goodness. Beautiful cat. Gretchen, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, if you send a raid to Mezzo, maybe drop in for a second and talk to Joel about his music. Pretty convenient, no? Look at me making life easier. Go me. Well, thank you, Gretchen. And you're right. I should drop in. I usually get off these live streams late and try to go to bed. But since this is a special occasion, I'll definitely drop in for sure. And Pat says, John Christian brought out his cookin' wagon beef without grease tonight. I mean, yeah. Straight up cave boy style. He should know he should know these are sorry ass talking points. Well, that's the thing is, so the more educated you get in the Bible, and John clearly had a biblical education. I don't know where he went to school at. It was clear he had some kind of biblical education, or at least he pretended well. All that means is that your pretzels get more elaborate. You still have to ignore the plain reading of the text. You still have to ignore the context. You still have to invent new methods of delivering prophecies. They do it more articulate. They do it with more verbosity. They do it using fancier words. But it's all the same thing. It's just pretzeling with a longer route to go. Aaron says, have you noticed when you ask them a tough question, instead of answering that question, they answer something completely unrelated? Because I hate it. Yeah, Aaron, we all hate it. That's why I called him dishonest and disingenuous to his face. That's why. No one likes it. And not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, if one's resume listed their professional skills as master carpenter, hard soft skills, not applicable for JC, but I'm rock hard for Doug, by the way. Accomplishments equal not applicable. Finished work examples, not applicable. Would you call this a lie? Okay, he got nailed in wood at the end. I mean, that's kind of the pretzel they're making, right? We're asking, what did Jesus ever build? And like, well, he did get nailed onto a cross at the end. That's kind of the level of discourse you get with these people. I'm shocked that he didn't say that he spiritually fulfilled a prophecy. Now, to be fair, he implied it. He implied that he spiritually fulfilled a non-prophecy in Exodus. He implied that he spiritually fulfilled Leviticus 16, even though there's not a prophecy there. Most lesser educated Christians will come out and say it. They'll just say, well, he did it spiritually. The more educated ones know that you can't say that. You have to dress it up with words. Graham says, I like how things can be fulfilled multiple times in the case of prophecies, but when it comes to Jesus fulfilling things, it means it's over. That's a fair point. Because if it can be fulfilled twice, why not 3 times? Why not 4 times? Pat says, this guy John is on his dippity Dodge tonight. Yes. He was trying out for the Dodgers for sure. And Songo, thank you for sending out a DZ Debate membership. I appreciate that. And Pat says, John is brought to you by Dodge Ram. I approve this message. Indeed, that is the case. And Jam Nick, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, fact is, there's nothing out here you can't do. Yeah, even Santa Claus believes in you. Beat down the walls, begin believing, be begat, be a better drummer, be an up and comer. Can you picture that? I feel like I should know that song. Chat, what song is that? I feel like I recognize it, but it's not coming to me. Some people is gonna know it. I know the amount of people in my chat that know pop culture and music references is pretty impressive. Or I'm just that bad that they seem impressive to me. No, nothing. Muppet. Oh, that's Muppets. No fucking way. Okay. Kashi Girl says the only honest and educated Christians are atheists. You're right. You can be educated and not honest. You can be honest and uneducated. But if you're educated and you're honest, you're fucking atheist. That's what it is. Rock hard for Doug coming in again. Thank you so much, my friend, for the additional $10 super chat. Says, if there was a question in anyone's mind that Justin isn't the most diligent humanist on the planet, I offer the debate between he and John Christian. Doug, bless you, and patience is a virtue, my friend. Well, thank you, Rockhard. I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, the thing of it is with guys like John is when they come up with these really bad apologetics, but they want to dress it up by sounding smart. The thing that I want to do is I want to expose their sophistry, right? Because they're doing the same thing everybody else does. They're doing words don't mean words. They're just doing it fancier. And for a lot of people, you can baffle them with bullshit. You can use fancier words. You can go into the Greek and Hebrew and say, oh, but if you twist this word here just right, you can do this, right? But I wanted to expose that despite this man's education, he clearly was educated, he was doing all the same old tricks. He was just doing a fancier version of them. That's all. They're the same old tricks. Nothing new under the sun. That's a good Bible verse. Aaron, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. Says, come on, Justin. It doesn't matter what it means. I know. Guys, we know that words don't mean words. Words mean whatever you need them to mean. And Chris, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, thanks for charbroiling this one. I don't always have the patience, but preachers need to go to the deepest pit of Doug's wrath. Indeed. Especially preachers that can't honestly dialogue. In fact, when I was a Christian, I did dialogue with atheists, just like this. And you know what I did? I had honest, open dialogue with them. I never tried to trick them or corner them or preach to them. And you know what? It helped me to think better. I remember early on, I was using a lot of like bad thinking and getting to discourse with people that didn't believe like me really helped me to dismantle some of my bad thinking and move forward with a better framework. You know, now I was still a Christian for a while. Hardwork says Matthew adds they to Isaiah 7:14. Yet, Rev, I don't know what you mean, but Revelation 21:18 through 19. I guess I don't understand your question. We can look up Revelation 22:18 through 19. Says the nations rage, but your wrath has come, and the time for judgment, or for judging the dead, for rewarding your servants, the prophets, and the saints, all who fear your name, both small and great, for destroying those who destroy the earth. Then God's temple was in heaven, was opened, and the ark of the covenant was seen within his temple, and there were flashing of lightning, rumbling, peals of thunder, earthquake, and heavy rain. Huh? I don't get it. I don't know what you're trying to say there, friend. But the God is with us, the Emmanuel, is answered in chapter 8 of Isaiah. Flip the page. Just go to chapter 8. You'll figure it out. It's right there. Science Lover, thank you for the super chat, says, I should really cut back on the barbecue before the holidays, but I just can't seem to stay away. Delicious. Well, the good news, Science Lover, about this barbecue, in fact, is that it's calorie free. And fuck, I burn calories doing this. I'm here for like 6 or 7 hours, not eating anything, and shouting at a screen. I gotta be burning some calories, right? Simeon, thank you for the super chat. My favorite reoccurring character in the Deconstruction Zone cinematic universe is extremely overconfident Christian who thinks they know Hebrew. I know. The fun thing is when they think that quizzing you on Hebrew is a win. Like, if I ask somebody what the meaning of a phrase is, like a Hebrew phrase, it's not because I want to know if they know it. Like, I know typically they don't know it. I'm asking them because the meaning of the phrase is actually really important. And that was the type of clown who only asks, like, do you know the meaning of this word? Because he wants to show, well, I know the meaning of the word, right? And so those type of people you don't need, right? Because if you don't know the meaning of the word, it's kind of irrelevant. The question is, how does the word help your argument, right? All of my Greek and Hebrew arguments are based around the meaning of the word, not do you know the language, right? Because to be fair, most people aren't going to know the language, and you shouldn't expect them to. And even I've probably forgotten more words than I remember. Like I took Hebrew over 15 years ago. That's how long it's been. Imagine how much you forget, right? Pretty crazy. Anyways, Germs says capsaicin is the spicy juice. Fun fact, the police pepper spray is allaricin, capsicum, extracted capsaicin from peppers, shortened to the OC spray. Okay, well, so the spray, the pepper spray is just like, capsaicin spray. That's fine. Thanks for the info. And Steve says, new member here and former, oh man, we got a former SDA. Love it. Old Joe Smith gets cooked here, but hardly hear atheists given Ellen White her due. Ellen White, well, I mean, she falsely predicted the second coming of Jesus. So there's that. I'm sure there's others. She was kind of a kook. She was kind of like the woman who started the Christian Science reading room too. What was her name? Was it Margaret something? Shit. Mary, not Margaret. Mary Baker Eddy. Yeah, both kind of kooky women. But you know what? Good on them for fucking the patriarchy, Juju says, what's that? Why I yawned every worship session? Or was that why I yawned every worship session? I literally thought it was a sign that I was separating from God and therefore was a bad Christian. No. I yawn every time I sing because my brain doesn't choreograph taking breaths in, and I do it when I'm talking a lot as well. My brain stops choreographing like when to breathe more air in, and I run out of it. Like my brain starts to run out of oxygen because I'm talking too fucking much. Like my ADHD or something never figured out how to like take breaths. I also can't swim laps for the same reason. So I've tried swimming laps. I love swimming. I love exercising. I can't swim laps because my brain can't coordinate the breathing. It's the craziest fucking thing. You would think that it's just completely subconscious. You just subconsciously do it, but no, you don't. My brain fucks it up. Talking, singing, swimming, I can't breathe normally. I can't fucking do it. It's one of those things. Wei says, why does God's perfect word need translating in context and metaphor and subtext and bending and twisting of words to make it work? Because it doesn't work. And so when it doesn't work, you can do one of two things. You can say, hey, this fucking didn't work. Or you can say, but what if words don't mean words? And Isabel says, praise be to Hakodesh Doug, the firm foundation. Indeed. Or that's Hakadosh. Sorry. Kodesh would be a noun. That's different. I mean, it's the same root word. It's a different grammatical structure. Hakadosh. And then, obviously, for Doug, it'd just be Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh. Holy, holy, holy Doug. Retired Bomb Tech, my good friend. Great to see you. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Big W. I really appreciate that. Says, here's for a good steak dinner for you and your boy on my behalf. Well, thank you so much. Being an awesome dad is a tough job. I'll be taking my boy to get steak tomorrow, doing awesome work. If you ever have any questions about military service, would be happy to answer. Well, I'm glad that that you're available for questioning because sometimes I do have questions. I don't know how it all works. And I'm glad that you're a good father. I'm shocked. I hear about fathers that don't really care about their children, don't see their children. I got to be honest, it's shocking to me. Because like that wasn't my father wasn't perfect. He had a lot of flaws, right? Really rough around the edges, but like he wanted to be with his kids. I don't understand fathers who don't want to build memories and have quality time with your children. Like what better could you live for? If you have a child, what better thing could you do than to pour into your child? That's the next generation. Like you owe it to your child and to the world to make the generation under you as best as it can be. And remember, you can't do anything with your money on your deathbed. It's not going to help you. It might get you a better hospital bed, but to be honest, I want to die with memories and being surrounded by loved ones. I don't care if there's $1 in my bank account. I want to leave this world knowing that I made it a better place, knowing that I loved my family and friends, and knowing that I did some good in the world. Not the Bible, Jason says, a bit of bad news. Oh no. My gay T-Rex lawyer. Wait. T-Rex? Okay, hold on. My gay T-Rex lawyer may be smirked, but it was a definite no-go on babyface crop tops to send to big Old Testament OT churches. I'm afraid of him. Okay, there's a lot happening here, Jason. I don't know what a T-Rex lawyer is. Can somebody help me out? What's T-Rex? What's a T-Rex lawyer? I feel like I'm gonna Google this, and like, I don't want to know what pops up. It says T-Rex lawyer famously refers to Donald Gennaro, the opportunistic lawyer eaten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the movie Jurassic Park, while hiding on a toilet. Okay. The opportunistic lawyer is the first to die. So a bit of bad news. My gay T-Rex lawyer may be smirked. Smirked? You mean like murked? Or smirked? Smirked or murked? Those are very different words. I have so many questions. I'm struggling here. Did your T-Rex lawyer get murked? Are they dead? But it was definitely a no-go on babyface. Okay, so he got murked, but not turned into babyface. But why are you afraid of? If he got murked, why are you afraid of him? I'm so confused. JMR, listen, I'm a boomer. Please help me. I don't know what's happening right now. I'm so lost. Imposter Joe, thank you for the super chat though. It says both Deconstruction Zone and DZ Debates hits my top 5. No way. 3rd and 5th place respectively. Praise Doug and thanks to him for barbecue. I've learned so much this year. Love this community. No schism here. Fuck yeah, that's crazy, guys. I can't tell you like how impressed and heartwarmed I am that people are watching both my channels, and at that level. Guy, I never would have imagined in a million years that this many people would be watching my content. I'm just an asshole who like memorized a couple things and got on the internet. Rob says, consider reading Edward Fudge's The Fire That Consumes. Bible doesn't teach eternal conscious torment. Scholarly monthly subscriber. Oh, well, thank you for being a monthly subscriber. And unfortunately, Rob, the problem with the eternal conscious torment is the Bible supports both. It supports eternal conscious torment and annihilationism. It depends on which book you want to pick. So, I agree. Depending on what you're reading in the Bible, you will find annihilationism, specifically Revelation 21, and you will find eternal conscious torment. To be fair, I think there are more passages for eternal conscious torment than annihilationism rather than eternal conscious torment. So if we're just stacking them up against each other, I think annihilationism wins. But again, it's not that clear. The early church couldn't agree either. There was a survey I saw, not a survey, but a study I saw probably 20 years ago now, somebody went through all the church fathers and did a scoring of whether or not they were for annihilationism or whether they were eternal conscious torment. And it was roughly 50-50. That's how difficult it was. They didn't know either. And Mike, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, my dad taught Catholic high school. We got to know. Priests outside church enjoyed the spirits. Holy, amber, clear, etc. Oh, P.S. Doug and Sharon seem very vertically upright. Yes. What's SFJ, though? Straight for Justin, rock hard for Doug, rock hard for Sharon. Well, thank you, Mike. And you're right. Listen, priests know how to get down, okay? If you're going to a Catholic church, the priest is going to have some wine. He's going to get down with you. Unfortunately, they also get down horizontally with little boys. It's a problem. Don says, you're welcome for the book. Happy you like it. Simple for Sharon. Well, thank you. You must be the one that sent the book, Donna. I really, really appreciate that. It's very sweet of you. It's very, very sweet of you. I do love to read. Unfortunately, I hate that I couldn't spend more time reading. If I spent any more time reading, I'd be spending less time streaming, and we can't do that. And Jimmy coming in again says, okay, I'll tell you about Mormon, Bigfoot, and aliens on the sun. No fucking way. Wait. Mormons believe in Bigfoot. Mormons in the chat. Do Mormons believe in Bigfoot? Is this a real thing? Holy fuck. I did not know that Mormons believed in Bigfoot and aliens on the sun. That's wild. It's hard for me to comprehend people that believe such things. Like, I get it. I grew up believing that donkeys talked, snakes talked, a guy walked on the water, that kind of thing. But I don't know. Aliens on the sun is a new one. Shy Boy, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Human Exception, great to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. It says, thoughts on secular scholars that maintain some form of theism. I think it's fair. Because, like, okay, you can see the problems in the individual religions and reject them. And that's not necessarily a commentary on God itself. It could be that there's some version of God that doesn't want itself to be known. And that's why we don't know about it, right? So I don't think necessarily that, like, if you don't believe in any of the gods, that you necessarily need to be atheist. You could just be agnostic. You could also just believe that there is a generic God, a demiurge even. There's a lot of things you can do with that. But yeah, there's quite a few scholars that I would say have rejected formalized religion, but are still theists. In fact, a number of the ones I knew in higher education, I personally would lump into that category. You find it a lot in higher education. Nailed says, Father, that don't care about children. God? Oh, fuck, you're right. We should start calling, like, absentee fathers Yahweh, just for fun. Like, in your personal life, when you find someone who doesn't care about their kids, just start referring to them as Yahweh. I want to see what goes down. Tech Magic, White Magic, oh fuck, interesting name. Thank you for the super chat. It says, which denomination of Christianity do you think follows the Bible accurately, closely? I think it, to be fair, is probably the Catholics. I hate to say it, but I think they do. Especially because they still include the Apocrypha. The minute you cut the Apocrypha out, you lose a large swath of the Bible. So you can't be the most biblically accurate when you're cutting large portions of it out. So I think the Catholics win out there, even more so than the Orthodox. The Orthodox do crazy bullshit philosophy over top of the Bible that doesn't need to be there. And Steven, thank you for the $10 Canuck buck, says, former Adventist here, would love to compare the Adventist prophet, e.g. White, against all other confirmation bias factories She has her own lore, and I'd love to discuss it. Steven, hit me up on the Discord. I'd love to talk to someone who's really into was into the movement that we can do a deep dive on. Please send me a message or email me. We'll get it set up. And I'd really be interested in doing a dive on this topic. January is going to be a lot of fun. All right, friends, I think that's all of the super chats for tonight. But listen, we've got to go find Mezzo right now. In fact, we got to go find Mezzo on YouTube and on TikTok. Let's see where he's at on both. He's live on TikTok and YouTube.
These are the new.
Let me get him up on the screen. Joel's currently on the screen, even though it's Mezzo's account. I don't know if they're going back and forth. Let's see. Yeah, he's got 143 people watching now. Mezzo started using his channel just recently. It's Mezzo is the name, and it's Mezzo_WS. Mezzo_WS. And listen, not only is Joel and Mezzo amazing, but this is a kind of a newer account for Mezzo, so we need to prop this thing up. We still got how many? We've still got 300 something people watching on vertical, and we've probably got at least a couple hundred watching on horizontal. Let's see. We need to get everybody over to Mezzo's place. Hundreds of people. We got over 1,000 people watching on horizontal still. We've got basically 1,400 people still watching the live stream on YouTube. Let's get a couple hundred people over on Mezzo's place, and let's raid the stream. Tell them Doug sent you. On all of the streams, tell him Doug sent you. Doug specifically sent you for Joel. Say Doug loves Joel and Joel loves Doug. And I'll meet you over there in just a moment. Make sure you're following the account. Make sure we're bumping those numbers up. And I'll see you over there in just a minute, friends. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the likes and comments and shares and supports. It really means the world to me that you guys support my work the way that you do. I never in a million years anticipated so many people joining this community and propelling it to what it's become. It wows me every time. So thank you for being here, friends. Really love and appreciate you, and we'll see you again real soon.